Well, good morning from Trent Bridge, the first day of the first test of the English summer, and it's live on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. What an absolute privilege and delight to be here at one of the most picturesque grounds in Test cricket in all the world for the first morning of the first test. Zimbabwe, the visitors, a 4-day test, and we've just had the toss, and it's Zimbabwe who have won it. They are going to have a bowl, and alongside me, former Zimbabwe international Ed Rainsford. Absolutely delighted to have you with us in the talkSPORT commentary box for the first time. Looking overhead, you can kind of understand why Zimbabwe, on a track that is synonymous with runs, have decided to bowl first.
Good morning, John. Good morning, everybody that's probably tuned in and listening to this coverage. Thank you for having me. Yes, you look upstairs and it's cloudy, so you want to get the ball in hand and try and see if you can sort of put some pressure on England early on. And I think it's something that Zimbabwe would have spoken about. First thing, tick a box, win the toss, and probably bowl first.
Yeah, the traditionalists will say, you know, you think about it for a bit and you think again and then you bat. But those days are some way behind us now. And one of the reasons for that, the state of the pitches compared to what they were 20, 30 years ago, the use of the wobble ball rather than seam, and just the perception of chasing isn't quite as it used to be. We haven't heard the teams yet. You did get possibly a little sniff earlier today. We'll just wait and get confirmation on that. But for those who are joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, let's have a little rundown. The players are definitely going to play. We are waiting to just find out the makeup of the side, the confirmation. But, you know, there's some very familiar names in there. There's some players that have been in and around the Zimbabwe setup for a long, long time, one of which certainly used to play with, Sean Williams. But give us an idea maybe about some of the new guys coming through and those that maybe the England players won't be quite as familiar with.
Yeah, first up, there was an injury during that warm-up game. Trevor Gwandu had to go back with a groin injury, and that brought in Chavanga, fast bowler. He's got a bit of pace about him. It'll be interesting to see if he makes the side. And then Tafadzwa Tsinga, who is the wicket-keeper, and he's actually had to push his way through with Clive Madande, now also having to make way for him. He had shoulder surgery a few months ago, but Tsinga getting an opportunity in that warm-up game and possibly will be part of the 11. Then you talk about Wesley Madevere, who is a young player, and a lot of people have a lot of high attributes about him. But it's sort of a settled 11 with the amount of cricket that Zimbabwe have been playing. So it'll be 1 or 2 changes, and a surprise would be where Raza plays, if he plays, and who he comes in for.
Well, that was the question, wasn't it? Harmy's just showing us the team, actually, because Raza didn't play in Bangladesh. Zimbabwe won that first test match. The second one, they were actually in a pretty good position but fell away a little bit. So it was 1-1. There's no disgrace. I think the last time England played in Bangladesh, it was 1-1 a couple of years ago. But we have got the teams in now. Do you want to have a little look through it, Ed?
Yeah, just having a look at the 11. So Clive Madande is not in the side. Wellington Masakadza, the left-arm spinner, and the brother to Hamilton Masakadza, not in the side. Newman Nyamuri, that's a surprise for me. Young 19-year-old, little bit of pace, left-arm seamer, not in the side. And Nick Welsh, for me, is one of the standouts because he hasn't done a lot wrong. Got a 50 in the last test match in Bangladesh, got a 90 against Afghanistan, and he's not playing. Raza looks like he's in the side, and I think he's come in for Welsh.
So it was always a question about, and you did get a little heads up, didn't you?
I plead the fifth on that one.
One thing I will say, you know, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a lot of these Zimbabwean players, as it is for the England players as well. Let's not forget, you know, they're representing their countries, but of course England players, and a lot of them have played a lot of Test cricket, not just in this country, but at this very ground. Now, how is Nick Welsh feeling right now?
He played a lot of county cricket, didn't quite break the mould there, so then went back to Zimbabwe and has been there for a couple of years, got a mountain of runs just like Ben Curran. And then he got his opportunity, and like I said, he hasn't done a lot wrong. And also the surprise in this 11 is that Tanaka Chavanga, who has come in for the injured Gwandu, didn't play in that warm-up game, is in the side, and he sort of goes ahead of a Newman Nyamuri. Victor Nyauchi, in these conditions, yes, he seams the ball around, doesn't have a great deal of pace, but very skillful. So that would have been quite a surprise for me. So Zimbabwe have gone in with the Chavanga, have gone in with the big Blessing Muzarabani, Richard Ngarava, and they have some spin options in Sekanda Raza and Brian Bennett with their off spin, but quite one-dimensional, obviously with no left-arm spin or the wrist spinner who picked up 5 wickets in Bangladesh to take the ball away from the right-hander. So their spinners, if they come into the fold, could be put under pressure because they're so one-dimensional and bowl this almost the same sort of way.
You do have some variety in the bowling in terms of there's a left-arm opening fast bowler and a right-arm fast bowler. I mean, England actually don't have haven't had traditionally a lot of variety in their bowling attack either. What kind of threat are Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley about to face here at Trent Bridge?
I think Muzarabani is the big one. He's
literally,
yeah, 6'8", brings the ball back in. Has got a lot of wickets, just gone over 50 Test match wickets, 51 and just over 20, and so he'll cause some issues. Richard Ngarava, the left-arm seamer as well, tall, hits the deck, can bring the ball back into the right hand, and I think someone like a Zach Crawley, who does struggle with the ball coming back a little bit, could be sort of a danger to that opening pair. So, yes, left-right-hand combination with both bowlers bringing a bit different dimension. I just think for England, if they get past those two opening bowlers, then you get into a Nyauchi who isn't the quickest, and then you bring in a Chavanga who doesn't have a lot of miles in his legs, then you're sort of into your batting, aren't you? So Zimbabwe will need to strike early and make things uncomfortable.
Yes, it does sound like there's going to be a lot of focus on the new ball, as there is in cricket. That's to be expected. But, how important is it that they can make a breakthrough? Because, of course, if you're looking at this England lineup, and you tell us how you look at it from Zimbabwean eyes, but also from a professional cricket broadcaster's eyes, it doesn't take a lot to isolate where the perceived weakness might be, and if the likes of Zach Crawley, who has struggled in first innings, he's actually not had that bad a second innings run, truth be told. He has scored a few runs along the way, 31, 58, 54 not out and 68 in second innings for Kent this season, so that doesn't quite suggest, but his first innings scores certainly don't make for good reading. He's had a very, very tricky period within the England side. He couldn't score a run in New Zealand. Matt Henry got him out on all six occasions, I think. Six occasions out of 6. So obviously there's a focus on him. The problem is if Zimbabwe don't get him out early, he scores so quickly.
He's such a dangerous player. And when he's on, and he'll really take the game away from you very quickly, because the margin of error when he's in such good batting form is very small, and he'll make you pay for any loose deliveries. And so Zimbabwe will need to try and keep him very quiet, along with Ben Duckett, who also is not shy of getting things moving along in the right direction. So yes, they would want to keep him quiet, really make things a little bit difficult for him early on and try and get into that middle order. But again, when you look at the England side, especially their top 6, you look at Pope, you look at Root, you got Brook in there, you got Ben Stokes, you got Jamie Smith.
Well, this is the thing. talkSPORT were in New Zealand for that 3-match test series, and in all 3 test matches actually, they lost wickets early. Ollie Pope came to the crease. Where is it? I've written this down somewhere. 71 for 5 when he walked to the crease in the first test against Christchurch. 43 for 4 when he walked to the crease. England won both those games. And that for me is where, if you're a Zimbabwean, you'd be really focused, because if England can win games from 71 for 5 and 43 for 4, you don't want them 60, 70 without loss after 12 or 13 overs, and you're through to your first second change bowlers, and there's, outside of Raza and maybe a bit from Bennett, there's not a lot of spin, and it's day one here at Trent Bridge.
I mean, Gus Atkinson can bat.
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think there's 8 of this 11 have scored a century. He actually, incredibly, one of the most impressive things I've seen from Gus Atkinson, and he's had such an introduction to Test cricket that we all know about, 3 fifers, all at Lord's, strangely, a century, also at Lord's, weirdly. But he came to the crease with Ben Stokes in that first test at Christchurch, and England was 6 down, I think, and the game was very much in the balance. If New Zealand had taken the wicket of Atkinson and rolled through the tail, or indeed Stokes, it would have been a one-innings game. Gus Atkinson outbatted Ben Stokes in that hour and a half that they were together. He scored quicker, more freely, and at the end of the session, although he had been dismissed, I think 140 runs had come from the session, and he'd scored the bulk of his partnership with Ben Stokes. That doesn't happen very often from a number 8 in your lineup.
No, it doesn't. And if you look at how England are sort of building the squad and their 11 as they go into this summer of cricket here and then go to the Ashes, that is the side they've put out today is probably their strongest 11, barring perhaps the debutant who comes in, who's also got an incredible first-class record. And you look at it from the bowling aspect, they've got a lot of bases that are covered. And then you look at the batting aspect, and you talk about how they've lost wickets early on and gone on to win games because they can elongate that batting lineup and have personnel in there that can put up their hand and actually move the game forward. So you look at that 11, you look at that squad, Zimbabwe's work will be cut out. I just want to focus on one thing. They played a warm-up game here, but not a lot of them have played a lot in these test venues. So a lot of their disciplines are going to have to be really good. From a wicket-keeping aspect, when the ball passes the bat, how does that ball sort of wobble? And where are your hands as a wicket-keeper that's never kept in these conditions? And so when you do find the edge or opportunities are presented, especially when you win the toss and want to bowl first, you've got to make sure that catching is number one. Make sure the field sets are perfect. And so you've got to have those disciplines absolutely at 100% because you don't want to put one down early.
That's a really good shout. I mean, Seager has actually got a really good run. Has had a good run of form. He scored a few runs in the last few months. But is he a wicketkeeper batter or is he a batter wicketkeeper?
Yeah, like I said, he hasn't been always the first choice, and so he's pushed his way in, but he's definitely can hold the bat, keeps things very simple, and also a very good gloveman. And I think after the test match Zimbabwe played against Ireland, where Marandi, I think, broke a record in terms of byes as a wicketkeeper since 1932, I think, when he exceeded the most byes by a wicketkeeper in test cricket. They've then had to search it out, and Seager's the one guy. He's sort of unconventional because when you see him out there, he's actually quite tall. And so you don't necessarily associate tall people as being a wicketkeeper. So his movement apparently is very good. And also a pretty good gloveman. But in these conditions, when the ball starts wobbling around after it leaves the bat, you're going to have to be pretty good.
Yeah, I remember a few years ago, the West Indies were in town, and was it Shane Dowrich was the wicketkeeper. I don't think his career recovered. I think he might have played one more test after that, possibly. He just couldn't deal with the swinging ball, the movement of the ballers, and not necessarily from edges. Just the extravagant late swing that you can get. On one occasion, I think the ball deflected up onto his face, and he had to walk from the field. I think he might have played a couple of tests after that, and he never played again. So yeah, that is definitely something to factor in. Seager actually came out here as part of a representative side for Zimbabwe some time ago. But you're right. The other thing, of course, is playing in front of these crowds. It's not a full house here today. Tickets are still available. But again, that's going to be, and look, don't get me wrong, we see footage from Zimbabwe crowds when they're playing. They are, if there's a more vociferous and engaged crowd in world cricket, I'd like to see it. What a party going on. So it's not so much the noise and the attention, but it is still going to be very different.
Yeah, I'll give you one that'll sort of challenge that is Nepal and Kathmandu. When they have a cricket game there, those grounds are absolutely jam-packed. But when Zimbabwe do play at home, it is full. It's a 10,000-seater stadium. The crowd are firmly behind the home side, and it's goosebump stuff because having played for Zimbabwe for so long and having looking at those crowds now when I'm not playing, you almost have that little bit of jealousy that I wish I could have played with this crowd behind me. But you're right, this is a different sort of setup here in Nottingham, and this crowd, they have been streaming in. As I was walking in, they're all coming in with their scorebooks and their bags and lunch bags and everything.
This ground, I love this ground, and we are situated just by the River Trent. Got Nottingham Forest Football Club just behind us. By the way, if this game is still going on Friday, are you aware of the other big game that's taking place?
I only know one, where we are lifting the trophy at Anfield.
Okay, well, you've lost all of us in four
I'm
words.
sorry, it's reality.
It's 4 words. Well, there's another big game Nottingham Forest are taking on Chelsea, just behind us, and the winner could finish in the top 5. Well, if Chelsea win, they're almost set they will finish in the top 5 Champions League football. Nottingham Forest, club synonymous with European football back in the early 80s under Brian Clough. So yeah, the atmosphere in the ground and behind us is going to be off the scale. But for me, this is a proper test city. The walk over the bridge and from town, you just got people filing over and making their way into this famous old ground where, you know, there's been so many historic cricket matches taking place over the years. Been fortunate to witness, you know, some truly extraordinary games here, and this is a proper test ground.
Have to just agree with you on all those points. You know, when you rightfully say that, when you walk into a cricket ground, you look for that character, you look for that personality, you look at how different a ground is and what sort of is alluring about it, and it does have that. It's got the one stand to the side of us here on the right, which is, you sort of think, oh, it's a short boundary, but that's just how it is, isn't it? When you think about perhaps Lords with the slope, this one has its own character, its own personality, and you're right, when you come in here and you look at it, it just feels, yes, Test cricket is alive, yes, the game of cricket is alive, and you almost just feel that little bit of tension in the ground, mainly perhaps from the Zimbabwean players, but also from the crowd who have been waiting for the summer to kick off and also for Test cricket to start here in England.
Well, let's talk about that tension, because there will be nerves within the Zimbabwe side. You know, they come to compete, they're given an opportunity, and they want to perform well, they want to win the game. How much rests on the shoulders of the experience within this side? I mean, Sean Williams has been playing international cricket, you know, on and off at times. There has been a few, you know, bumps in the road. 20 years. I mean, you played with him under 19s, I think.
Yeah, well, I've been playing age group cricket with Craig Irvin. I've known Craig Irvin. He's one of my oldest friends since I was 8 years old. We went to the same primary school, and now he's the captain of Zimbabwe. And then you have Sean Williams. We've gone through under 14, under 16, under 19, and he's still playing along with Craig. And then you have Raza in there as well. So yes, those are the cornerstone players, but you think about it now, they're approaching 40. And then you have Brendan Taylor, who's sort of saying, my band is coming to an end. If they can do it, I still also want to be part of this group. And you start asking yourself the question, how long can they keep doing this, those 3 players and possibly 4? And what sort of cricketing side in the world has 4 players that are approaching 40 and still doing it at a reasonable level? Raza, I mean, his white ball career is phenomenal. You talk about Sean Williams, his T20, he doesn't play T20 cricket now, but his ODI and Test cricket career is also phenomenal. And then you have Craig Irvin, who's doing wonderful things as well and leading the side. So it's quite an incredible story, but I always ask the question in terms of when will the transition come for Zimbabwe where those 4 players, perhaps, or 3 players will walk away, and who's going to hold the mantle?
Do you have an answer for that?
No.
Very simple.
Well, we got 4 days to find out an answer. But, you know, one of the notable things from looking at a career of someone like Sean Williams is he's played for so long, but actually, you know, certainly when it comes to Test matches, he hasn't played a lot. You know, in a weird way, has that, you know, extended these guys' careers? Would they have been able to do this if their schedule was as it is this year? They play 11 tests. England, they play more than tests in Australia and England in 2025. But, you know, in a weird way, has that kind of extended things?
Yeah, I think it has. I think that's a good point. But you're right, now that the administration are investing so much money in them playing a lot more competitive crickets against the bigger nations, it's going to be interesting to see how their bodies hold up and how, when they're tested against better, stronger Test nations, like now against England, they have 2 against South Africa, 2 against New Zealand, and then Sri Lanka, and then they'll go against Afghanistan again.
Doesn't it sound good to say that, though? You know, for a team like Sri Lanka, I think they're the only Test matches that Sri Lanka are going to be playing in 12 months. South Africa, later this year, don't have a Test match in their home summer.
It's the first time ever, I think ever, they not going to host a Boxing Day Test match. I think in the history, I think since readmission, if I want to try and be correct there. So yeah, I think this next few months is really going to test the Zimbabwean squad in terms of who's going to step up, who possibly will not be able to do that. There'll be injuries as well. How's the body going to hold up? how's form going to hold up against really quality attacks. But I think this team have kept things quite simple for a long time, and I think they're going to look at that and try and continue that level of consistency as they play these bigger nations. But they will be tested, there's no doubt.
Now look, I don't want to lose you early, and I don't want to put you in a bad mood, right? But so we're not going to talk about this, but I do need to reference. There's been some absolute heartbreak on the cricket field in the last few years in terms of World Cup qualification, right? How much of this next 2 years is about 2027, the 50-over World Cup, which is going to be co-hosted in Zimbabwe? How much of that focus has started already, do you think? And how much of this push to play competitive cricket across all formats is with an eye to 2027?
So yes, there's a big eye on 2027 in the World Cup, but they're already pre-qualified because they're a co-host.
Absolutely, so they're there.
They're
right?
there. It's what they do now and then. So they're going to have to try and build a really strong squad. And now you think about, 2025, that's 2 years away, or 2 or 3 years away, and you think to yourself, Craig Irvin will be 42, Raza will be 41, Sean Williams will be 42, and that's the cornerstone. So there's going to be a lot of focus on how they're going to be able to try and get the best possible side to make that World Cup a very good one. But not to even think about that. They've got pre-qualification this year, September, October, to try and get to the T20 World Cup next year, where they'll be hosting Namibia, Uganda, and all these other teams in Africa to qualify for that T20 World Cup, which they were knocked out and didn't go to the United States and the West Indies. So there's a lot of focus around a lot of things here for Zimbabwe, Test cricket being one of them, trying to get to the next 2 World Cups. And don't worry, you're not going to lose me.
I know it's still a very sensitive subject. There was an LBW decision that really should have been given. We know the stories. And we were all watching on as well, by the way. The drama in those qualification, pre-tournament qualifiers was off the scale.
I'm going to dangle a carrot here.
Go on.
You may see a few more players that may start playing for Zimbabwe, who I see on screen right now. Maybe. Oh, be careful. Keep your eye on that one.
There we go. The players he's talking about on screen, we won't mention. We'll leave that one hanging. The players have made their way out of the ground. The old pavilion is covered in tarpaulin. It's missing the roof. So the players have actually come out from here, the media end. They're lined up in front of me. Ollie Pope has already got his pads on. There's a bit of confidence. For Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett. And the Zimbabweans also alongside the 2 umpires and match officials. Just about to get underway here at Trent Bridge for the first test of the English summer. It's Zimbabwe who've won the toss, and they are going to have a bowl. Big thanks to Ed. He's going to be part of our coverage over the course of the next 4 days. Very shortly you're going to be hearing the national anthems. Picking up off the back of that will be Steve Harmison. I found out yesterday he holds the record for the most wickets taken in a calendar year. I did not know that. Either way, he will be picking up the mic very shortly, alongside Andrew McKenna, after the national anthem of Zimbabwe and England.
Good morning, everybody. Here we go then. The international summer of cricket gets underway. And England will bat first against Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge. Zimbabwe have won the toss and elected to bowl on an overcast day in the East Midlands. It was an absolute scorcher yesterday. Cloud is expected to break about 2 o'clock this afternoon as we get a bit more in terms of sunshine, but it's a lovely day to bowl at the moment, and no better time therefore to bring in England's former Premier fast bowler Steve Harmison on a bowling day. Good morning, Harmy.
Good morning, Macca. Good morning, everybody watching, listening to this broadcast. Yeah, exciting times as always. Very, very exciting for any player, whether you're in the home dressing room at England or the away dressing room, which is normally at Lord's, but this week it's at Trent Bridge. The first test of an English summer is always a special occasion. And one, I must admit, Macca, it's over the course of the last few weeks, I mean, golf courses have been desperate for water. Cricket clubs, local cricket clubs have been desperate for rain. You can guarantee there's a little bit of cloud cover, a little bit of rain in the air when the cricket season come over. And England are firm favourites and, let's be fair, should win this game comfortably. But if there is an outside chance or a glimmer of a chance for Zimbabwe, it's getting the new ball in their hand when there's a little bit of assistance. And Craig Irvine has won the toss, and it's lovely bowling conditions. Crowd's got big coats on, woolly hats on. Even the Zimbabwe players, a couple of them have got hands in their pockets. But you know, the bowling attack of especially of Misrabani, who I've really been impressed with, and watching him in warm up and seeing some of his wickets, and watching on YouTube last night his first spell against Bangladesh in the first test in Bangladesh. He made the ball bounce on a pitch which wasn't obviously used to having bounce on in the subcontinent conditions. He excites me. So, you know, Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett have got they've got a morning on their hands here, because probably the strength of Zimbabwe for me is in their bowling. Yes, it can be a little bit unpredictable, but if they get the ball in the right positions, in the right areas, the right lengths, they can be challenging, they can be dangerous. And now they've got some assistance with cloud cover. I think we're in for a good morning.
Well, Richard Ngarava will take the opening over from the Stuart Broad pavilion end. As John mentioned earlier, Stuart Broad is currently undergoing a facelift.
He is, yeah.
The pavilion, obviously, not Stuart.
No, he looked $1 million, he did this morning.
But, yeah, there's nothing down the far end. The players have decamped up to our end, the media centre end here in the Radcliffe Road stand. And Richard Ngarava, the left armour, is going to get things going with Zach Crawley taking the first ball. Kumadama Sena is our standing umpire. He's got Alahuddin Pelika of South Africa with him. He's at square leg at the moment, and Assam Raza of Pakistan will be looking at the replays if they're needed. Zimbabwe, 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Here we go then, first ball of the summer. And Ngarava goes in, and it's shortish. Zach Crawley rides the bounce and just drops it round the corner into the leg side, and there's no run. First ball of the summer successfully negotiated.
Yeah, there's a decent crowd in as well, Macca, so far. Well, I don't think we're expecting full sellouts like you said earlier, but there is a decent crowd in, and there's a lot of Zimbabwe flags. There's a lot of visiting support have either come over or who actually live in England have come out to support their team. Big coats, yes, hats on, but hopefully throughout the day we'll get warmed up.
And Ngarava comes in from the far end once again, and again he's looking at sort of left armpit height. Crawley rides the bounce of that, drops it down to long leg, and England are underway with a single. So first run of the summer is scored, and now we all change over for the left-handed Ben Duckett. Of course, this is Ben Duckett's home ground now. Nottinghamshire player, and recently signed a contract extension. A man who's come into this side and, well, made such an impression. Not player since 2018. It's his 33rd Test match, averaging a shade under 40, 39.8, but it's the strike rate that really catches the eye, 85.9 per 100 balls. 3 in a gully once again. behind Duckett. As Ngara comes in from the far end. Duckett plays a defensive shot, just drops it into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a bit of length. Just wonder, for the first couple of balls being a bit short, what you have here at Trent Bridge, there's a ridge at both ends, and it's what the reason why the ridge is. It's like over the course of time, when wickets have been relayed and the squares been relayed so many times, that there is a little bit of a jump. So it's very difficult when you first get to Trent Bridge, if you haven't been here before, to bowl as much as you can in preparation, because as you gather and you get up in the air, you feel as though the ground goes from beneath you.
Ngara makes his way in. It's short, hammered through cover by Duckett off of the back foot. First boundary of the summer, and Ben Duckett plays in a Ben Duckett manner. England 5 without loss. Yeah,
the difference of bowling to Ben Duckett and to Zach Crawley. You bowl a little bit shorter to Zach Crawley, he just rides you from armpit. That there was probably a similar length to the other ones bowled to Zach Crawley, and that was there right on the top of the eye line, and short wide outside off stump. Ben Duckett flat bats it through, extra cover for 4, and just not quite getting. It's obviously there's a bit of nerves in first over, a bit of rhythm, but just dragging it down a little bit, whether he's slipping on the front foot or what. He just scratched it when he got that after that last delivery.
He's in once again, straighter. Duckett has nicked it to second slip. No, it's off the pad.
Now that looked high to me. Craig Irvine is signalling to the bowler, no, you've got to go back and bowl that again. Some excitement from second slip from Williams, who looked at the captain who was at first slip to suggest that was there an inside edge, because it carried to third slip and it carried to third slip comfortably. But for me, no, this is it's high. It's hit Ben Duckett on the inside of his left thigh. It's a beauty of a delivery. It's a little bit fuller in length. Squares Ben Duckett up. Ben Duckett, we know, is not tall, but it's bouncing. It's going way over the top of off stump, middle and off.
In comes the bowler again, and Duckett has a little fence at that outside of the off stump. It's through to the keeper, no run. So the first over completed. 5 without loss. Duckett has 4, Crawley has 1. You are listening and watching on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Yes, Test match cricket from England coming your way throughout the course of the English summer. And from the Radcliffe Road stands, we're now going to have the bowler that I think a great many people have come to watch. Blessing Barney, a man who's made so many headlines. In the recent 2 Test match series in Bangladesh, took 3 for 50 and 6 for 72 in the first Test. That was the match that Zimbabwe won, and in his 1 bowling spell in the second match, he took 1 for 83. But his record overall in 12 Tests is 51 wickets at 21.8 with an economy rate of 3. His best is 7 for 58. He wears number 40 on his back, and he's about to get going from down beneath us until Zach Crawley spots someone moving behind him. That's now taken care of. 3 slips in the gully once again as Barney goes in, and Crawley plays defensively out on the offside. No run. That one, by the way, 84 miles an hour. Not bad for the loosener, Harmy.
Yeah, good start. Loose-limbed, tall guy, uses the full height. Some tall bowlers, when they get to their delivery stride, stretch a little bit and they lose a bit of height. The release point is not for the full height of their body and where their reach is, but also Rabbani uses the full lot of the 6'10".
In he goes, that's very full. That was sort of Yorker length and reminded me a bit of that sort of high West Indian style Yorker, almost, shall we say, Curtly Ambrose in a way, in the fact that he sort of bang, there it went down, full and straight.
He's got the Curtly Ambrose dreadlocks, he's got the Curtly Ambrose wristband, and there's a lot to like about this big fella.
And he goes once again past the umpire. That's a little bit too straight, whip wide of mid-on, and that will run away for probably 3. It'll be pulled in inside the boundary at wide long on. And Zach Crawley does indeed get 3 down towards the Trent Bridge Inn And England move on to 8 without loss.
Yeah, nice little confidence booster for Zach Crawley. It's a shot that he plays very well, a ball that's straight. So from a length point of view, it's over pitch, but from a line point of view, I wouldn't be too discouraged from a Zimbabwe fielder or captain's point of view. He's got a fielder on the leg side a little bit square and a little bit wider, mid on and mid off, or relatively straight for Zach Crawley, because he does hit the ball straight down the ground, giving him that leg side, and he does play it quite well, but it's a little bit just dangling the carrot a little bit, because it does bring a lot of trouble for Zach Crawley if his head's not in the right position. There, head perfect, clipped it through mid-wicket, but I think it was more comfortable for the length. It was a little bit fuller. If he can just drag his length back a little bit there, then that's when Zach Crawley gets into a little bit of a twister with his head falling over and bringing LB into play.
Mazharibani goes in once again. Ben Duckett on the drive, well fielded at mid-off. Fielder gets down well away to his right-hand side to prevent the run being taken. It's Nyochi, I believe, down there at mid-off, and it's just a single on another day. That is speeding away to the boundary for 4.
Great intent from Ben Duckett. Balls his face so far. He's been positive in movement. It was just the one that was a good ball that sort of clipped the top of his inside thigh. But so far he's looking to, as he always is, get on the front foot and score.
Mazharibani straight again. Zach Crawley hits the most straight of straight drives, because it goes flying back down the pitch and hits the off stump at the far end, and it denies him a run.
It's a good sign for Zach. It really is a good sign for Zach Crawley. And when he's hitting the ball straight back down the ground, it means everything's in working order. His head's in a good position. His balance is good. He's waiting for the ball. He's not trying to hit across the ball. He's not having to get around his front pad. His front pad's out the way. It's a good sign for Zach Crawley.
In once again is Mazharibani, covers up his Zach Crawley, and it's up to mid-on to end the second over here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. England put into bat, if you are just joining us, 9 without loss. And it is Ben Duckett has 5, Zach Crawley has 4. Never as a man who's played over 50 test matches for his country had his place debated, I would suggest, as much as Zach Crawley, because he is now over 2,900 runs at just over 30 and a half. But the problem is the last 100 came in July of 2023 when he made that 189 against Australia at Manchester. 15 test matches since, but he's made 750s. Yeah,
so the dressing room and Brendan McCullum and Rob Keale see he's due, because that's the way his career fluctuates and it goes up and down. I can see why everybody's criticising him. I can also see why the selectors love him and they want him in the side and the starts that he gets.
Third over of the day, and once again Garaver is solidly on the off stump to Ben Duckett, who plays defensively back down the pitch with the bowler no run.
And he's not the only one. I'm just going to say there in the opener, I'm trying to work out what the significance of this test match, this test series, this next 9 months is. And you look at Zach Crawley, he's played 50, this is his 54th test match. Ollie Pope, this is his 56, he's in the same boat. Ollie Pope is in the same boat. Harry Brook got his 25th cap off Joe Root, he's coming of age.
Garaver goes in, it's dropped into the offside by Duckett, backward of point, but can't beat the fielder, no run.
So you've got Harry Brook. It's a big summer for Harry Brook, coming of age. The heir apparent to Ben Stokes eventually, I would say, from a captaincy point of view. Ben Duckett's a little bit older. This is his 33rd test match, so it's a big summer coming of, in what is ahead for England, i.e., the 2 big test series. Somebody needs to stand up, and somebody needs to. But they're coming to age nicely as this England side.
Garaver in once again. Duckett push drive towards mid-off, no run.
Because it is all about India. It is all about Australia and Ben Stokes. Rob Key said it yesterday when he was getting interviewed at the Bob Willis event yesterday afternoon, and I watched his interview on TV, and he spoke brilliantly as ever does Keezy. He's honest. I know he's my mate, but he's honest. He's realistic. He says it how it is, and it is a big 9 months for the England cricket team, and this will be England's top 7, and hopefully they're just bubbling up nicely.
Gariveri once again, push drive by Duckett towards point, and there is no run. Of course, there is one potential fly in the ointment. You're talking about the top 7, and his name's Jacob Bethel. And there was a lot of questions to Ben Stokes yesterday by the newspaper boys about, well, does he come straight back in? And the feeling, certainly within the press corps, is that Jacob Bethel will be straight back in when he's available. Now, the million-dollar question is how and where. Because, as you say, the top order at the moment doesn't look that shabby. Gariveri comes in from the far end, played defensively by Duckett, and there's no run.
Yeah, you're 100% spot on, Macca, and that's the conundrum for the selectors. Ben Stokes says if we put 2 and 2 together, the way I think he said Beth played in New Zealand, to quote the captain. He's coming back in, but my question would be, if he was coming back in, why is he not here? Why is he not here? Because you're giving the chance of Zach or Ollie Pope, who's the 2 players under scrutiny, a chance to get a big score.
Gariveri, the left armour, in from the pavilion end once again, played defensively by Ben Duckett to complete the 3rd over. England 9 without loss after being put into bat here at Trent Bridge in the first Test match of the summer. Well, I'll share with you a little conversation that a few of the media boys were having. Of course, we know that Jacob Bethel can bowl as well. They were starting to wonder, because apparently Rob Key made some comments, I think a couple of months back, where he particularly highlighted Jacob Bethel's bowling. There is a bit of a feeling that could he be the spinning all-rounder?
If that was suggested to me, I mean, there's one person that, if England want to beat India and England want to beat Australia, there's one person well, there's probably 2, but one big one that we can't do without. We can't do without Joe Root, but the biggest one is Ben Stokes.
Letting Mazarambani to start the 4th over, played defensively by Crawley, back to the bowler, and he's followed through, no run.
So if we're going to go down the road of having Jacob Bethel and Joe Root as our 2 bowlers, spin options, 3 seamers and Ben Stokes, we are running the risk of breaking our captain, and we cannot do that. So as much as, yes, if you're going to have to, this is what you get paid for, you make a big decision. If you think Jacob Bethel is one of your best top 7, you leave a batter out.
Barney's quick, it's on to the pad of Crawley, but it's an appeal that died to death very quickly as it takes Crawley on the front pad, but there's no run.
So from that point of view, this is what I'm saying. If he's part of your top 7 and you're thinking come Sydney he'll still be in your top 7 when the 5th Test match against Australia is finished, don't give somebody a chance to make that, muddy the waters. We did it in 2023. I look at here, the 2 best, you look at Ben Duckett's highest score in Test cricket and Ollie Pope's highest score in Test cricket came against Ireland.
Mazarambani in once again, and it's played defensively by Zach Crawley, no run.
And Ollie Pope was in a position, I love Ollie Pope, I think he's brilliant. I think he is a fantastic cricketer, he's a good kid, and he's England's vice captain. But it looks like he's the man that's in trouble and vulnerable. Now, what you're saying, if he comes in here and gets 150 and then you leave him out for India, that and that's why I look at it and think, well, if he is in your top 7, Jacob Bethel, you drag him back from the IPL and you get him to play in this Test match.
Mazarambani goes in, it's short, helped around the corner by Zach Crawley through backward square leg for 4. Lovely shot. Wasn't a thrash, wasn't a hard hit, it was just sort of helped around, knowing that he had the space there, and it's away for a boundary. England 13 without loss.
Yeah, good pick up from Zach Crawley. He isn't trying to hit it too hard because he knows the bounce of Mazarambani, big 6'10", just bounces a little bit more. If you go hard at it, they bring in top edge and fine leg into place. He's just tried to ride the bounce, help it round the corner, using the pace. It was a beautiful execution from Zach Crawley.
Mazarambani goes in, Fuller straighter off stump, played to mid-off defensively, no run.
And to carry on from that with Jacob Bethel. Jacob Bethel is a man who's not got a century. I don't think he's got a century in any first-class cricket. He's got a century or 1 century, I'm not sure. And he's been close a couple of times in Test matches in New Zealand. I mean, if you see him as one of your top 7 going forward, it makes it even more important that he came back and played in this Test match to get maybe he's that monkey off his back. Start the summer with a big score and go hard at a bowling attack, which he should score runs against.
Muzarabani in, and I think beats Zach Crawley there. Did he play inside the line? He may have just a touch. Anyways, no run to complete the 4th over. England 13 without loss. Crawley has 8, Duckett has 5.
Distracted because a great man, Mark Butcher, Crystal Palace fan, would have been joyful at the weekend, has just walked in and given me a big cuddle. Coming down from, I'll have to ask him in a bit how his golf day went yesterday. I know the golf's frowned upon with the England lot. That's why I was saying to Rob Key was at the Bob Willis event yesterday. He wasn't, he was at the Bob Willis golf day, and they celebrate what is a great man in Bob Willis, and Edgbaston will be donned in blue again when we get to Edgbaston for India. So yeah, Butcher, talkSPORT colleagues, just dropped in.
New over starts, and Ben Duckett is trying to force off the back foot, and Garaver trying to force through the offside, beats him, and it is through to the wicketkeeper Seager, and well, that was a big waft.
Yeah, it was, and just watching that again, it was a scrambled seam, it's not quite cross seam, and it wasn't quite wobble seam, which seems to be back in his grip, back in his hand, and he's big bustly character. He's hit the deck hard. It just bounced a little bit on Ben Duckett.
And he comes once again past the umpire, and Ben Duckett is again playing a shot at that one, trying to get it through mid-off. Can't beat the bowler in his follow-through, and there's no run.
And Graver's he's a bustly character, not massive in height. Especially when you look at Muzarabani at the other end, he's hitting the deck hard. Some are kissing off the surface. The one before kissed off the surface, bounced a little bit, and went through to the wicketkeeper. Ben Duckett played and missed, and then the next one just sat in the surface, and Ben Duckett clothed it. So it's not coming off consistently.
Garaver is in once again. Duckett turning this on the onside to mid-wicket, and will take a comfortable single, and England go to 14 without loss. England were, as expected, at the toss today. They named the team 2 days out. Crawley and Duckett opening, Ollie Pope, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Ben Stokes, Jamie Smith, Gus Atkinson, Josh Tong, Sam Cook on debut, and Shoaib Bashir making up the 11. Zimbabwe, Brian Bennett, Ben Curran, Craig Irvine, Sean Williams, Sikandar Raza, Wesley Madavere, Tafasa Seager is the wicket-keeper. Richard Ngaravar, who is bowling at the moment, Blessing Muzarabani, Chiganga and Naochi making up the 11. In comes Ngaravar once again, and it's a push drive from Zach Crawley out to deep extra cover, and they will take a couple. Crawley into double figures. He's got 10 from 14 balls. England 16 without loss.
Yeah, good positions from Zach Crawley. Not trying to hit it too hard. Ball's just sitting in the surface a little bit. And Gravier, he's a bustly character who's, when he gets it right, it flies through. It does. He comes off the surface, especially on his natural length, which will be around about probably 5 metres. Muzarabani is probably about 6 metres, but because of the way he's thrown it into the surface, it's not coming off as consistent.
And he goes once again. Now he's gone fuller and outside of off stump, almost across the bows, left arm over to the right-hander, allows it through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, he's gone for the big in-swinging Yorker there, and Zach has not seen it. He's not seen that at all. You can see he's just the pictures in front of us, he's just eyes wide open, just gesturing to Ben Duckett that he hasn't seen that. That swings back just that little fraction more, and that might have been all over for Zach Crawley.
Garaver runs in with the old pavilion behind him. It's a straight ball. Zach Crawley is punching back. Bowler Fields in his follow through, and just to keep reminding you, there is no pavilion in use at the moment because it is being redeveloped. So down at the far end, essentially, you've got the big advertising side screen which rotates round with the sponsors' logos on and then goes white from the bowling at that end, and then the rest of the building is covered by white sheeting, but it's fairly translucent, so actually it's not, those sheets aren't really white in colour, they're more sort of grey in colour, and so it might not be the easiest of sightings.
No,
out of that.
and there's a lot of bits and pieces of it, isn't there? It's not like one big sheet. There's a lot of bits and pieces of structure or mesh or sheets. So yeah, I'm trying to work out what they're doing with that old pavilion. Whether it looks like they're just refurbing it. They're not knocking it down. I don't think that's coming down.
I think it's a refurb that includes the existing building. Mazarabani to starting you over. It's around the wicket on this occasion to Duckett. Duckett tucks down to long leg for a single.
Yeah, lovely old building. It's weird in the changing rooms because you go from the field, you go up the stairs past the members at the front, and you go up the stairs, and it's really dark. Corridor's dark. You've got a members bar to your left, and you go up 4 or 5 steps, and then you turn right. And as you turn right, there's a little way to the dungeon downstairs where the umpires go, and then you go up 4 or 5 steps to the home change rooms on the right, and then you go up steps again to the away change room.
Here goes Mazarabani, pushing forward is Crawley to point no run.
And when you go upstairs, you go up the stairs, your first right is the away change room, and then you go up another flight of stairs, the home change room. So balconies are above each other as opposed to side by side. And then as you go up towards the home change room, there's a little left turn, and then you go up there, and that's where the sort of lunchroom is, which I think it's like a committee type room. And it's a communal one, so you're all in together. There's been plenty of arguments and fights going on inside there.
In goes Mazarabani, pushing forward is Zach Crawley, and there's no run. How many of those did Flintoff start?
Yes, and not because you had you pinched the last bit of chicken or you pinched the nice meal. If there was a little bit of argy-bargy going on, it did fester into that room. This was here with the Gary Pratt one in 2005, and Ricky Ponting walking off, and he said he was looking up to the balcony and seen Duncan Fletcher smiling, so that's why he lost his temper. And I was like, no, you're telling lies, Ricky. 6 years working with Duncan Fletcher, he never smiled.
Mazarabani goes in once again, turned around his front pad by Zach Crawley out to square leg, where it's fielded, and there is no run.
It's a wonderful ground. I had my debut along with Rob Key on this ground against India, and the old pavilion it was steeped in history. All the stuff on the walls, all the old pictures. And as you went into the darkened room, up the corridor before you got to the changing rooms, the history of who had hundreds and fifers are on the wall. It is a wonderful old building.
Mazarabani goes in, it's straight and it's full, and Crawley on the push drive. Back past the bowler in his follow through, threw out a left hand, wasn't able to pull it in, and a couple of runs will go to the total, and to Zach Crawley taking him to 12 and England to 19 without loss.
Yeah, first time Zach's lost his shape. He's looking to hit it from his angle. He's looking to hit the left of the stumps at the non-striker's end, but he's just come across himself a little bit, and his head's fallen over, and at the last minute he's corrected himself, knowing that it's not going to be going on the leg side. It has to go a little bit straighter, and because of that, it just got the outside third of the bat, and was Rabani, even at 6'10", wasn't quite agile enough to get over to catch it.
And he goes once again, takes Crawley on the body, stifled appeal, and there's no run to end the over, the 6th of the morning. Crawley 12, Duckett 7, 19 without loss. It is international test match cricket here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. As John Norman mentioned before the game, it's the first time in 20-odd years that England and Zimbabwe have played. 4 times Zimbabwe have played in England. First of those back in May of 2000 at Lords.
Yeah.
England won by an innings and 209. Ed Giddins got 5 for 15 in the first innings.
So I got told I was making my debut, and then got left out before I even made my debut. That's how bad it was. Ed Giddins got the nod over me just because there was a big cloud come over. The selectors, Jeff Muller and David Craveney, had mentioned that I was going to make my debut about 9:30. And then Nasser Hussain told me at 10:15, Harmy, that cloud's just come over, we're going to pick Ed instead of you. He got 5 for. He went on to play in the test match. I was in the squad for the next one. Didn't get selected. That was here, I think, against Zimbabwe again.
Yep, in the June. It was a weather-affected draw, that game in June 2000. England made 374. Mike Atherton got 136 in the first innings. Zimbabwe 285 for 4 declared in England. 147 second time around all out, and Zimbabwe 25 for 1 in the second innings. We're going to continue with Garava coming in from the far end. Just a gentle push, backward a point, misfields. And it'll be pulled in, but not before England have taken a couple through Ben Duckett out to point. Third game was, we then fast forward to 2003, back to Lords, England winning by an innings in that one.
Jimmy Anderson.
Jimmy got 5 for 73, you're quite right. The aforementioned Mark Butcher got 4 for 60 in the second innings.
Butch got 4th in the second innings. Who got injured? I can't remember who got injured. Somebody got injured.
He got player of the match because he made 137 as well. Did Butch? Garaver in once again. Duckett playing to mid-on, no run. And then the fourth one, Chesterler Street.
Yeah, it was cold, freezing cold.
There's a surprise.
Richard Johnson. Richard Johnson got
6 for 33.
I got a few in the second innings, I think.
You got 2 for 22 in the first, 4 for 55 in the second.
Yeah, I remember it was freezing cold at Chesterler Street. If I remember the Lord's game right, Anthony McGrath. Did Alex Stewart? I think Alex Stewart got one in the face off. Ashley Giles bowled, hit the stumps, hit the bail, hit Stewie in the head, and then Anthony McGrath had to take over the gloves. It was hilarious.
That wasn't the word I was expecting. And Garaver goes in. Duckett goes on a short arm pull and gets it with no timing at all and rolls about 10 feet out on the onside, no run.
I think Jimmy bowled a ball from the nursery ground end. And Jimmy would have to correct me. I'm sure he bowled a ball from a nursery ground end, to which Anthony McGrath is standing probably about 20 metres back. And as the ball's gone up, it's just gone, the seam's just turned, and as the seam turned, it swings at Lords like you'd not believe, and it went up, up and up, and it went through Anthony McGrath's hands. I mean, it went between his hands and his head, and I mean, it would have had a catastrophic ending if it had been about 3 inches lower.
Garaver goes in off the back foot is Duckett. Again, just a punch to extra cover for a single. 22 without loss.
To which everybody in the ground, everybody on the field and in the ground, the spectators, were like, ooh, like that was a big ooh. And then all of a sudden we were looking at the change rooms as to say, come on, Stewie, you're going to have to come back out. Because I think that's why Butch got forfeit, because Anthony McGrath, who was playing as the sort of all-rounder, he took the gloves, so he couldn't bowl. So Butch then took over as the all-rounder. So that's why Butch got wickets, because Anthony McGrath was keeping wicket because Alex Stewart was off the field.
Garaver from the far end, Crawley coming forward, push drive to short extra cover, who has been stationed there. That is Brian Bennett. No, it's not Brian Bennett, it is Ben Curran who is stationed there. Bennett is still at gully. Irvine at first slip, Williams at second. There's a gap to Bennett in the gully.
I like this field, I really do. Ben Curran's gone, he's gone very straight. Saying to Zach Crawley, you can have cover point, cover, it's open for you to hit. And that's where Zach gets very vulnerable and nicks it from that area.
Garaver is in, and he's hit it exactly through the gap that we've just been talking about, all along the floor, through extra cover for 4. Got down nice and low, which isn't easy for a tall man. Top of the bounce, all along the carpet. 4 runs, 26 without loss. Crawley's got 16, Duckett 10, 7 overs gone.
Yeah, you're banking on the bowler hitting a good length and trying to bring it back onto off stump, as opposed to a big wide long half volley outside off stump. And Zach Crawley, he didn't have to hit that, he just had to guide it. He really did. The pace was already on it, 81 mile an hour, nearly pitched on the white line. And in a one-day game, it would have been close to the wide line. And all Zach Crawley needed to do was just guide it through extra cover for a 4, which is giving him even more confidence. He's going nicely here as Zach Crawley. For me, in the 23 balls he's faced, he's probably lost his shape once, and that was the half chance to Musrabani back when he hit the outside third of the bat and went in the air past the bowler. Ben Duckett's been a little bit more, I think, a little bit more scratchy. I'm not sure, even playing out in his home ground, the surfaces for him hasn't been as consistent, and the ball coming off, largely down to the fact that he's faced Musrabani probably a little bit more. So yeah, good start from England, but also, yeah, not bad start from Zimbabwe.
Driven on the up by Ben Duckett, through extra cover, away to the boundary for 4 more, and England's morning has started in good fashion here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. I've replaced Andrew McKenna. Ed Rainsford is in, former Zimbabwe international. He's just sorting out his seat, and Jarrah Kimber as well. Ed, we spoke before the game about the importance of striking early. Your thoughts on the opening half an hour?
Yeah, I think they've kept things in check, have Zimbabwe, because England can go at a rate. So I think that's one area they'll be quite pleased with, to be able to just keep England quiet.
Here's Muzrabani again. It's bowling around the wicket to Duckett. Punches this to a short extra cover fielder. No run. England 30 without loss, being asked to bat first on what has traditionally been a pretty friendly surface for batters over the years. But there's a blanket cloud overhead. The floodlights aren't on. I thought they might have come on in and around the time that the toss went Zimbabwe's way, but it does seem just a little bit lighter. And Andrew McKenna was saying it's actually scheduled to clear quite nicely come 1:30, 2 o'clock. As Muzrabani continues, this is a touch straight and clipped away. There's a chase on at square leg, and the ball is going to win the race. So 2 fours from the over. Duckett moves to 14 to score 34 without loss here at Trent Bridge, a ground that 18 actually, Ben Duckett, that Duckett actually extended his contract at Nottinghamshire. Scored a rollicking 50 earlier on. He actually played 1 game for Nottinghamshire this year, so he's going to continue playing here. I saw him play a marvellous innings for Notts in T20 cricket. He was out of the side for quite some time, Ben Duckett, kind of fallen out with a couple of key individuals, I think. Beaten this time with extravagant withdrawal of the bat by Duckett, but I think that was a genuine play and a miss from a player that does have a 2% leave ratio, something ridiculous. Jared?
Yeah, it is a 2% leave rate.
No, you look like you're about to...
Didn't he start to leave the ball in New Zealand? Is it New Zealand where he started to leave the ball?
I don't know, you tell me.
You were there, you commentated.
Oh, you've got the...
I was probably asleep.
The stats. But Muzrabani again, this is straighter. Won't pick up 4 through square leg this time. Fielder at fine leg gets around, but it'll be another 2 runs to the score. England move along.
I think both of these bowlers have a natural advantage over Duckett because they both have the ability to take the ball away from him, and also because they're tall, they get that extra bounce, and he plays with an angled bat. You can't get too straight. You can actually bowl wider to Duckett than you can to someone else, and if you're going to bowl straight to Duckett, you want to be full, not on back of a length, because he can tuck the ball off his hip all day long. So I don't think they've quite got their plans 100% right to these two at the moment.
Yeah, certainly Australia changed their plans during the Ashes in 2023, didn't they? As Muzrabani is in, this is a touch too wide. An attempted cut shot by Duckett, gets an inside edge down onto the turf and back. It's fielded by the keeper. They started out against Duckett figuring that eventually he was just going to edge it into the cordon, didn't they? But he was scoring so quickly and he wasn't edging it into the cordon. They just straightened up a touch. They weren't bowling on the pads though, they were just essentially just bowling on off stump. And it meant he couldn't score, and he likes to score. And that was the way that they essentially just kind of ground him down, prevented the run scoring, and then eventually they get him.
Yeah, a little bit different with these guys because these two bowlers probably get more lateral movement than the Australian bowlers. Hazelwood gets a little bit, obviously Cummins gets a little bit, and Stark when he's swinging it, whereas these two guys get massive lateral movement. So I think you can play with that a lot more. Blessing's average in the first 6 overs of Test matches is 11.5. And that's because of just what he can do with that new ball. Also, I think he likes it, Ed, probably when it's a little bit harder. He gets a little bit of extra bounce.
Yeah, definitely. I think where he's most effective is with that new ball, when it gets a little bit...
And the brand new ball, right?
Yeah, brand new one. But with this particular Duke's ball, I think it actually gets a little bit better once that lacquer leaves.
Crawley facing with 2 slips and a gully in place, and just inside edges the ball back onto his pads. A little bit of concern across his face for a second. That ball could have diverted back onto the stumps, but he's called through for a single, and the score moves to 38 without loss.
I think the danger for Zimbabwe is when you sort of look upstairs and you have a preconceived idea of winning the toss and bowling first, and having the expectation of maybe these bowlers that are in good bowling form to nip one out quite early. But in England, on this type of surface, at this venue, quick outfield, you're going to have to bowl a lot of pressure deliveries, especially to these high-quality batters. So as much as they have kept them quiet to some degree, it seems that these two are slowly getting into their work now.
Yeah, and you can see the one slip fielder has been taken out. preventing runs. Pitched up straight and driven by Duckett. It's not timed particularly well, actually. Looked like he was going to get a second as the ball travelled up to, well, just past mid-on, but it's fielded well. And the score moves on to 38 without loss. Crawley 17, Duckett 21.
Quite bobbly over that outfield, which is... do we know what the scarring is?
No, we don't. We picked up on this yesterday when we were at the ground.
Where's Macca? He must know the exact kind of grass it is and what it's being fed and who's fed it.
Well, it won't surprise you to know that it was Macca that picked up on it first. But we don't have an answer. We're not sure. So diagonal scarring. It's all very even as Crawley just opens the face of the bat but can't divert the ball past at point or backward point. So no run. Midway point of the 9th over. Just joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. It was Zimbabwe who won the toss and decided to bowl first, and Ed Rainsford alongside me in the comms box was saying that's fine, but there was a change in the team which he weren't expecting. Is it Tanaka Chivanga coming in? As Crawley punches this to the offside and comes through for a quick single. He moves to 39. Yeah, there was a change to the team that he wasn't expecting.
Yeah, Ed. I didn't expect Chavanga to come in because he's coming in as an injury replacement in the squad to Trevor Gwandu, who's gone home with a groin injury. So you'd think the bowlers that have sort of put in some work in that practice game would have been the ones that would be first in line to be selected. And Nyamuri, the left-arm seamer who played under 19 World Cup cricket almost just a year ago and has already started off his international cricket career really well. So he leaves, is not in the side. So I also think that perhaps the coaching staff are really infatuated with a little bit of extra pace.
Here is Ngarava as he comes in, and this is punched again to that fielder at short cover, no run.
I believe Changa is that bowler that can do that, but for me the surprise is that he actually hasn't been able to acclimatise to the conditions, didn't get an opportunity in the warm-up game and then go straight into the test side, which raises a little bit of a question mark, and also with Welsh being left out, but he is out because Raza comes in, so you're trying to create that balance with the batting and then the sort of left field selection with Chavanga.
Yeah, there's real shades of England in the 90s about it. You know, announce your squad, someone gets injured, someone comes in at the 11th hour and he plays. Hook shot from Ben Duckett. Really swatted this through mid-wicket and away to the boundary for 4. There was an easy-natured pace about that delivery. Really sat up, almost tennis bounce, and Ben Duckett had all the time in the world to smash that to the boundary. 4 more. England 43 without loss now.
Yeah, I just don't see what the point of the 130-kilometre bouncer to a short man is, who's faced short balls his entire life. I understand seeing if the surface is going to do anything, but maybe that's more back of a length. That just seems like a mistake to me. Just not quick enough to bowl that.
Even that last over for me, and I've just been sitting at the back of the comm box, maybe taking a walk outside. I'm just trying to be looking at how many dot balls have been bowled, how many balls have been left outside the line of off stump. And in that last over, there was excellent cricket. Drop of the hands, nice soft hands, rotation of strike, and then more runs, and then a boundary to end the over. So the pressure in itself is not quite there for Zimbabwe to sort of pry a wicket out. It's looking quite easy for England at this stage.
But I think these two are very talented. We've obviously seen them go on runs before. But when they struggle, and they're both struggling for rhythm, it does seem easy. There are some games this year that I've been watching of Zimbabwe and last year as well, where you're thinking to yourself, they should be massively on top here, and Blessing bowls a little bit wide, and they overpitch a little bit. And then they both seem to find the gear, and suddenly they're unplayable for about 15 minutes.
It is Blessing Mizrabani to continue, and forward, beautiful cover drive from Zach Crawley. That has pinged off the bat. That's the best shot we've seen today, and it's 4 more to the score. 47 without loss, and Crawley moves to 22.
That is some shot. Yes, he is a tall individual, as Zach Crawley, and you talk about reach, but to also just get onto the front foot and hit it right on top of the bounce and play it that emphatically and that beautifully through the covers, give him a great deal of confidence. Just in the back of my mind, everyone's sort of saying, well, he's out of form, and perhaps will he hold his spot down? And this test match could be one that could just turn the tide for him.
Yeah, Mizrabani is in again. Crawley just inching forward, drops this ball down into the turf, fielded at square leg. 2 slips in place of the gully, backward point is a touch deep with extra cover, mid-on, a touch straighter, and there's a fielder just in front of square leg with long leg as well. Anybody else on the boundary? Have I missed anyone?
So, John, they've just got the pitch map up on TV at the moment. We'll take you through at the end of the ball.
Crawley again facing up, and he comes forward, defends, back down the track, no run.
Obviously, pitch maps always look worse when you've got a left-hander and a right-hander, and you've got one guy who's 4 foot tall and the other guy is 6'8", right, as batters and bowlers, I suppose, in this case. But there's no plan on length. You can see that already. There's over pitch, there's short balls, there's back of a length, there's length. There's no grouping at all, and that's what it feels like. So I'm glad that the pitch map has told us that, because that's what it feels like from here. They bowl a couple of good balls in a row, and then they just completely change what they're trying.
There's Rabbani again. This is left alone. There's good bounce there, good carry. It looks like a pitch map from a football game.
I look at it, and if you wanted more context to that, and we're talking about it being all over the place, so just imagine a fruit bowl, having all those colors inside a fruit bowl. But right now, there's no fruit bowl, and all the fruit is on the kitchen counter.
A
toddler has knocked over the fruit bowl, and there's tangerines scattered to the left and apples to the right and blueberries everywhere. Again, touch too wide from Rabbani, left alone by Crawley.
I don't mind this, though, because that's 2 balls grouped in the same place in a row. It feels like he's actually trying something here. Maybe it was a little bit too wide. This reminds me of, like, a lot of times when you see bowlers come to England and they try a little bit hard, they see that the clouds are in, they've got the Duke's ball in their hand, and they try and bowl wicket-taking deliveries, whereas actually, especially with the brand new ball in England, you kind of just want to put it in one area over and over again.
Yeah, there's been very little consistency about the Zimbabwean bowling. This, though, is once again quite wide of Zach Crawley. Whether they're trying to move him across the crease and get one to duck back in, or just essentially trying to get him to outside edge one of those booming drives. But either way, 3 dot balls to end the over. But it's been another good one for England here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. 10 overs in, and Zimbabwe will no doubt start to be thinking about making a bowling change. 47 without loss England was Crawley 22 and Duckett 25.
And I was just going to say, who would it be? Would it be Victor Nyauchi or will it be Chavanga? Now, from a captaincy perspective, this is quite important for me, because Victor Nyauchi is someone who's good with the new ball. He's someone that I think perhaps could have opened the bowling ahead of a Richard Ngarava, because he bowls a fuller length and he bowls more consistent line and length and challenges the stumps and the outside edge. Who do you turn to? Who do you go to? Who's going to bring the breakthrough?
Well, it is going to be Chavanga.
Yeah, that's not my pick.
Well, he wasn't your pick for the team.
Well, he's played 3 test matches, he got 3 wickets, average of 32. I'd rather go with Victor Nyauchi, who's picked up wickets in Sylhet, in Bangladesh, and won a test match for Zimbabwe along with Blessing Mazharabani.
Well, I'm not going to argue. Here's Chavanga bowling over the wicket. And this is pitched up and driven back by Duckett, fielded by the bowler, no run. 2 slips in place with a gully backward point. There's a fielder at extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and square leg. Fine leg, no, third. Just getting a little drink down by the boundary edge. Good crowd in at Trent Bridge. It's not a full house, but it's a decent crowd. I'm sure that the conditions, it is a little chilly, coming in at around 16, 17 degrees, so that may have put a couple off, but we might just see a few walking in from the city over the bridge and into this famous old ground as the day progresses. It's a day that started the way of England, losing the toss, but batting first, 47 without loss, as Chavanga is in again, past the umpire, and again, this is on the pads of Duckett, who just eases this ball to the right of Raza. At square leg and away for 4 more. 50 up for England, 51 without loss inside the 11th over, and Duckett moves to 29.
A really interesting thing happened after that first ball.
You're not angry, you're just disappointed.
Ed can't even talk at the moment. But an interesting thing happened. The first ball swung back in a little bit. He's got quite a bustling sort of action, and he swings it back in. And the captain sees that and brings the fielder in to short mid-wicket. And Chavanga didn't see that because he started to bowl while the fielder was still moving across. And I almost think the next ball is like, well, now he's encouraging me to bowl even straighter, and that is just a throw down to someone like Duckett. And now we're going to fielder out on the boundary on the leg side.
Yep, square leg is now about 10 yards in, and Ben Duckett is going to bisect the field successfully. Third, trying to run round. Sakinder Raza didn't even bother. He wasn't going to chase that one down. And Ben Duckett's gone back-to-back fours. He's moved into the 30s, and England now 55 without loss.
Oh dear. Yeah, the lines, the lengths, and especially when the skipper throws you a ball in such an important test match, you come into the side, you're selected. These first couple of deliveries have not been good. It's sort of just long half volleys on the pads. The quality of these two England batters, you cannot bowl those line and lengths. You almost want to get one out of the hand outside the line of off stump and see it carry through to the keeper and sort of zone in on a good line and length, whereas he's just gone onto the pads.
Raza now further back by the boundary. This is a Yorker from Chavanga, and then Duckett jabs the bat down.
I'm struggling to understand what the game plan is here. I'm going to bowl 3 balls on your pads, and then I'm going to bowl a big hooping in swinging Yorker the next ball.
You did say I was struggling to say things, and I am a little bit, because surely, and I think that in the build-up, we're just talking about what Zimbabwe's plan would be, and I think discipline is the main thing.
Here comes Chavanga, and this is going to be 4 more, I think. It's come off the glove, short delivery on the body, and that's gone way too fine.
It's just another poor delivery, isn't it? He's bowled 5 deliveries so far. He's now saying that he's slipping a little bit at the crease. Let's have a look at his foot. It slipped a little bit, but he's bowled 3 really poor balls in one style, 1 incredible Yorker out of nowhere, and then just a horrible short ball down the leg side.
6 Yorkers and over it is then, surely.
Yeah. Why'd he go away from that? That's the only thing working.
Yeah, the danger is that he's overcompensated on to the leg side and been punished. Now, the idea is to close off the over and maybe overcompensate through the offside.
Well, there's a big gap there, through extra cover if he wants it, and it goes there. Yorker again from Chavanga, defended, and that's the end of a punishing over from Zimbabwe. 3 boundaries coming from it, and Chavanga's first over has been expensive. England 59 without loss. Zach Crawley 22 not out, and Ben Duckett 37. I mean, if you're Ollie Pope sitting there watching this, you're just thinking, I wouldn't mind having a little bat. Wouldn't mind getting out there, having a bit of this.
They're scoring at 5.3 runs and over, and they haven't been aggressive. Well, that's mostly just poor balls, if we're being honest, or over pitching, a little bit wide, too many straight deliveries. Kind of a full house of poor balls so far today.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, and it goes back to that, perhaps that word of just discipline, trying to get the ball in a good area around that 6-meter area, 7 to 6 meters outside the line of off stump, and then allow your skill to take the fold, because you have bowlers like Ngarava, like Muzarabani, that can seam the ball back or swing the ball back or away from either of these 2 batters. So that, I think, would be the better plan. But you're right, inconsistent, ill-discipline, and the field continues to change.
It does indeed. We've still got the 2 slips in the gully. We've just got fielders moving all over the place at the moment.
Sakinder Raza is about 40, isn't he? And he's just gone from one side of the ground to the other about 4 times.
He's now just by the square leg umpire.
He won't be able to bowl.
And blessing Muzarabani to continue. And this is left alone. Just a little bit of shape as the ball goes past Zach Crawley. Stays 22 not out. But yeah, this is already, if you're a Zimbabwe cricket fan, slightly concerning times, because the game isn't even an hour old. And you've asked the opposition to bat. One of your opening bowlers has already been and gone, as Zach Crawley comes forward, and this is fielded at backward point. How many, I mean, in terms of this kind of spells that you see from Blessing Muzarabani, I mean, Would this be the last one? Will he have another couple, or can he go long?
You've read my mind here in that how far do you push him? He's already bowled a lot this year, and from here he'll go to the IPL. But in this particular test match, because he's looked the more threatening, he's looked the one that'll probably try and get the wickets, you've got to manage him really well. So you're right, maybe this is the last one.
Searching for that outside edge is Misrabani. Is a touch straighter, but it's still in and about the area that you want to be bowling to Zach Crawley. It's getting him forward, it's getting him playing. He's also playing defensively as well, so just this final stages of his last over and the beginning of this, Zach Crawley has been becalmed.
And you just look at his speeds, 82 miles an hour. It's not where he generally is. He's probably high 85, 86, 88, around there. So
in again, and this is left alone. Touch fuller this time from Blessing Misrabani, but too wide, and Crawley's happy to leave it.
I think he's just slowed down to try and just get that zone, hasn't he? He just gets some more control a little bit, which is good thinking. And he's a very smart cricketer. He does sometimes have trouble repeating his skills, probably because his limbs are too long for, normal human movements. He has trouble repeating them, but he is a very, very skillful bowler, and he's just pulled it back a little bit here. I think he's maybe still about 40 centimetres shorter than he needs to be.
He has got experience of playing county cricket, a couple of seasons at Northants, as this time is a half a pill for leg before wicket from the bowler. It started from the keeper, but that's more of an encouraging shout from behind the stumps, really, to the bowler. And just for the first time, Zach Crawley didn't seem completely sure where his off stump was and whether he should. He's actually beaten by the bounce and actually a little bit of in movement from Misrabani this time.
What you'll notice from this over, a few dot deliveries in a good area, and the one that has its natural variation comes back sharply and asks a question.
Misrabani in again, and he just loses his shape, fires it in. He's going for that magic ball. He's actually fortunate because it's gone down the leg side, fielded by the keeper. But that is the end of the over, and was that a maiden?
It's a good way to get a maiden, isn't it? You've got the 5 dot balls, just fire one down the leg side. You can't.
But you can see he was going for the magic ball, wasn't he, to end the over? And okay, it's fine.
He was a little bit frustrated after that previous ball. I think that was his plan. But you could see him just be like, that's what I want to do. He's not quite getting the extravagant movement he was getting early on. There was one ball he bowled to Crawley early on. It was like an off spinner. He's not quite getting that. But
at least you can see the plan.
I was going to say, and also this is where the bowling coach has to come in and be, this is what you need to do. This is what England bowling is. Just stay there and be patient.
I mean, Charles Langerveld spent a lot of time in England playing county cricket and is also quite an accomplished international cricketer himself. And then from a bowling coach perspective, has been in and around a few teams.
He also almost kicked me with a football yesterday. So Charlotte Langerveld's not on my good list at the moment. He almost hit Macca as well. Macca was really upset. This Macca's ground doesn't want to be hit by a football by Charles Langerveld or anyone.
Macca's football team's not too far from here, Notts County. Chavanga continuing, and he's clipped through square leg by Ben Duckett. Secunda Raza back on the boundary, fills, and it's just a single. 60 without loss, England, as we approach drinks here at Trent Bridge on day one of the first test of the summer. We're going to be bringing you all 5 test matches against India here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Overseas commentary for you. I think we're working hard to get our chat facility up on the YouTube page. I'm looking quizzically over my shoulder to see if that's happened, but
they're looking quizzically back. We're just seeing the swing here. Look at this. Chavanga's first over, 3.8 degrees. That's a real waste considering where he swung those balls to.
Well, but swung them onto the bat, didn't he?
If he does it to the right-hander, it'll be a good delivery.
Well, for the first time, he is bowling to a right-hander, and this is well wide. And good sprawling effort behind the stumps as well by Seager. Claims the ball.
You look at those numbers in terms of swing. That tells you a realistic feedback from out there that the conditions are conducive for bowling and swinging the ball. But yes, it's swinging wide and the lengths haven't been great, but that tells you there's enough to work with there if you're a bowler, and if you can be a little bit more disciplined in how you're going to go about your work. Just standing around that off-stump region.
England have named a debutant, Sam Cook, as he's beaten this time past the inside edge. No foot movement from Crawley. And this again, there's some extravagant swing. Seeger dives to his left, does get a glove on it, but can't prevent a bye. And Crawley gets off strike. Wow.
Incredible two balls. The last ball, Seeger has taken in front of second slip's foot. And this one, is it swung the other way and nipped the other way? It's actually seamed back and then swung late. And it was pretty good wicket keeping at the end to get a hand to that. And went completely the other way. He was expecting it to swing towards the slips, and suddenly it was flying down. But that's a pretty good ball. I'm not sure if he did it on purpose, but it was pretty good.
He's going to have his work cut out here at Seeger. It's going wide, it's going inside, beating the outside and the inside edge.
He dives to the right and he dives to the left. Chavanga again. It's clipped away by Duckett. Fielded at square leg. 1 run, 61 without loss. Crawley 22 and Duckett 39.
So that last ball, he had a deep point, a deep square leg and a fine leg. One of you explain the strategy behind that field?
Protecting both sides of the wicket.
Yeah, just look at the wicket-keeper from the first two deliveries, which way and how far he had to dive one way then the other.
Also now running on the wicket is Seeger.
Was that a little friendly nudge by the umpire?
Did he do the finger? Did we see? Yeah.
I mean, it's been an interesting couple of overs, hasn't it? Here he is at Chavanga. He's past the umpire and he's in, and this is driven by Zach Crawley, but straight to extra cover, where it's fielded by Ben Curran, who's got both of his brothers here today. Surrey are playing tomorrow. I think Sam might have to get back to London for that. I'm not sure about TC. Tom Curran hasn't played for England for a number of years. Sam Curran on the outer now in all 3 formats as well. Don't think he's going back to India for the resumption of the IPL either. And Tom Curran has been in Pakistan, as this is pitched up a touch straight, and Crawley comes forward and just pushes this to mid-wicket. 1 run, 63 without loss. England, that's the end of a better over from Chavanga. Crawley 23 and Duckett 39.
I'm not sure there's much Sam Curran can do for Chennai's hopes in the IPL this year if he does. Like, it's a long trip back for a fairly pointless reason, isn't it? They have been terrible this year watching some of their games. Their level of cricket is really being disappointing. Got some good young players coming through. They picked up a couple of players at random. Matre, the 17-year-old out of Mumbai, looks quite good. Obviously, Doyle Brevis, they managed to pick up. But yeah, I'm not sure I really want to take the flight all the way back to India to have that happen. It's I can see why Sam Curran might not want to get on that flight. Now we're going to bowling change at this end as well. Did you want to come in, Harmon? Andrew McKenna and Steve Harmison.
Hello everyone again. I thought it was going to be drinks. Caught me out a little bit on that one. Right, Ngaraba's going to have a go from our end, the left arm over, and he will start bowling across the right-handed Zach Crawley, and there's no run. So we're in the 14th over of the morning. England 63 without loss. Crawley 23, Duckett 39.
Yeah, a few nerves this morning, I think. Macca, and understandably so. Big occasion for the players from Zimbabwe. I didn't think the first few hours, I thought Musrabani started quite well. But since then, they're just trying to search for the wickets.
Garaba left arm over once again, trying to shape it back into Zach Crawley. And it does a tiny bit, but not enough to get Zach Crawley really interested in it. Crawley's got 23 from 44 balls, Duckett 39 from 36. If you weren't with us right at the top, first of all, where have you been? We will mark that down on your report card. But Zimbabwe won the toss and elected to bowl on an overcast day, and it is still that in the East Midlands at the moment. A little bit of shape back into Crawley on this occasion. Garaba plays defensively, no run.
I think as well, just watching that ball there, you're always, as a bowler, watchful of the new batch of cricket balls. We've got certain lacquers on, and whether you use last year's ball, this year's ball, I'll go into detail probably at drinks on how, you know, the difference between the balls. But some of the balls that it takes a while to get the lacquer off, and then when that lacquer does come off, it then just start to swing that little bit more.
Garver is in, throwing it wider, but Zach Crawley meets it with the middle of the bat, and it will be 4 through cover. It was one of those miracle balls. He started to see it swing a little bit, throws it a bit wider, but it swings onto the middle of Crawley's bat. It's away for the 11th 4 of the England innings, 67 without loss.
Yeah, confident shot from Zach Crawley, but really poor fielding from Ben Curran. He should do better with that. He's on the square. He's got no excuses really, and the bowler, yeah, just disappointed there, and rightly so. You've got an extra cover in for a reason. Ben Curran just holds his hand up in apology. He should have stopped that. Good shot from Crawley though.
Garver in, left arm over again. Crawley's playing a hard drive, gets to mid-off very quickly. No run on that occasion. So 2 slips, gully. There is a deep point, short extra cover on the drive, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, who is about 5 off the boundary, and then the long leg. So 2 fielders out on the leg side, that with the angle of the redevelopment of the ground, that leg side down towards the scoreboard at the far end is just a flick away for a boundary. Goes in once again, does Garver, and that is across the face of Zach Crawley through to the keeper. Has nothing to do with that, and that will be drinks. So the first hour of play is done. 67 are England after 14 overs. So from an England point of view, having lost the toss and been put into bat, Steve Harmison, England will be very happy with that first hour.
Absolutely delighted will the England batters, the England dressing room, the whole camp will be delighted how it started. A little bit of inconsistency of lines and lengths from Zimbabwe. Very impressed by Muzrabani. He hit the ground running and he bowled probably the best of the. He's been the pick of the bowlers so far. He used his pace, his height. A couple of half shouts, a little half chance knocked back from Zach Crawley, but all in all, England will be very, very happy. And I just mentioned that a little bit earlier. You always, as a bowler, you always look at first session of the first morning of the summer, especially when there's new balls. Yes, you'll have been using them in practice, and what you have is, you know, they've got the Duke ball, a lot different, a lot more durable, bigger seam. Steers, the shine on it steers a lot more for a lot longer than the Kookaburra ball, which I think has got more durable. I think there's an extra lacquer, an extra coat on that to make it a little bit. And we'll see that even more in Australia this winter when England go there. It's not like when during my time you bowl 6 or 7 overs with it, and then probably by the time the first drinks break, you look as though the dogs had to go at it for most of the afternoon. So, but what you get in this country, you've got the Duke ball, and there'll be a darker red, there'll be a lighter red ball. You'll get 12 off the umpire at the start of a test match. So Zimbabwe will have had them first. They'll pick their 2 for this first innings, and then England will pick their 2, and it'll go through it. But what you look at, and there's a little indentation in it, and it'll probably have a 5 on it, and we are 2025, and if you can use last year's if the home team wants to do that. So I'm not sure what last year's were like, I can't really remember, but this year's,
I think we got through a lot of them last year, didn't we?
So what you'll find is possibly this year's will be seeing how they go, and you the biggest thing from a bowler's point of view you watch is that when does the lacquer come off it, the first initial bit, to then for it to start swinging big, and it normally is about 7 or 8 overs. You know, you do swing it. It doesn't go gun barrel straight for the first 7 or 8 overs. It stays hard, but it does shape a little bit. But then once the sort of big lacquer comes off, and you can get into the leather, and you can get the shine going, trousers do look as though they've been working very, very hard at it. That's when it starts to sort of swing that little bit more, and a little bit later as well. So clouds coming over, Zimbabwe will be disappointed they haven't utilised that new ball, but just a sense from that last over there, left arm swinging it that little bit more, That's what the likes of Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad have been looking so many years in that first morning of the first Test match, especially if they were batting first, to see how that new ball was, how that shine was going. So these are little signs that you look for on the first morning of a Test series, and no better for England as the Test summer goes on against India, that against Zimbabwe, and seeing how their bowlers use it, to how England might come out, especially with someone like Sam Cook, who is inexperienced, first Test match in this format, but he's very, very experienced when it comes to bowling in these conditions, when he was been playing for Essex.
Chivanga's going to get us back underway after the drinks break from the Stuart Broad pavilion end. Coming in right arm over to the left-handed Ben Duckett, and he goes Yorker length. Duckett just comes forward, drops it into the offside and takes an easy single, which will disappoint Chivanga because he's just spent the last 2 minutes getting his deep square leg and long leg exactly where he wanted them. He wanted them about 10 metres squarer each, which seemed to imply he was going to bowl something very quick and short, and then didn't. So Crawley's back on strike, 68 without loss. Zimbabwe have actually played 4 Test matches in 2025 so far. 2 of them at home, one against Afghanistan, one against Ireland, and then the 2 Tests in Bangladesh recently, in Sylhet and Chattogram. Of course, they won in Sylhet. In goes Chivanga once again, dropped into the offside for an easy single by Zach Crawley. He'll go to 28 from 49 balls. England 69 without loss. Zimbabwe have struggled away from home. 4 wins in 53 Test matches played. First of those came in Pakistan back in November of 1998. And then the most recent, as I say, in Sylhet in April of this year. 2 of the last 26 away Test matches have been won. 1 draw, 23 defeats. Not easy on the road for them. In comes Chivanga once again. It's a big booming off drive from Ben Duckett, but with no real timing on this occasion. It'll be fielded at mid-off, no run.
It's a better length though from Chivanga. The one before to Crawley. Struggling to understand why he's got a deep point to Zach Crawley. But Ben Duckett is on strike. I understand why they've got a deep point to Ben Duckett. That's a big scoring area. But the last 2 have been in a good length, and that's what Zimbabwe have been really struggling with, this consistency of length in this opening 15 overs.
Chivanga in once again. Duckett forcing off the back foot to the point sweeper. It'll just be a single. One more to the total. England 70 without loss. Sikandar Raza is the man who was out at deep square leg for Duckett. He makes his way back into the ring on the offside. They've actually left the deep point out. Oh, in fact, the last ball was a no ball. So they set the single and the no ball. They are leaving the deep point out. So one of the 2 offside sweepers still there.
It's tight, but it is a no ball.
Chivanga comes in once again, outside of off stump. Short, hustles through and has a little wobble actually in the air once it's gone past the stumps before it reaches Seager, the wicketkeeper. Ended up taking it over his left shoulder when he might have been thinking it would have been outside of his right shoulder had it followed the natural angle. So the rebuilding of the Radcliffe Road stand, what, 25 years or so ago, really I mean, it used to swing here anyway, but then the building of this, it just changed the atmospherics of the place, and all of a sudden it started hooping around corners.
It did, yeah, and it was a big swing as well. Massive swing. Both stands, and the one on the offside for Zach Crawley.
Chivanga is in once again. Lovely shot by Crawley. Extra cover drive all along the floor, 4 runs. Don't bother running for that. Just walk down, tap down a spot on the pitch and punch gloves with your mate.
That's a beautiful shot from Zach Crawley. He's not trying to hit that hard at all. It's all about placement. It's all about timing. When Zach Crawley's not in good form, his body gets away from him. That's the area that gets him into trouble. And that there is a beautiful shot. It's actually not a bad ball to Zach Crawley. It's offering him something. It's swinging. It's got a bit of shape, possibly just over pitched for a man who's 6'5" in stature, but it was an excellent shot.
Chivanga comes in once again. Crawley from the crease drops it into the offside to Bennett, and that completes the over no run. 15 overs gone, 75 without loss. Harmy, you didn't have that many teams in your career. How many teams do you reckon you would have played for all up?
Durham, Yorkshire, England here, National Academy, MCC. I think I played for the MCC in one game.
So we're looking at sort of 6 or 7.
5 or 6, yeah.
If you go to Sikandar Raza's Cricinfo profile, how many teams do you think he's played for? This includes A teams.
Probably more teams than Mickey Arthur's coached.
And that's a lot. 41.
Wow.
I think that's the most I've ever found of a player. 41 teams listed.
That's nearly as many as nations that Mohammed Nabi's beaten, isn't it? Crazy teams. I mean, you must have some house, because the wardrobe with the tracksuits must be unbelievable.
And Garver to start a new over from the commentary box end. Goes in, it's down the leg side and it's through to the keeper. No run. Yeah, I went onto his profile page and I started scrolling down to get to the stats. And I was still scrolling because there was even more teams.
Can you imagine if the teams were successful and he had to sing a team song? He'd have been singing, what song would he have been singing? Like the Beatles' back catalogue, wouldn't it? So, yeah, no, he's a wonderful player. You can see why, all-round qualities. You can see why teams do want his services, and it's great to see him playing. It really is. It's great to see him playing Test match cricket.
He's standing watching the big left armour making his way in, and Ngaravar bowls. Duckett defends and there's no run. But he didn't play in the Bangladesh series because he was playing with the Kalandars in the PSL. So he's back in. Didn't play a Test match actually for almost 4 years. March of 2021 to January of 2025. Ironically enough, both of them against Afghanistan.
Yeah, and I said before, it's pleasing to see that he's playing Test match cricket. It really is. Zimbabwe need characters like Sikandar Raza, who's playing cricket all around the world.
Full straight. Ben Duckett wallops it back past the bowler on the onside for 4. They always say that is the shot of a man who is really in charge of his game. The on drive, the hardest shot to play. And Ben Duckett has just absolutely pinged that back past the bowler for 4. In fact, Zach Crawley was the man in most danger there, and then it was the person who down on the boundary edge. 4 more for England. Yeah,
just over pitched. It's a good shot. There is vulnerabilities around the off stump when it's full to Ben Duckett, but that's floated. That really wasn't. That didn't have anything on it at all. It was a pitched up, floating half volley, and I think Ben Duckett could have literally hit that anywhere. So first slip's come out now, so we're slipping a gully and catching mid-wicket extra cover.
Garver goes in once again. Duckett, to be fair, gets squared up by that one. He gets quite chest open, outside half of the bat, out to point, and they will take a single, 80 without loss.
Yeah, the Zimbabwe bowlers are, obviously there's a lot of nerves. It's a big occasion, and it's a big ground, and there's a few people in, and there's a lot riding on what this contest means to Zimbabwe, and I think their bowlers, have been symptomatic of that, because they're trying a little bit too hard. They're going for the wicket as opposed to just trying to nail a length, their natural length. So I'd imagine as the day goes on, their natural lengths will become more consistent and a little bit better. But at this minute in time, they're just striving for wickets.
2 slips back in place, but this one is swinging back into the middle of Crawley's bat, and it's 4 more. It's 82 miles an hour from Ngaravar. At least it is when he sends it down. I would suggest it might be a little bit quicker when it leaves Zach Crawley's bat. England 84 without loss as Crawley goes to 36.
Yeah, it's 82 miles an hour, but at that length and coming back into Zach, that could be 92 miles an hour, and that goes in the same place. And again, now just going round the wicket, trying searching for something as opposed to, and this is where the captain's experience should come in, possibly have a word with these bowlers and say, look, just go back to trying to hit the top of the stump, see if we can create some pressure, ring the field up, try and create some pressure and try and have some dot balls. This minute in time, so far, Yeah, the ball 15.5 overs. The ball, what I would say, striving for wicket-taking balls.
Around the wicket this occasion, and Gariver and Crawley will turn to the deep square leg fielder for a single.
And you're bowling, the bowlers, that's the end of the over. Sorry, Mac, I've cut you off there, but 85 for none off 16. But what the team meeting, the team plan, if I was in that unit last night, I'd be saying, you know, take the batter out of the equation a little bit. Look at the areas you're trying to bowl, trying to hit the sort of top of off stump, which is a challenging area on any wicket, in any game, in any given occasion, and try and make sure that you stop the batter from hitting boundaries, especially England. And unfortunately, what Zimbabwe have done here is maybe let the game, the occasion, get to them a little bit, and they've gone to try and risk and reward from having the new ball. Your captain's asked you to bowl first, and you've got to pitch it up. You've got to think, right, there's something in the conditions. We've got a new ball in our hands. We've got to strive for wickets. You don't. You're playing against two batters who want to hit boundaries. Stop them from hitting boundaries, create some pressure, and let them make the mistake.
Chivanga to start a new over. Again, he's gone full Yorker length. Crawley drops the bat on that, squeezes it down to long leg and takes a single. You kind of touched on actually what I was about to ask you, in the fact that do you think extra pressure has been applied by Zimbabwe to themselves, and the fact that they are bowling first, it is overcast. I keep saying the weather forecast says about 2 o'clock the cloud's going to break, and therefore you're thinking, right boys, we've got a 3-hour window, or, you know, we've got to get 5 wickets in this window.
Yeah, and when you're the underdog, having to sort of force the game is not always the best place to be. You know, might have been possibly better there if Craig Irvine lost the toss and said to Ben Stokes, you can do what you want.
Chivanga is in, Duckett behind this. Crawley offering to come from the non-striker's end as it goes to mid-on, but Duckett says no, we'll stay where we are, thank you very much, and we'll take no run.
If England, you know, come out and do what they want, all of a sudden you're making England force the game, and then you're hoping that England make a mistake. What's happened here is, and it's natural, it is natural. I'm not being critical here of Zimbabwe. I think I'd be critical of their lines and lengths. I'm not critical of their emotions, because this is a big occasion for them, and I think they've letting that get them in this first session.
Chivanga comes in. Duckett almost threatens to take half a step down to meet that, pulls it to Raza, who is out at deep square leg for a single. 87 without loss. So England going along at just north of 5 1/4 runs and over so far, in what you would imagine will be the most tricky time to bat, on a completely fresh pitch with a brand new rock in the bowler's hand. But so far so good. Trent Bridge still filling up, not completely full, but certainly a more than decent crowd in. Chivanga comes in, and he's played defensively by Crawley. He's played that really well. He's dropped it into the gully. Bennett can't get around to prevent a single being taken, and England are just, well, it's taking what's there really. If it's a bad ball, you punish it. If it's not, is there a way we can get any runs off of it? That is just a dead bat shot. It drops in by the batter's feet. Yep, thank you very much. Come on, we'll take it.
And that's why the deep point to, I know that, you know, 88 for none off 16 overs and 16.4 overs, but that's why I'd always have that deep point up for Zach Crawley. I know the Aussies had him out, but have him up, try and put pressure on him, try and keep him down and bowl a few balls at him.
Chivanga into Duckett, who again is on the drive. Seager behind the stumps has got his gloves above his head, clapping away, because it was aerial for a little bit as it was making its way towards Masarabani at mid-off, but it landed well short in the end. Yeah, I hope we're not in the moral victory thing yet.
No, there was a bit of width on that. It was a good length, but it was just a little bit wider, and the angle just got away from Ben Duckett just slightly, and that's why it went a little bit aerial, but I also think it just bounced a touch as well.
Duckett has a big cut at this one, and it will fly down to third for 4. Shorter, wider, and he went at it, and it's a boundary that brings up 50 for Ben Duckett off just 47 deliveries, his 14th 50 in 33 matches. He's gone on to make 400s on his home ground, he'll be thinking of another one of those today, as he's going at a strike rate of 108 in a test match.
Yeah, it's been good from Ben Duckett. He's hit the ball nicely down the ground. That shot there was always going up. You know, he was always trying to hit that up. I think he was trying to hit it over gully area, and he's just getting a top edge on it. The ball bounced the one before, and he spliced him coming forward in this one. He's gone up with the ball. He's actually, well, I don't know what he's doing. It's like a windmill effort. It's just right off the top edge. And he goes to 50 off 47 balls. And the only game he's played so far in the county championship. He got 50 here off 29 balls, I think, to win the game against Sussex. Interestingly, batting at number 3 in that game. But he's a nice bit of form is Ben Duckett. He's been really good since his reintroduction into this England team, and the partnership between Crawley and Duckett goes on, which has been very fruitful.
And Gariville starts a new over around the wicket to Crawley, and he's just beaten on the outside edge with the angle. Keeper's taken it down the leg side actually, and it was dying on him as well, so there wasn't a huge amount of pace in it, but it was one of those that has just cut and carried on going.
It's a better length though, it's a better line, it's a better length, and the challenge for Zimbabwe has always been, they've bowled a few of them this morning. They've bowled, Nagari has bowled quite a few, Mazarabani has bowled quite a few, but what they've not done is backed it up. The next one's gone for 4.
Where's this one then? Around the wicket. It's homing in again on middle and off. Coming forward is Zach Crawley, pushing to cover, and there's no run. 2
and 2 in a decent area, but for all the talk of Zimbabwe and being nervous and everything that they've done, England have got to be ruthless. They really have. They've got to, take this game as a start of a summer and set a marker down. Set the tone for what they want from this English cricket summer. A massive 5 Test matches against India.
Crawley waits and back cuts this one to deep points. Takes a single that takes him to 40, 93 without loss.
And they're good at breaking records. They're good at looking at, pushing the bar that little bit higher and all the records that come. And Brendan McCullum's on the screen at this moment in time, just sitting there, probably doing a crossword or Sudoku or something, and he's got his pen in his hand, making a few notes. But it wouldn't surprise me if England are looking at records even as early as the hour of 17 overs. They'll be looking. If there was ever a ground to get 500 in a day in a test match, this is the ground. One-day cricket's so fruitful for them in big scores. England got off to a wonderful start.
It's a lowish full toss on this occasion, and Gariver has gone for the full one, swinging away from the left-handed Duckett, and Duckett has punch-driven that one, but straight to the man at shortish mid-wicket, and there's no run. A metre either way, and that is going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, again, just not being able to back up the delivery. We critical of Ben Curran before. He let one go through for a boundary, I think, off Mazarabani, off Zach Crawley. But that there, he's definitely stopped. He stopped the boundary. That was a brilliant bit of fielding there at mid-wicket.
Duckett waits once again. It is starting to shape a little bit here from Ngariva. He's started that one down the leg side, and there's a strangled appeal for LBW, but there is definitely a little bit of shape starting to appear on this delivery. Not a huge amount, but there's something to work with if you're a bowling group. 93 without loss, 1 ball left of the 18th over. We're actually going to take a man, Sean Williams, across to the leg side, so there'll be the catching mid-wicket for the clip off of the toes, and then a deeper fielder that's about 3 or 4 metres to the right of square leg. In fact, he's going a little bit further than that. So effectively 2 mid-wickets is what they're stationed.
Yeah, we're bowling. This is the 18th over a test match, and we're now setting the field for leg stump half volleys,
which Ben Duckett misses out on, and he's disappointed as he throws his head back. It's taken by Seager diving down the leg side, the tall wicket keeper, and that is the end of the over. 18 gone, 93 without loss England.
I was always told by Dale Benkenstein, never set fields for bad bowling. Never set fields for bad bowling. And if as a captain, if you're setting fields for bad bowling, you've got the wrong bowler on, you should be thinking about making a change and taking him off. So, yeah, left armer's not hit his straps as well as he would like, and I think that last delivery there, and he was setting the field, Ngari was setting the field. It was all about him, it wasn't the captain. And you had 5 men on the leg side setting the field for a leg stump half volley to Ben Duckett. I think it might be time to take his jumper and move on. So, made a change. Muzarabani's going to come on from what is the building...
the building site
the
end.
building site end now. And you can see the captain's trying. He's trying his very, very best. But his bowlers, unfortunately, aren't backing him up with 2 or 3, but 4 deliveries backed up in a good length and trying to create some pressure by some dot balls towards England.
Well, Muzarabani is similar in height to Stuart Broad. He's coming in from the Stuart Broad Pavilion and bowls an absolute japper to Zach Crawley. Beaten him and it's through to the keeper, no run, and Crawley will wander down and have a little poke and a prod at the pitch.
Good delivery, good start. It really was a good start. He's got a beautiful action, is Muzarabani. Excellent wrist position. Possibly use his left arm that little bit more. He gets it through, but I think he could really get an extra little bit out of himself if he was a little bit more dynamic with the sort of the left arm pull down, pull through.
He's in once again, slightly back of a good length, so Crawley is playing it weight going backwards, dropping it into the offside, no run.
I think because of that he's got a very, very short follow through, because I don't think he uses his left side as much as he probably could do, and if he does, he could get an extra yard of pace, boy, he'd be even more of a danger. But there's 2 balls in an area which is, which he can work with a little bit fuller, or if he can go with a short ball with 2 men back, he's got the height, he's got the pace.
And he goes outside of Crawley's off stump, through to the keeper, no run.
He's got the gather of Stuart Broad. Talking about bowling from Stuart Broad end, when he comes up to gather, and as he's getting into his delivery stride, that sort of pull in, he just pulls it in like Stuart Broad does. So I imagine there is the edge that Stuart Broad's at, the edge that Muzarabani's at. I'm sure he's looked at Stuart Broad's action as a young man and tried to replicate it because of the long limbs, the size that he is. He's got a very, very nice action, a beautiful run-up.
Very loose-limbed, very lithe as he comes in and bowls to Crawley. That's just about there for the cover drive, but it's fielded a short extra on this occasion, and there is no run. I don't think many people are going to be using the words Muzarabani and back injuries a lot. Do you know what I mean? He looks like it's very natural. He doesn't look like he's putting a huge amount of stress through his joints. It's very lithe, it's very supple. It looks quite easy, and as you well know, bowling fast is not easy.
No, it's not easy, but if you've got rhythm to it, which he has, yeah, it just looks nice.
And he comes through to the keeper, no run, as Crawley allows this one past.
Just stretching his hamstring, his left hamstring, whether it's a little bit of cramp, and people might be thinking cramp, it's only 18 overs in, but you get cramp, mentally fatigued, and you could be mentally fatigued in so many different ways. And coming into a test match and the stature made of this, and the sort of this commentary stint about the stature of the game, there's a lot of emotion goes into Monday training, Tuesday training, Wednesday training, and getting into this first morning.
He's in once again. Crawley playing with soft hands, guides it down to Bennett and the gully, and there's no run. End of the over, 19 gone, 93 without loss, England. And you make the point, actually, Harmy. Look, Muzarabani's 28 years of age, but this is only his 13th test match. His debut was back in December of 2017. So in basically 7 and a bit years, he's playing 2 test matches a year.
Yeah, and I think that's a state of where Zimbabwe cricket has been, and it's brilliant to see that they're playing the amount of test matches, 11 test matches in this calendar year. And if Muzarabani plays in 8 or 9 of them, then I'm sure you'll see his stats rocket up, because I think this boy's got a lot of talent, and it wouldn't surprise me if there's a few franchises start looking at the big fella. So yeah, it's been not a bad start, but unfortunately I think he's been the only bowler that's really been on show from a consistent point of view for Zimbabwe this morning. Here's John Norman.
Thank you, Harmy. Yep, I'm back alongside Ed Rainsford, Jared Kimber, who's finally given me a copy of his book after promising to do so for about 3 months. And Ngorava is back bowling. England at 93 without loss. 50 up for Ben Duckett. He's 51 not out, going at exactly a runner ball. And Zach Crawley is 40 from 65 deliveries. And I don't know whether Zimbabwe would be regretting bowling first, but certainly there's a long way to go yet. In again, and this is straight. Duckett just flicking the ball off his pads and away, backward a square on the leg side for another single. He continues at a runner ball 52. Ed, you well?
Yeah, all good. Just Victor Nyauchi hasn't bowled, hasn't got the ball in hand, and he's a new ball bowler.
I was going to ask you, I don't understand that at all.
And he's one of the slower of the three. So you're going to bring him on when the ball's possibly probably is its best, and ask him to try and pick up wickets. That's possibly when the England batters may actually go against him.
Yeah, and Garava is bowling his second spell. It is a slightly strange, especially when you bowl first.
Both the opening bowlers are bowling in their second spell.
Garava is in. This is pitched up. Crawley comes forward. Possibly the bat handle just turning a touch in his hands. Picks out mid-wicket, no run. 94 without loss.
Also, the left-arm seam is bowling around the wicket. Now, I know he does this quite a bit. Quite often in his second and third spells, he'll do this. But it's not the most attacking move. So why not give your new ball bowler that spell before that?
And it's not as if you're into session 3, where you're trying to maybe stem runs or look for something different or try and get the batter to think in a different manner. We're still in the first session of the first day.
Garava bowling right arm. Oh, no, left arm round the wicket. And this is helped away to the boundary. No great pace. Ball didn't really get up. And Zach Crawley just latched onto this so quickly. There is a fielder out on the boundary, but he'd probably only gone 3 or 4 paces by the time the ball had crashed through the boundary at fine leg, and it's another 4 to the score. 98 without loss.
How many balls have been bowled in this over? So it's 4. I would say now he's bowled 4 balls down the leg side in his last 10. Now, obviously, he's bowling to left-handers, he's bowling to right-handers, he's bowling over the wicket, around the wicket. Like, I understand all that, but he's really struggling to just keep the ball anywhere near the right area.
Garava again. This time just hurries Zach Crawley up just a touch. Jabs the bat down. I just ran past, or no, I didn't run past. I walked past Mike Atherton, former England captain, of course, writes the daily for the Times. And there aren't a lot of records to look at when it comes to Zimbabwe-England tests, but Athers does hold one record, the highest first wicket partnership of 121 between himself and Mark Ramprakash back in 2000 here at Trent Bridge.
Ramprakash was opening.
Yeah, he was opening. Garava again. There's a big swing and a miss. This is too wide of Crawley. Tries to launch this through extra cover, but doesn't get any bat on ball. That's the end of the over. 98 without loss. Yeah, 121 for the first wicket. How many overs? Considering these two have been together for 20 overs, then it's 98 without loss, so they're 23 away. How many overs do you think Ramps and Athers took to reach 121?
Well, Ramps' strike rate would have been about 46 and Athers would have been about 28.
6.
Was it 120? I will go with 44 overs.
Ed, don't look at my book.
Maybe 19?
What? 48.4 overs.
No, I thought 44 was high, by the way.
48.4 overs. So there you go. Can somebody keep an eye?
I thought you said 20.
Oh, really? I was wondering.
I have nearly fallen backwards.
No, 48.4 overs as Muzarabani continues in round the wicket, and Duckett will take a single to square leg. So I wonder what score England will have. If someone can remember to remind me, or Mako if he's on, what score England are on.
At the 44.
48.4 4-over stage of this inning. So somewhere between lunch and tea.
I know there's one opener that scored quite quickly against Zimbabwe, because Nick Knight makes 90-odd when they're chasing the, was it 200 in the 37 overs, the We Flip and Murdered Them game. Shout out to Bumble if he's listening. We know he's not.
We're sorry.
But yeah, so he must have been going pretty quick in that one, but that was him on his own.
2 slips in place for Mizrabani, who's in, and Zach Crawley will definitely take one here, come back for a second as well, playing with the bat well away from the body, and he'll move, or rather England will move past the 100, 101 without loss here at Trent Bridge. Asked to bat first. You've still got 23 minutes before the lunch break, and England have already reached a century partnership. Crawley 46 from 70, and Ben Duckett going at a runnable 53. Zimbabwe, who've used 3 bowlers in the first 2 hours of play, 2 spells for Ngarava and Mizrabani. Tanaka Chivanga's 4 overs went for 30, as this time it's left alone. Yet to see Nyachi.
We yet to see one of the bowlers, but I think Craig Irvine has tried 27 different fielding positions so far today. Like, we're seeing it again. We've now got this close fielder, sort of a short mid-off fielder, and we know why, you know, Crawley likes to drive and get on the front foot, and tall players quite often sort of spoon the ball up, and he's already had one in that area already. But every over, Ed, I feel like we've got a new position.
It's a very straight and short mid-off for Crawley. Short delivery, pulled with no great timing out to mid-wicket for another 2. So 103 without loss, England. I mean, what comes first, the inconsistent bowling or the inconsistent field positions? Is this a case of the bowlers not able to bowl to the field positions, or the bowlers bowling badly and then the fielding positions being positioned after the delivery?
I think it's both. I think the captain hasn't been allowed to settle, and he's almost like chasing the game, or chasing pockets of the field to stop runs flowing.
Blessing Mizrabani, who switched ends. There's a big expanse through point. Fielder down on the boundary, backward point, field and come in. Another single. There's only been 3 maidens this morning.
You know what'll blow my mind is if that he brings on Victor Nyachi 20 minutes before lunch, like a spinner.
I was going to say, what about last over of before lunch? And then first over after lunch, he's like, no, we'll bring the big fellas back on again now.
Yeah, so, yeah, the captaincy hasn't been at its best in terms of chasing the game, chasing pockets in the field. And it almost hasn't settled in, has Craig Irvine, in terms of his captaincy, but his bowlers haven't really given him that opportunity to set a consistent field for a period of time. And you said a while ago that England actually haven't played a shot in anger. They actually haven't tried to go after the bowling. They've just played what has been dished up.
Another field change with the extra cover, just going a touch wider, and a square leg going a touch deeper, and behind the bat rather than in front of it, as Duckett picks out the fielder, Ben Curran, I think it is, at deep point for another run. 105 without loss. These two could go past Athers and Ramp's first wicket partnership record inside a session.
It's hard to understand how Ramps' career went so wrong when we hear of him as an opening bat. He must have batted almost everywhere then. He must have had like a Moeen Ali, Johnny Bairstow type career.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he would have batted. I can't remember. Yeah, I think he did bat at 3.
He certainly batted at 3, yeah.
Definitely at 4, definitely at 5, and definitely at 6. And maybe actually at 7. Now, sometimes when a captain doesn't employ a bowler, you feel it's almost sending a message to the selectors saying, I didn't want this guy in the side, right? But actually, it would make more sense if he hadn't bowled Chivanga.
Spot on.
Right?
Spot on, John. It actually does. Oh, no.
Did he just take his top off?
Yeah, he didn't realise it. He's gone with these skins.
He has. Because when he did it originally, I was like, oh, he doesn't have a shirt. Oh, that's because he's late in the side. Then I thought, no, he's not. It's Chivanga who's late in the side. He does have a shirt. I tell you what, he's letting the crowd just see the physique there a little bit.
I do a bit of bench press.
Exactly. I've been in the gym, everyone. Have a look at these skins.
I mean, that was something else, essentially, to those of you who are relying on our words to describe the picture. We are going to see Nyachi, and he essentially is wearing 2 tops.
Took off his jumper, I think, didn't he? And everything came off.
Yeah, the shirt came with the jumper.
But proceeded to walk away from the umpire and then be like, oh no, where's my shirt?
Yeah, but we now know that he's ripped.
Which is all that matters.
It may well be all that matters come the end of the day. First ball then, pitched up, and this is sailing harmlessly wide of Ben Duckett. Doesn't attempt to go anywhere near this delivery. A loosener.
I hope it's a loosener. It was 72 miles per hour. And,
or a slower ball.
You know, when you're playing in club cricket and someone bowls to you and the wicketkeeper takes a step forward, that's what it felt like was about to happen there.
To be fair, he is quite skillful, but I just think the way they're going to use him here is a little bit unfair on him.
New ball bowler.
Yeah, he's a new ball bowler. You bring him on when a partnership of 105 is on the board.
He's in again, past the umpire, and Ben Duckett latches onto this. A fraction shorter, and it's just cracked through extra cover. There's protection there, 3 fielders actually. Right, Secunda Raza fields by the boundary's edge and throws the ball back, and I'm not sure that was much quicker.
Yeah, really, really slow into the pitch. Short, gives him so much time just to be able to pick where he wants to hit it. And you're right, your point is so valid, John, in that the message you also then send to the bowler and himself, like, well, I've been out in the field for 20 overs, no one's looked at me, no one's even given me any sort of messaging, and then I come on and now I've got a bowl at set batters.
We've all looked at him now. Had a very good look at his full physique at this point.
Here he is again, Miyachi, and Ben Duckett will take a single, no timing here, as he tries to place his ball through the extra cover again, through those 2 fielders, close to the bat, but it's fielded at cover point, and that brings Crawley onto strike one away from 50. 110 without loss here at Trent Bridge, where for the last couple of days the Zimbabwean flag has been fluttering beautifully in the breeze, while the England flag has just been hanging limply, and they're no more than, I don't know, 10 metres apart, so I'm not sure if they're...
There's a microclimate around the Zimbabwe flag.
I guess they're just made from different materials. The Zimbabwean flag is quite a picture though, isn't it? It's a beautiful, colourful sight.
Top 10 flags. No, John? Have you got your list of your favourite flags over there?
What was that American comedy where they used to do a show about flags? A YouTube show. Sheldon.
Big Bang.
Big Bang Theory, that's it. Crawley, no run, just pushing this ball to Sean Williams at mid-wicket. I mean, the Sri Lankan flag's in there.
Kenya.
For sure.
Kenya's got a good flag. Australia and New Zealand, bottom 5.
I mean, I've been married to a Kiwi for many years, and I still struggle.
If you have to squint to see if what colour the stars are, it's no good.
Actually, again, this is down the leg side. If you're just joining us, welcome to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We'll start going through some of your questions if you have any. I'm alongside Ed Rainsford, the former Zimbabwean international. Steve Harmison will be back. Those 2 locked horns here in 2004 in the Champions Trophy. Ed can describe what it's like facing Harmy.
I wasn't locking any horns. I was running for my dear life.
Jared Kimber, of course, will be talking about his new book, The Art of Batting. As Crawley takes one off his pads, and he'll come back for a second, and the crowd applaud. 50 for the England opener. There's been plenty of questions about his place in the side. Brendan McCullum answered those a couple of days ago. But all the talking in the world can't replicate runs in the middle. And Crawley has 50 of them. 51 not out. Both openers past 50 now, and the score 112 without loss.
Yeah, this will give him a great deal of confidence, really will. To get a start, then to get to 50, and he'll want to make it a big one here, Zach Crawley, just to keep everybody quiet, just to keep those utterances or murmurs or conversations about perhaps his form and his place in the side with a very important year ahead.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. It is a huge year for England cricket. And I'm pleased to say that we'll be here for the 5-test series against India. Kohli and Sharma won't be here, but talkSPORT will on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. As a rare miss shot from Ben Duckett, who is just on the back of a length delivery, a touch too early as a leading edge. But with fielders spread far and wide, it just lands safely. No run, 112 without loss.
Are you going to put out another book on the art of bowling?
If this one sells it.
Why did you go batting first?
Bowling is a lot trickier because it's hard to compare spin and seam. It's actually a real pain.
Two slips in place of Muzarabani, who continues, and Ben Duckett is treated to a wide delivery, and he just throws his hands at this, beats the fielder at gully, and away to the boundary for 4 more. Ramsanatha's record is just 5 runs away from being beaten inside the opening session of play here at Trent Bridge. All of that after Zimbabwe won the toss and decided to bowl first.
Yeah, just another poor ball, too wide again. I like the thinking. He's just way. I mean, Duckett could barely reach that as well. Now the other problem is, Ed, that when you talk to bowlers, most of the times when they're being really honest, they just say, "I just tried to run up and hit the top of off stump." Whereas batters come up with these fantastical theories that aren't even probably true.
Muzarabani again, and this is a touch straighter, and Ben Duckett, whilst not quite hurried up, just pops this towards the fielder at short cover, and doesn't call through Zach Crawley for a run. 116 without loss. I mean, Courtney Walsh, I remember reading something he said years ago, and he said essentially 80% of the wickets he got were just through batsman error or batter error. Yeah, as simple as that. Just put it where he wants it to go, and 8 out of 10, the batter will get himself out.
The amount of bowlers I've talked to about their wobble ball, and some of them are like, "Oh yeah, look, it took me a year or 2 years to work out," and others are like, "I just did it accidentally."
Muzarabani again, and this is pitched up on the drive is Ben Duckett, but doesn't actually connect with the ball when he intended. Kind of ball just spoons into the air a little bit, touch aerial, comes through for a single, and actually, you know, when a batter has been drawn into a full shot, he goes up the other end and practices the shot that he should have played, which was a defensive one.
One of the stories I talk about in the book, and I only very briefly mention it because I kept trying to talk to him, but he kept getting jobs in cricket and he was never free to chat to me, was Tatenda Taibu cutting the top off his bat handle.
I will tell you about that story as this test match progresses.
Perfect.
People were losing their mind in the change room as Sri Lanka were dismantling us, especially Manthorp Muritharan, and I'll tell you about that as the days progress.
Here is it, Muzarabani again. He's bowling over the wicket to Zach Crawley with that straight mid-off fielder who's quite short, quite close to the bat, and it's driven by Crawley with no real timing, and it's fielded.
Did you speak to him about that?
I tried to speak to him about it. He told me that it was true, so I put it in the book that it happened, but he didn't give me the full detail. Who was he working with? Was it Bangladesh or Afghanistan? And he kept hopping between tournaments, and we just kept missing each other.
It's an incredible story because all his bats came in the middle of the series, and then he just started chopping them in half.
Muzarabani again. Crawley is beaten on the drive, and that must be certainly the first time in my commentary stints that a bowler has beaten the outside edge of the bat and forced a shot like that from Crawley. But the batter survives, 117 without loss.
Did he become a reverend as well, Tatenda Taibu? Was there something religious as well?
Yeah, attempted to become a pastor.
A pastor, that's what it was. Yeah. Is it? Wes Hall was a reverend. And there's a couple of reverends in English cricket as well.
Then he wrote a book.
About being a pastor or being a cricketer?
I think it was both, actually.
Didn't Adrian Barath become I don't know.
He sort of did. So he made the 100 against Australia and then he disappeared. I know it's religious based, but I'm not sure exactly what his role is. I've tried to track him down. He also doesn't like to talk that much about it.
I think Bharat Sundaresan managed to get him to talk a couple of years ago where he was out there.
He got a very short interview with him, yeah.
I think he literally rocked up and he did who else did he find out there as well? He's done
Patrick Patterson
was the other one. Yeah, go check those out.
Patrick Patterson spoke for about 3 days to Bharat, and I think Adrian Barath spoke for about 12 seconds.
Niachi back for his second over, and he is bowling round the wicket to Ben Duckett, who defends. No run.
I might as well get into it. Is that he felt that when he was batting, his hands were low, and the last sort of 3 inches of the bat, because his hands were so low, were sort of stopping his wrist from going through the ball and playing the sweep shot. So he thought if he cut it off, it doesn't then lock off his wrist. And it was a strange one. And then he kept one with a long handle and he said he'll play that with the seamers.
Niachi bowling on off stump, and Duckett just gets on top of the ball and it clips this away square of the wicket for another single.
And so he did that specifically for Mullaratharan to sort of...
Did it work?
No, we started off with an ODI series. The first ODI were 35 all out at Harare Sports Club. Got back to the hotel while they were still serving breakfast.
35 all out.
Yeah, it was an ODI against Sri Lanka.
What, did Murali open the bowling?
No, it was Chaminda Vas and Maharoof.
Well, that was the long handle that was causing the issue, see?
Over the wicket now to Zach Crawley, who again just takes the ball on off stump and clips it to the leg side for a single.
Well, he's in the ground. You're going to have to try and track him down, Jared.
Is he here?
Yeah, he rang the bell.
Oh, I didn't see that.
With his son, yeah. Tatenda had so many theories on batting.
Well, to be honest, when I first heard it, I just assumed that it's because he's short, and he just thought the bats were too long. But I understand the whole sweeping thing, because when I sweep, and obviously not that level of player, but when I sweep, I quite often completely change my grip before I'm going to sweep. So I can understand why you might think that way.
Round the wicket, pitched up. Duckett thrashes this, and there's a misfield and extra cover as well. Will the ball reach the boundary? The crowd will tell you. 4 more to the score, and the record first wicket partnership for England against Zimbabwe, which was held by Mark Ramprakash and Mike Atherton at this ground in the year 2003, which took 48.4 overs, has been beaten in 25 overs less. Well, it's taken 25 overs less for Duckett and Crawley to do so.
Do you remember last year in the Blast, Sikandar Raza's catch was like one of the best catches in 2024. He just walked past that ball and just let it go for 4.
I wonder if the fielder in front of him put him off slightly. As this is pushed into the covers by Ben Duckett, who's 69 not out. No run.
That's the friendliest thing you've ever said about
him.
I mean, he literally just walked past the ball, didn't he?
I wouldn't say that if it was Australians out there, I imagine.
I did also like the fact that the 2 old fellas are at short cover and cover, and they both dived and missed the ball, and neither of them got up to even turn around to get the ball.
If you're joining us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, where's the camera there? We will be talking about this during the lunch break, The Art of Batting by Jared Kimber. So if you have any questions, get them in, and I'll be sure to ask Jared. As Duckett will take another couple from the bat. He'll move to 71, and that's the end of Niachi's second over. 125 without loss then, England. The first test of 6 that they're going to be playing this summer. A 4-day affair, and I would say perhaps the most concerning element to all of this is that I overheard Harmy about 45 minutes ago talking about them scoring 500 today.
Well, if you look at how this session has gone, 125 for no loss. There's probably about 5 minutes before the luncheon interval, so maybe this is the last over. You think to yourself, the next 2 sessions, they'll amp it up a little bit, maybe.
Last session will be long too, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, if they carry on in this manner, you're looking at over 300, close to 400, 500. That's a lot of runs on day 1.
That is a lot of runs.
I think they'd have to make a decision, wouldn't they? That would have to be, we want to make as many runs as possible and declare today and give ourselves 3 days to be able to bowl them out twice. Because otherwise, the way they're batting at the moment, they're not aiming for 500, are they?
Here's Crawley, 4, punched straight to short mid-off fielder, who fields on the bounce, 125 without loss. We've got about 4 minutes until the lunch break, so possibly another over after this one. I'm not sure Zimbabwe will be in any real rush to get 2 overs out before the break. It's been a little bit of a chastening couple of hours for them, and with the sun set to appear in Nottingham for the first time today in and around 2:30, and the ball's just that little bit older, so looking a little bit bleak as this is just played into the ground and fielded at backward point by Zach Crawley, who came into the series or test match needing runs. He's got them. He actually scored some runs for Kent in second innings, but 4 single-figure scores, including a couple of ducks in first innings. And wow, sounds like we're back in Wellington. But yeah,
it's kind of like a roundabout this ground though as well, isn't it?
It is a bit, yeah. You can hear them, you can see them to the right there. The cars that are just going past the Trent Bridge in. As Crawley eases forward and times this ball perhaps a touch too well. It goes straight, goes square, and it's fielded. And there was close to a misfield there, but it's just a 1 run.
I think the ball hit the stumps, didn't it, coming back in?
Oh, you're right, yep. Ben Duckett's just sorting the stumps out, but it wasn't an overthrow. A run rate of over 5 and over throughout the session.
The numbers and names on the back of the Zimbabwe tops, it's a very bright red, isn't it?
Which is good.
You can't miss it.
It's awesome. It's like, especially in the dim conditions here, like everyone who's got the numbers of the players, it's really quite bright.
Cut away deftly by Ben Duckett. Chase on from the fielder at deep point. He's going to do well, actually. This is played really late by Duckett, almost a back cut or a late cut from Duckett. He'll take another couple.
It's Ben Curran down on that boundary.
This is England's first 100-run first wicket stand at Nottingham. It's like Gary Morgan can read my mind. Since the 105 that Marcus Trescothick and Andrew Strauss scored against Australia. 2005? That can't be right. August. I'll have to check that. They didn't play Australia in the Ashes. Jeez, in the Ashes.
Say, what were you talking about?
This is just pushed to mid-wicket where it's fielded by the bowler.
I thought you would say, oh, that series didn't happen in August or something. It's quite a famous one, John. So what happened was Glenn McGrath stood on a ball.
It transcended the game so much I've forgotten it was actually a cricket match. Yeah, well, that's even more incredible. 2005, you've got to go back to that match for the last 100-run partnership by England here at Trent Bridge. And they've had a lot of success here as well.
That'd be opening partnership though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, first wicket partnership. 2 slips and a gully in as Mr. Rabani is in back of a length, and Ben Duckett comfortably will take another single to the leg side. Score moves on to 129 without loss. Crawley 53, Duckett 74. Are we going to get another over in?
Did you play any cricket with Kevin Curran?
No, he was my coach for a very long time.
Because I thought you might have been a bit young to have the crossover.
No, he was our coach for a number of years, and obviously the boys, Ben, Tom, and Sam would always be in and around us. Yeah, but very intense was KC, as he was affectionately known.
Unlike most Zimbabwean cricket coaches.
Man, like we had to run kilometers and come back and gym and do burpees, and then we get into the nets. It was all about being extremely fit and competitive.
Isn't it? It's Grant Flower who does he does more laps of the ground than any of his players when he's coaching. Like, there's something about Zimbabwean cricket coaches. They take this stuff very seriously.
Extremely seriously. Yeah, Grant Flower, every time he got out and didn't perform, he'd have to run around the field.
Nyachi, final over of the session, and this is down the leg side, fielded well by the wicketkeeper Seager, and would certainly have been given as a one-day wide, but allowed by the umpire. Is the umpire just having a little look at the pitch there, the follow-through from Nyachi? We've had a couple of questions in, by the way, for Jared. We're going to be talking about his book, The Art of Batting, the craft of cricket's greatest run scorers.
I thought you were going to say the grift.
Probably is a little bit of grift in there, isn't there? There's Nyachi in again on the powder Duckett, who'll play this square of the wicket, and he'll come through for a single. 130 without loss. Duckett moves to 75 and Crawley 53 not out.
Do we know anything about the grandstands here at the moment? And this is probably a Macca question, but
almost certainly.
Most of the grandstands are pretty well patronised, but the one out here that's a little bit further away at deep mid-wicket at the moment, there's not many people there. Are those tickets more expensive? Is it just because the seats are worse?
I wouldn't say they're more expensive.
There's no roof, you're saying?
as Crawley is forward and punching this to mid-on, no run. They're quite flat as well, so that you would have thought the sight line
might just be the worst place to watch cricket from at the ground. But it seems, because it's pretty evenly spread everywhere else, isn't it? And then you've got one stand that's almost empty.
You can't see, actually just looking to my right, because this stand that we're broadcasting from, it's Ratcliffe Road End, is one of the best stands to watch cricket in world cricket. Just to the right of us there, it's beautiful. And full, says Macca. Crawley upright in stance, says a shout for leg before wicket. And Nuachi just has his hands on his hips, looking back to Seager, the wicketkeeper. I haven't had anything to cheer or shout about in this session. The timer's running down.
If he didn't hit it, I mean, I thought he might have. Ed's given it out. I thought he might have just got a little touch on it. It felt like there was two noises to me, but...
All things considered, I'm surprised, unless someone says he's hit it, I'm surprised they haven't gone upstairs, because he's not been getting much bounce. But
going a long way down,
watching a replay does suggest the ball would have been going down leg side. And indeed, the replay agrees. So good decision not to review. Pitched up again, and that's an athletic take behind the stumps by Seager, who's been nigh on flawless and has been called upon on more than one occasion. And he's taken this catch to his left, two-handed. Brilliant take.
Well, I wouldn't make a great umpire. I just thought from the angle that we are sitting in, it looked a lot closer, but it's done a lot, hasn't it, to miss leg stump.
And you can see how early the ball started swinging as well, so you'd see why Crawley missed it. It was good work by Irvine there, because I think we definitely both would have reviewed it.
I think all three of us would. Just for the drama. Left alone, it is well wide of Zach Crawley, who fancies a bit of lunch. And lunch it is here at Trent Bridge. And Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley, who walked out under cloudy skies at 11 o'clock, walked back under equally cloudy ones at 1 o'clock, but both with 50s to their name, and 100 up for England on the board, and big problems being posed for Zimbabwe, who won the toss at 10:30 this morning and decided to bowl first.
Yeah, I'll start with England. I think that was a really professional session by them. They didn't take things lightly. They came out there and played to their strengths, and also played to what was dished up. And the reflection on the scorecard says that 130 without loss, both set in, both looking to try and get big runs. And then you turn over to Zimbabwean side of things, win the toss, you go in with four seamers, you only bring the one seamer who's the slowest and is generally one that bowls the fuller, brings the stumps into play in the last 20 minutes, and the inconsistencies and the ill discipline reflect also the score at 130 without loss at a run rate at just over 5. So they'll be quite disappointed with how they've gone in that particular session, but they have another session to come back and sort of try again, but it's with a slightly older ball, but with two set batters as well.
Yeah, this England batting attack will always give you chances, but actually, Jared, there were none. There certainly weren't.
There was a caught and bowled that almost, even Blessing couldn't reach with his 7-foot wingspan. There was a couple of plays and misses and some half shouts and everything. But no, they just didn't put the ball in the right area for long enough. In the brief periods when Blessing managed to do that, and even that, over towards the end there, you could put pressure back on. The ball's still moving. There's something out there, but they have just been all over the shop. They haven't been able to get any pressure on, and because of that, England have just sort of strolled, really. I mean, it couldn't have been, I think Ed said, professional. England just sort of simulated their innings to lunch. It's really quite disappointing, because this is Zimbabwe's strength. The new ball is their absolute strength, and they wasted it.
Yeah, I agree. And I think coming into this test match, there's a lot more talk about how good their bowlers are as a unit, and perhaps their batters being tested out a bit more. Their bowlers weren't as good as they probably had the expectation. Everybody had that expectation in that particular first session. So a lot of pressure back on them to try and stem some runs and pick up wickets. But it's all about picking up wickets. If they don't pick up wickets, at the end of today, I think England could have a mountain of runs.
Okay, great stuff. Ed will be back following the lunch break. Jared isn't going anywhere. We are about to talk about the release of his new book, The Art of Batting, which I'm showing up to the screen. Well, I don't need to tell you that, you're watching. The Craft of Cricket's greatest run scorers. If you are just joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, well, welcome. We're going to be here throughout the Test summer. This 4-day test against Zimbabwe, followed by 5 test matches against India, will all be available overseas, so outside the UK and India. So stay with us. We're going to be recording following on, which will be available wherever you are. Jared's going to be doing his super over. We'll have previews, guests, and plenty more. So stick with us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. If you are just joining us, 130 without loss, England, after being asked to bat first. Zach Crawley, 53 not out from 8. Ben Duckett's been going at pretty much a run a ball, 75 from 71, 12 fours. In terms of the bowling, not pretty. Richard Ngorava opened the bowling for Zimbabwe. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 42. Blessing Muzarabani, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 41. Both of those guys bowled a couple of spells. A surprise in the Zimbabwe lineup. Chivanga, who was actually just drafted into the squad after an injury to Gwandu. Surprisingly, certainly Ed was surprised, made his play today. His 4 overs went for 30, so he was going at an economy of 7.5. And then with about 15 overs, or rather 15 minutes to go in the session, Victor Nuachi came on to bowl 3 overs that went for 16. So just 3 maidens bowled in the 26 overs. In and amongst that, England broke the record held by Mark Ramprakash and Mike Atherton for the largest partnership for first wicket against Zimbabwe, which also took place at this ground back in 2003, and they did so in 24 overs fewer than Ramps and Athers back in the day. So that's the match situation as the players and part of the commentary team head off to get some refreshment. But Jared is alongside me here. The Art of Batting, it's taken you about 2.5 years to write. You've been talking to me about it, we've spoken about it. Where to start? I'll tell you where we'll start. We'll start with a couple of questions. Start with a question here. We've had some through on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel chat facility. Smithy. Sergeant Smithy 100. Question for Jared. So, obviously, you've got 50 batters in here. But he asks, who did you really want to include, but in the end, you couldn't justify it?
I mean, I think there's probably about 3 or 4 players that I was a bit disappointed didn't quite make the final list. I think Graham Gooch would be quite high up there. David Gower's probably another one, and there's some very good older players as well that were probably unlucky. But the main player for me is Adam Gilchrist. He was the one that I couldn't quite justify, and the reason I couldn't justify it is I think the median score he came into bat on, John, was something like 230 for 5, which is probably higher than most teams were scoring around the era that he played. He played in a great batting era, and he was the only number 7 I even looked at. Right, everyone else was a top 6 player, and I really wanted Gilchrist in, but I just didn't think it was fair to the other guys who were doing harder jobs than him and in tougher situations. I think what we really came about when we were doing the list was there's probably 37 automatic greats, and then what you have from there is about another 30 to 40 players who have a claim to greatness, and then so you get very subjective on the last 12 to 13 players. And so yeah, Gilchrist is for me. I think both of my researchers who work with me, they both wanted Gilchrist in, and I had the final say, and Gilly's out, John. Gilly's out.
Well, he is. I mean, do you make any I mean, look, these guys are all batters only, really, apart from Andy Flower, Kumar Sangakkara,
there's
A.B. de Villiers.
Yeah, Walcott, Sobers, and Callis. And
so there are
maybe
some
if you want to count Steve Waugh, because he would have been an all-rounder if his hamstrings had remained attached to his body.
So you wouldn't almost, you know, how good is it? It's impossible to know, isn't it? Essentially, we don't know how good. In another world, when he doesn't keep wicket and he bats higher up the order, then Gilchrist might actually be in the list.
Yeah, but I mean, if you listen to Gilchrist, he kind of said that having wicket-keeping as his second skill allowed him to play the way he did. So it's a bit of a catch-22. I think you have to factor it in. It's interesting. Generally, what happens is, I think it's when Walcott and when Kumar Sangakkara take the gloves off, they start making a lot of runs. And I think the same thing happens to Brendan McCullum. He's not in the list, but he's another player where that happens to. But the one player who takes the gloves during their prime is AB de Villiers, and he ends up having the best batting average of any wicketkeeper ever. So I think we can get a little bit too fascinated with that. The one player that I thought was the most important when it came down to that was Sobers, because Sobers bowls basically the same amount of balls per game as Jimmy Anderson does. Now, not all of them were seam. He bowled quite a bit of spin as well. But he had the similar kind of workload to Jimmy Anderson, and also batted down the order because they wanted to rest him. So he was probably a player that I factored that into more, and some of the others maybe a little bit less so. But that's the sort of thing you go to. I mean, a lot of this list is nitpicking on levels of greatness, right? As I said, there's 37 guys who are automatic in this list. You know, I think Inzamam ul Haq is about 37, 38 on the list. Anyone in front of him, and him included, it's like you can't make any claim that this wasn't one of the greatest batters of all time.
So there's a couple of names that really jump out when I look at, say, the top 20. Len Hutton at 4 and Ken Barrington at 17.
Yeah.
So I would expect...
wait, I just realised now that this is going to be a Surrey thing, isn't it? You're going to go on and on about Surrey again.
No, what I'm going to say is, I'm surprised both of them as high as they are. And one of the reasons for that is I think Ken Barrington is hardly ever mentioned, or very, very rarely mentioned, when great England batters are brought into discussion. And here he is, just 4 places behind Joe Root. And as you say, Graham Gooch isn't there, and he is 9 places ahead of Geoffrey Boycott. Why do you think Ken Barrington doesn't get the love in this country that your book suggests he should?
Yeah, if you look at most people when they do these lists, he's usually in the top 10. So I've actually probably moved him a little bit lower. Yeah, and it's because he almost averages 60.
Yeah, going on average alone.
Yeah, and
but
most people just do average, and we obviously went well beyond just average.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second.
But I think with Ken Barrington, he does play in a lot of high-scoring matches. He doesn't go up against a lot of great bowling attacks. But I went and looked at footage of him. I listened to people. I talked to people who played with and against him, and everyone was like, it's funny that you mentioned him with Hutton, because they're very closely remembered, whereas essentially what people said about both of them was they never made mistakes. So they weren't exciting to watch. You know, they weren't dramatic players in the way that some of the other batters on this list were, but they didn't make any mistakes, and so you had to get them out. And with Barrington, I think when he played for your lot, he only averaged about 42, I think, for Surrey. And when he played in Test cricket, he averaged high 50s. So I think his Test average is probably slightly it's higher than it probably deserves to be if we look at his overall talent. But he made so many runs, John, and he also had to deal with mental health issues during his career. I've always thought he was quite underestimated. I think people who love history of cricket probably think I have him too low. People who don't know anything about history of cricket probably think I have him a bit high.
So, apart from just looking at the averages of all these guys, what else did you look at to enable you to come up with what seems like a pretty definitive answer to the question that you posed yourself? Yeah.
So what we did was I started with looking for batters who had averaged over 44 and made more than 3,000 Test runs. We changed that occasionally for special cases like W.G. Grace and Ranji and Victor Trumper. And then we realized there weren't any openers on the list, so we had to open it back up to make sure that a third of the batters on the list were openers. So the cutoff point for the openers was 42, so a little bit lower. Then what we did is we compared them all against each other, and we also compared every player to the era that they batted in. So how much better were they than everyone else in their era? And also, how much better were they than the other players in their games? So the other batters, the other top 6 players that they went up against. In some cases, the West Indies of the 1950s and 60s and, India of the early 2000s it's quite tough on someone like Sachin Tendulkar, because he's got Rahul Dravid and VVS Laxman and Virender Sehwag also in his team. But that's the kind of thing that we did. We then had a look at everyone's home record, their away record, and then we got into real nitty-gritty stuff about strike rates, where we could find strike rates for some of the older players. But the really fascinating things was looking at who were the best bowling attacks they went up against, and did they make any runs? So Walcott and Weeks, who are very famous for having these huge high batting averages, when you start to dissect their batting, it doesn't quite stand up in the way that a lot of the other great players do. And so they were moved further down. And so you're looking at all that sort of stuff. Also, what position you batted. You talk about Len Hutton. he has an incredible batting average and almost no mistake, no issues in his record at all. And he was batting at the top in English conditions when it was really tough to do so. So we're trying to factor all those things in, and then there are probably some intangibles there. I would say KP is probably higher than some people would have him in the list because of his ability to change a game so quickly. Victor Trumper and Javed Miandad are maybe slightly higher because they actually had a lasting impact on the game. They changed how people batted, right? So little things like that, I think, also played a part. And looking at simple things like, did you make runs in all 4 innings, or did you just make runs in one particular innings that you were really good at? If you're an opening batter and you were sent in to bat, did you make runs when you were sent in to bat, right? Did you make runs in New Zealand, South Africa, and what's the other one? New Zealand, South, and England against the new ball. All these sorts of things. So, you know, we start to get to the point where I've got like a file on each one of these batters, and in it, you know, I can look them up and go, okay, so here's their strengths, here's their weaknesses, here's why we really like them, here's why they might need to be a little bit lower, and here's the question marks. There were some great players who, like Don Bradman, doesn't even play all the way through his peak years because of the war, you know, and so you have to factor all those things in.
When you came to writing this book and you thought to yourself, okay, well, who are the top 50 batters? And you think of Sachin and Lara, and you think of, you know, whoever, right? Did you just think, well, it's obviously Don Bradman not one, and then I'll work out the rest? And when you came to that, if you came to that conclusion, was the gap between first and second actually smaller, larger, or pretty much where you thought it was going to be between Bradman at 1 and Sachin at 2?
What I really did was, I figured that Bradman was going to be number 1, so I almost put him to the side for a minute, right?
Yeah.
In fact, it's so funny. As I said before, I compare all the players to the other greats, and Bradman is he's so far ahead on every single metric anyway. It just makes everyone else look silly. But what I really wanted to do is see if another player, or in this case, another couple of players, also had a case to be number 1. And so we ended up with 3 players that we thought had a genuine case to be number 1, which is Don Bradman, Sachin Tendulkar, and Jack Hobbs, right? Those are the 3 players that we thought had genuine cases to be number 1. Then it was a comparison thing at that point of, does Sachin's career or Jack Hobbs' career have enough strengths in it to be able to overcome what Bradman did? And one of the interesting thing with Hobbs and Sachin is how long their careers are. They're so much longer, and so that's something that was in their went in their way. But the thing is that in their back half of both of those guys' careers, they are still in the best 3 or 4 best batters in the world, but they're not the best batter in the world. Whereas Don Bradman was the best batter in the world from his 2nd Test match till his last Test match.
Wow, that is a stat.
And so, do you know what I mean? And like, people will say things like young people get really upset and they're like, oh, but he was playing against farmers and accountants and whatever. And I was like, so was everyone else. And the 2nd best batter of his era, he still averaged 40% more than. Not the other batters in his era, John. The 2nd best batter in his era. And you can find periods where Sachin and Hobbs were elite and we're not far away. I think there's one period in Hobbs' career before World War I where he has Bradman-like numbers, right? But do you know when Bradman had Bradman-like numbers? All the way through his career. So the 2 things that bring Bradman back towards Sachin and Hobbs is probably the fact that he wasn't very good on wet wickets, which was something that you had to deal with in the uncovered days. And I think he averages something around, I can't remember, it's in the book, but maybe 15 or 16 on wet wickets. But that meant he averaged 120 on normal wickets, John. And the other one was he wasn't particularly good when bodyline happened and they bowled bounces to him, but he still averaged 50 in that series. Do you know what I mean? Like, how do you compare that? And I think Sachin's record is fascinating. Jack Hobbs' record is fascinating, but they're not quite at that level. But I think you can make a claim that they could be a number 1. It just happens to be that there's, if you have a look at what I've got the range of the players.
Well,
right?
I was going to ask you about the range.
Yeah. So if you go back to the first page, to the page with the number 1s on.
I'll just show our viewers.
Yeah.
See there, it says, I don't know if you can't see it, it says range. Alongside
there's nothing
the
better
ranking, the player name, the country of origin,
and the tier.
It says range.
Yeah, so we've got tier and range. So the tier is essentially what you're doing with the tier is you are putting a player, you're saying that you might have a player of, we didn't end up using it, it's in the actual chapter itself, where in the tier, what it says is we've got 4 players between, let's say, 26 and 22. I can't split them. if you were to come to me and say this player should be 22 and this player should be 26, I'd be like, that's probably fair.
Yeah.
And that's where the range comes back in. So for the range, we're looking at, I think there's a player at the...
So if someone comes to you and says Don Bradman should be number 3, the range is Don Bradman is 1.
There is nowhere else he could be on this list.
But
right?
for Jack Hobbs, say, if someone comes to you and says, well, I think Sachin should be behind Jack Hobbs, or maybe, or Jack Hobbs and Len Hutton switch right, you can, if you want to hear the argument, you can maybe make a case for it.
You've got, it's the back end of the top 10, I think, is really interesting, because you've got Sunil Gavaskar is 5 to 10, Viv Richards is 7 to 13, Garfield Sobers is 5 to 12, and Callis is 4 to 12, and Wally Hammond is 4 to 14. Any of those players can kind of jump around depending on the case that you're making for them, right? And so I didn't want to say this is the 50 best batter. Like, it'd be silly for me to say to you, John, how dare you say that Javed Mianbad is not the 22nd best batter of all time? Yeah. That's a ridiculous thing to say, right? But what you can say is, roughly he should be around that area, and you can make a claim that he might be a little bit higher or a little bit lower. And then you have some players like W.G. Grace and George Headley and Victor Trump, but they have huge ranges because they didn't play as much cricket. We don't have as much information on them, right? And so you're trying to, at that stage, you have to be honest with yourself and go, this is not a list from up on high. The aliens have not come up with some sort of AI technology to tell us exactly who the top 50 batters are. We have to understand that you will look at the game slightly differently than I will, and the range is, I think, an attempt from my point to sort of understand that there is those differences. And as you can see, you've got Hobbs can be anywhere from 1 to 3, whereas I've got Sachin can only be anywhere from 1 to 2. So that meant that Hobbs kind of had to be behind Sachin at that point. And as you said, Don Bradman is number 1, and there's no other player who could be in that top 3. I haven't put anyone else in that range who could be that high, where there is quite a few players on my list who could be as high as 4.
So looking at this list of 50, and I'm just scanning through, you've got Steve Smith.
He's quite good at cricket.
You've got Joe Root.
Also good.
You've got Kane Williamson. They're the only 3.
Kohli.
No, because Kohli's just retired.
Oh, okay,
so you've got
sorry.
the only... There's only 3 players currently playing, who are in the top 50. Quick question, you may not know the answer, but you'd probably be able to just kind of work it out. At what stage do you think the majority of these players, I mean, was there a time looking through when 8 or 9 of the best batters in the world were playing at the same time? I'm just having a look through.
You
must
would
have been
probably have early 2000s, because you would have Kumar, Callis, Steve Waugh, Sachin, Chandrapal, Lara, Hayden, Sehwag. Am I missing anyone else from that period? Dravid. Yeah, and Inzi. And in fact, Mohammed Yusuf's in the list as well, but he's 50th at the moment in the list. I just say at the moment because it's very flexible, my list.
Well, see, that leads me to my next question. So those 3 that I've mentioned, let's just say Kane Williamson's got another couple of years, possibly. He's got series in England next year. New Zealand are visiting Australia at the end of next year as well. If he's still playing then, he's got room to move. Steve Smith has got at least an Ashes in him, and maybe a touch more. Joe Root's probably got another, if all goes well, he's probably got another, he could have another 3 Ashes in him, potentially. Now, let's just say these guys achieve to the level they have done up to now, or even surpass that. Can you see, when you come to do this book again in maybe 5 years' time, can you see, and this is where the range comes in, I imagine, Joe Root, the range is 10 to 18, but he's listed at 14. I suppose what you're saying is if he continues like this and maybe excels a touch and has a successful series, scores that century, elusive century in Australia, he may actually leapfrog Herbert Sutcliffe and Kumar Sangakkara, or possibly even Wally Hammond, and find himself 10th in the list rather than where he is now, 14th.
I think you can make a claim that you can almost get him up those positions at the moment. I don't think he's got a great case to be above any of them, but I think you could make that. If he plays for another, what is he now, 37, 38? If he plays for another 4 years and is averaging plus 45 for all those years, you then get to something that we didn't really talk about before, but...
He's only 34.
Is he? He feels older.
So you're basing, essentially, the entirety of a lot of these, 47 of these players the entirety of their careers
and these,
to make your decision.
And
but
even Virat, remember the book came out, I had finished the book a year before Virat had retired, right? So
Virat, that brings me on to another question then, because if that's the case, knowing what we know about Virat's last 12 months, does he actually drop down the list a bit?
He did drop down a little bit, but we didn't want to drop him. It wasn't even the last 12 months. It was like the last 5 years of his career. So when I started the book, I could tell you the people who moved the most during the book. Marnus Labuschagne, Babar Azam were both on the short list to make the list. And by the time I started writing it, neither of them could find a run and haven't found a run since. Kane Williamson, I rated him quite highly, and then the more you go through Kane Williamson's records, the more you find big gaps.
Yeah, I mean, his record against Australia is quite poor.
And England and India and South Africa.
England isn't great either.
Yeah.
He has scored centuries in England.
He's made runs against South Africa, but it was when the B team, and it was in New Zealand. He hasn't made runs against South Africa or in South Africa. Kohli moved quite a bit, and then right at the last minute, I moved Root up about... What's he at 14? So he would have been closer to 18, I would have thought, when I started, when I first locked off the list, and we had to change it. So you'll like this on Kohli. When I started the book, I was like, oh God, everyone is going to abuse me because I've got Kohli too low, and everyone loves Kohli. And by the time the book was finished, I was getting letters from people going, I hope he's not in the top 50. He's terrible. And that's how much the narrative did. And I didn't want to get too much warped on form. I wanted it to think about if Joe Root retired tomorrow, Williamson or Smith or Kohli retired tomorrow. I think Smith still has a chance if he goes on a 4-year tear. And he scored 300s in a bunch of test matches recently. If he goes on another tear, he still has a chance of getting in that top 5. And Joe Root certainly has a chance of getting in the top 10. And I'd like to see Kane Williamson start to make more runs everywhere, right?
A question for Jared. Actually, it's not a question. It's from Fluffy3. Says Jared is a living Excel cricket spreadsheet. Yes, he is.
I should be said, I spent a lot of time on YouTube and finding, old cricket clips. There's some great stuff online if you want to find out about some of these old players. If you're looking for a random suggestion of an old player to watch, Peter May. It didn't make my list, but I love watching him bat.
What about the likes of, and I see Graham Pollock's in there, but what about the likes of Barry Richards or some of these players that didn't get to play? I mean, tell me about how you kind of worked around their omission or inclusion.
I interviewed Barry Richards for the book because he is one of the greatest living batters alive, and he loves talking about batting and himself. So the combination of those was great. I took him out of the book because I felt it was unfair I think there's a few players. There's a couple of New Zealand players, Stewie Dempster and Martin Donnelly. There's a couple of Indian players, the 2 VJs, who I didn't think I could put them in the book based on their test records. And so I felt that it was the same with Barry. And so I ultimately took Barry out. I think if you were doing the most talented batters, he probably might even get as high as in the top 10. Barry Richards said to me at one stage, with the straightest of faces, he goes, Jared, I could have averaged 70 in first-class cricket if I wanted to. And the thing is, I know, A, he probably could have, and B, he 100% believes that, right? But he was great to talk about. But this is one thing I tried to get with Barry Richards was, but isn't getting bored and getting yourself out because you're bored also not the same? And he's like, I didn't want to be like Brian Lara. I didn't want to club baby seals all day. And I'm like, but that's why Brian Lara played some of the greatest innings of all time. So, yeah, I was quite harsh on the amount of tests. So I think the fewest amount of tests would be either Ranji or Grace. I'd have to go back and check. And I thought that the reason they didn't play more tests, Ranji didn't play more tests because of racism, and Grace didn't play more tests because he didn't think it was that important, Sean. And yet, he was still the best player in the 1880s when he'd already opened his medical practice up and wasn't as full-on into cricket as he had been before.
Now, I know growing up, Martin Crowe was one of your favourite players. So how did you go about researching him? I mean, who did you speak to about Martin Crowe who told you what you didn't know about Martin Crowe?
I was lucky enough to be friends with Martin Crowe for a little while before he passed away. Yeah. So he's not interviewed in the book, but I think he's probably one of the louder voices in my head when I was writing the book. So I talked to him quite a bit. But I also, Jeremy Coney is, of course, someone else who... So I spent a lot of time talking to Jeremy Coney about different players. Again, this was more... what would we say? Over a glass of Jeremy's favourite red. We shared a lot of flats and things when we've been touring around together, and so I talked quite a bit to him. But I tried to find 2 players from every generation. So I went all the way back to the 1940s to find a player from Yorkshire called Brian Stott, who played with Hutton and against Barrington and all those guys. Talked to a guy called Bob Knocker-White, who actually played up here and is a legend up in Nottingham, to talk about all the county players that he played against. Then it was Bumble and Ian Chappell. So I didn't just talk to the younger players. I tried to look at players from as far back as I could find. I think Brian Stott might be in his 90s, all the way through to today. And then also, I didn't just talk to great players. Obviously, I talked to Lara and A.B. de Villiers and Kumar Sangakkara and Roel Dravid, but I also talked to players like Jimmy Adams, Chris Rogers, Nasser Hussain, Ross Taylor, who were all very good players, but they also know, they were very honest about the difference between their level and the guys who ultimately made this book.
So which country then punches above its weight in terms of producing the greatest, and which country maybe could do 6 out of 10, must try harder?
I would say West Indies is probably the country that has the most greats. I'm trying to think of off the top of my head. There's Viv, Lara, Sobers, Greenwich, and then you have Rowan Canai, Frank Worrell, and the 2 Ws as well.
Yeah,
and Clive Lloyd.
There's 11 of the 50.
Yeah, we must have missed some. There must have been a couple of others that I missed in there as well.
Yeah, Clyde Walcott, Everton Weeks, Frank Worrell, Rowan Canai.
Yeah, so they're at the back end. Then you've got
Clive Lloyd, Shiv.
Oh, Shiv was another one we missed.
Gordon Greenwich.
Yeah, so I think they're above it.
George Headley.
I took a lot of Australians out of the list, and I'll tell you why. It's because Australians generally average like 60 at home and 40 away.
Yeah.
And I got... when you get nitpicky about greatness, there's so many guys. It's like Bill Podsford. It was Michael Clark, David Warner. I was like, I'm sorry, guys. Everyone else is averaging, 50 and home and away, and you're not. And so you get quite nitpicky. But I'd say that the team that struggled the most, considering how good their batting pitches are, I think Pakistan probably, their batting hasn't been as good as it should have been. And I think the only test nation that isn't there is Bangladesh, Ireland, and Afghanistan. And of course, Zimbabwe have Andy Flower, who's, sort of, I think he's about 35 on the list, I think, or 38, somewhere around there.
Yep, he is. He's above KP.
I love talking to people about Andy Flower because I didn't talk to one batter who didn't have great stories about him. Ed told me before he's a terrible person, didn't like him, but everyone, Ed was saying before, just literally, overrated. Why is he in the book? I said Grant Flower was the one.
VK says, Jared, when are you going to do top 50 cricketers of all time?
I haven't done the bowlers book yet. So the problem with bowlers, so Ed was asking about this before, is it's possible to work out the difference between a number 6 and an opening batter, mathematically. Not that the whole book is based on stats, but mathematically it's possible. It's really hard with spinners, and it's specifically hard with spinners like Shane Warne and Nathan Lyon and Dan Vettori, when quite often they're the only spinner in the game, and I can't compare them to anyone else in that game. So bowlers is really tricky. If I can get bowlers and it comes out as the way that I want it to, I probably will do the top 50 cricketers of all time. Then we can have a proper argument about whether Sobers should be ahead of Bradman.
Of these batters, how many of them will be in the top 50 bowlers?
None. Sobers is not in the top 50 bowlers of all time.
So there isn't one. Who will come closest, do you think? You haven't written the book yet. But Callis, Sobers...
Imran Khan, but he's not in the top 50 batters, yeah. Yeah, I think I've actually done, if you want to know, I've done a big piece on Garfield Sobers recently. Even though he's got a worse bowling average than Jart Callis, I think he's definitely a better bowler than Callis. So yeah, he would be the best bowler. If you look at the best all-rounder, I suppose that's probably Flower, isn't it? Because he kept, I think, every time. Whereas all the other guys didn't keep all the time.
Do you think Sunil Gavaskar gets the love that he should do outside of India?
I don't think he gets it inside India.
Really?
Yeah, I think what happens is he was a great player when we didn't have many TV cameras at the ground, right?
Is he known more from his broadcasting?
Yeah.
Than people have kind of forgotten what he did with the bat.
I think
a bit.
He wasn't the most exciting player to watch, and that's the same with Hutton and Barrington, and Boycott, as you mentioned before. But I think if you look at Gavaskar, his record is ridiculous. We did the advanced stats. Gavaskar is the only other player in Test cricket history to average more than 100 against spin. Do you want to know who the first one is?
Go on.
Bradman. Right? So he's as good as Bradman against spin, and he did it in much tougher conditions than Bradman, although to be fair, Bradman did it on uncovered wickets, so spinners were still in touch. I think what happens with Gavaskar is he retires, and then straight away Sachin Tendulkar comes in. Then you've got Rahul Dravid, then you've got Virender Sehwag, then you've got Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli and all these other players, and he's forgotten. And as you said, it's a bit like the Richie Benaud thing. People don't really remember how good a cricketer Richie Benaud was because he becomes a commentator. And there's also weird things with Gavaskar, like the 39 not out in a one-day game. Like, do you know what I mean? You're talking about a player at one stage, Don, who literally decided in a game he was going to bat left-handed. Right? Because he was like, oh, the ball's spinning too much. I'm just going to bat left-handed. He was a freak of nature, Sunil Gavaskar.
He's an early Dermot Reeve.
I'm not sure if either of them would be happy with that.
But it's true, though, isn't it? I mean, Winston named their 5 cricketers of the century, and obviously Shane Warne was in it, and so was Jack Hobbs, so was Don Bradman, so was Sachin. But Sunil in your list comes above Viv Richards, who was also one of those. Is there another, we were just dazzled by some of those players. He just did a job better, but just didn't. We just didn't enjoy watching it as much.
I think Viv Richards gets a huge boost over a lot of other players from his era because he played so much in Australia when there was great cameras and footage of him, and also, is there not a bit of format bleed? This is a test book, right? And I think that, in fact, I had an Indian contact me the other day, and he was like, Gavaskar wasn't a better test player than Viv Richards. And I said, well, if you look at their whole career, Viv Richards actually has a bit of a downturn towards the end of his career. I think one of the reasons I had him so high in the list is because people were actually terrified of bowling to him. And he was a one-man batting attack, and he changed the way that teams went about it. You still couldn't bowl spin to Sunil Gavaskar, and he was still a very good player of the moving ball as well. So I think there's a little bit of the legacy. I mean, if you were going to pick a player to be, John, you're not going to pick Gavaskar or Hutton over Viv Richards, are you? But you might not pick Andy Flower over Adam Gilchrist as well. Doesn't mean that Andy Flower isn't the better test batter.
Umang Jain says, did Jared ever consider Chris Gale in the top 100 batsmen of all time?
He's in my top 100 test batters of all time, yes.
Is
He made a lot of runs in Australia. He made 2 test triple hundreds. He's got an average of about 42 opening the batting in test cricket. He's in the top 100. The problem is a couple of places where he just doesn't make any runs at all. Maybe England might be one of them. I can't remember now. So yeah, he didn't quite make the list. But yeah, he was on the fringes of the long list. I think we'd say.
Jared, thank you so much. If you are interested in the art of batting, then go and buy it. The Craft of Cricket's Greatest Run Scorers, compiled by Jared Kimber. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Oh, before you go, though, VK says, Jared, if you would have to name the top 5 cricketers post-2010, who would they be? And while you answer that question, Andrew McKenna is going to get back into the hot seat, and I think he's going to be joined by Ed Rainsford as well. But thanks for joining us. And as I say, the art of batting from Jared Kimber. Jared, over to you.
So since 2010, you said. So I'd go Smith, Bumrah. Who else would I have up there? Root, Smith, Bumrah, Root. He meant batters. Oh, okay. I don't know. Read the book. I don't know what the order is. You would have de Villiers, Kohli, Smith, Root, and Williamson, I think, if it's just batters. And yeah, Bumrah I would obviously put up there, and Cummins I'd have quite high as well. Hello, Macca.
Good afternoon, Jared.
Am I on, or do I go?
You can go.
Hey.
But there you go. Jared Kimber's The Art of Batting, and judging by the feel of the quality of the paper, it'll set light quite easily as well, if you're ever short of kindling. We might dip into that in the afternoon session. We'll see how we go. But what a morning for England. 130 on the board without a wicket going down. Zach Crawley, 53 not out. It's his highest test score at Trent Bridge, actually. His previous best was 27 in his first test match here a few years ago. And of course, Ben Duckett knows this place well. 75 not out. So what's the afternoon session got in store for us? Well, let's first of all welcome Ed Raymond back to the commentary box. First time we've been on together, so good to work with you, Ed. Right then, from a Zimbabwe point of view, what's the conversation been over lunch? It's been past the gravy, and what's the follow-up sentence?
Hello, Macca, how are you? Hello, everybody. Yeah, we've all just had lunch, and the Zimbabwean team would have had a long conversation about their bowling lengths. They would have had a long conversation about the field sets. They'll have a long conversation about perhaps they didn't meet the expectations that they set themselves before they took a foot over the rope. And so there'll be a little bit of disappointment there. There'll be a little bit of finger pointing and a bit of animation from the coaches, and maybe some orders about how to maybe go about this next session. Just in the corner of my eye, there was an extensive amount of warming up and bowling, so they were out there quite early to get nice and warm and try and take on this next session, which England, I think, will be trying to push the ascendancy and continue the good work that they've done. Zimbabwe have to make the play, don't they?
So, look, England have gone along at 5 and over on the first morning, on a morning where Zimbabwe have called correctly and said, we'd like you to have first go. So, is the approach, right, we're going all out, we need wickets, or is the better approach, let's go out and slow this run rate down and actually try and put the pressure back onto the England batters? Because if we're being brutally honest, there has been no pressure on the England batters so far today.
Yeah, fair point. I think you're right. Just sort of take a big sponge out there and just remove any sort of run scoring ability, or try and soak up as much as that run rate as possible. Bring it down to maybe just below 3, maybe below 4 to start off with, and then work back from there. My next thing would be, with how the fast bowlers have gone, where does Zimbabwe turn to? Do they go to their part-time spinners? Sean Williams still cannot bowl his left-arm spin. You have Bennett that bowls a little bit of off-spin. You've got Raza who bowls a little bit of off-spin. And then where do you go from there? Then you go to Wesley Madere, but are they front-line spinners? Not necessarily. Maybe Raza is, because just in the corner of my eye, I see that Ben Curran has some pads on.
Okay, interesting. So we will keep an eye on that. Worth reminding you, of course, that Zimbabwe have been playing Test cricket recently, but in Bangladesh, and therefore all of those performances were done with a lot of spinners involved. And from that squad to the squad that have come here, 3 spinners were left out, and therefore they've kind of gone in this seam basket. But if that's not potentially, I don't know, maybe that was the strength. Now we're going straight to spin, and Sikandar Raza. Okay, well, look, they always say you start a session with your 2 best bowlers. So what does this say? That we're getting a guy who didn't bowl a ball in the first session.
Yeah, he's an attacking bowler, is Sikandar Raza. He's got a decent enough test record, 19 matches, 38 wickets, average of 40. He's got 2 fifers, and so the conversation has probably turned to taking pace off in the change room and maybe just halt the run flow from one particular end. So that's the sort of information you're starting to get now. But if you go back to Bangladesh, and I was a big advocate for the leg spinner who made his debut in Bangladesh to be on this tour. They kept Wellington Masakadza, but Masakesa, who's the leg spinner who picked up a fifer and bowled beautifully in Chattogram, left it home. Bringing him here, you don't lose anything.
Well, it will be Sikandar Raza to bowl around the wickets, and he's bowling his off break to Ben Duckett, coming forwards, playing defensively out on the offside. No run. So we're back underway from the Stuart Broad Pavilion end after lunch. Raza can bowl off breaks and leggies, so he may be doing the sort of go one way to Duckett and the other way to Crawley, being a left and right. He approaches the wicket with both hands behind his back, like he's trying to hide the ball to say, well, I could bowl either of these at you. He's slightly short, hit off the back foot by Duckett, fielded well by Bennett at cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, you want that, because you can just hear the applause that goes round the ground. Good piece of fielding, off not a great delivery there by Raza, but that in itself with Bennett can just lift everybody in the field as you start this next session.
Raza around the wicket he comes, Duckett playing forward. Now they've stationed, it's not quite a long off, that's gone a deep mid off, that's slightly more than halfway back, and therefore it's a pretty long single. So Duckett will go to 76, 131 without loss, and Crawley will be on strike. And interestingly, that fielder who was at deep mid-off is staying out as a deep mid-on to Crawley. So they've got that, catching mid-wicket, standard mid-wicket, and short fine leg. Crawley waits, turns round the corner, and will take an easy single. Well, if we were applying that sponge, it doesn't appear to be taking on much fluid at the moment, as it's been fairly straightforward after the break.
Early doors. Just thinking about team selection and how most of these test sides go about selecting a team. You look at England and how they select a team. Bashir is in the side.
Raza in, bowls, Duckett punch drive down to the deep mid-off fielder, takes an easy single.
And they believe that he is the best possible selection from a spin perspective, whether it's the right one or it's the wrong one. There's a lot of spinners in the county setup that can also put their hands up. But I'm talking about from Zimbabwe's perspective, where they've gone with 4 seamers, haven't quite used them as best they can, and then leave the leg spinner out.
Over the wicket to Crawley is Raza, and it is well fielded by the man at short mid-wickets. And there is no run. Over is completed with 3 singles from it, 133 without loss. Here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, I'm Andrew McKenna, he's Ed Rainsford, and we're watching England, well, at the moment, going along quite nicely, just under 5 runs and over. There was a lot of talk about Shoaib Bashir coming into this test match. He had to go on loan from Somerset down to Glamorgan, and I actually did the commentary on their county championship game at Middlesex. And Shoaib Bashir barely bowled a ball, and they actually bowled another spinner ahead of him. And when he did bowl, if I'm honest, it didn't look that threatening. And Harmy made a really good point recently on one of our excellent podcasts on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, that there seems to be a difference between the Shoaib Bashir that's captained by Ben Stokes, who appears to pump his tyres up and tell him he's the best in the world, and there appears to be another Shoaib Bashir at the moment, who, when he gets into county cricket, he kind of needs to do that himself. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Shoaib Bashir gets on in this test match, back under Ben Stokes' captaincy. Of course, how much he bowls in the match is another matter entirely. We're going to go back with Nyochi. First ball after lunch is past the outside edge of Duckett's bat through to the keeper, and there is there's an appeal. It's just a throat clearer, I think, as much as anything else. No run.
How's that for a delivery? Where's that been all day? Where's that been on time to time for Zimbabwe, where you just hit the area, get something to happen, a little few smiles that go around the Zimbabwean fielders and the skipper, but what a ball round the wicket, hits the seam, just straightens ever so slightly. It's a brute of a delivery here by Victor Nyachi, who's only got his bowl about 19 minutes before the luncheon interval.
Well, he goes in once again. Oh, blimey. That one is wider, and it is hammered to short extra cover. And oh, dear. Curran, I think he saw his fingers snapping in front of him with that one if he didn't quite get that one right, but he stopped it cleanly enough. That looked like being runs. Well, that was hit hard.
Yeah, you bowl a beautiful delivery before this one, and then you pitch it up, and it's a long half volley, finds the fielder. Just got to have some sort of pressure from one end.
There goes Nyochi once again. That's good. Middle and off. Brings Duckett forward. Covering up, playing defensively. No run. Yeah, just to go back to Shoaib Bashir, 3 wickets in the county championship for Glamorgan at 152. He's bowled 71, just shy of 72 overs in 3 games on loan. Of course, it's tricky when you've got Jack Leach down at Somerset to get yourself into the side, so that's why he was sent out on loan. Quite what happens for the rest of the season remains to be seen. Nyochi is in once again, covered up by Duckett, no run.
Clear message that England believe in Shoaib Bashir, whether he's playing for Somerset or he's out on loan. But that's a tough one, because then Jack Leach is ahead of you in county cricket, but then Bashir is ahead of Jack Leach in...
Well, let me add to that even further.
I've got to find a cup of tea.
Ben Stokes said yesterday, because obviously he came into, it was playing last summer as well, and had a similar kind of thing. Ben Stokes said in his press conference yesterday, he feels Bashir is in better condition this year and in a better state than he was last year. Duckett is playing off the back foot, too short extra cover, and there's no run. Now again, that sounded to me like a man pumping up his mate's tyres, because 3 wickets at 152 does not, on the face of it, sound like a man who's in a better state than he was this time last year. But that's what Ben Stokes was saying.
But I guess that goes back to what I said a short while ago, is that when you believe in a certain set of players, you stick with them. Similar to Zach Crawley, who came into this test match with a lot of pressure behind him.
Norchi is in, and that is genuinely edged by Ben Duckett. Now, there is only one slip and a gully in place, and the slip is very wide, almost second, and it went wider of the slip. All along the floor, it goes away for a boundary. England 137 without loss after 28 overs. Duckett has 81.
So this is just the state of the game and the state of mind of Zimbabwe, where they've been put on the back foot and sort of set a very defensive field. There's a very wide slip. You probably say about a second or third slip, who's the skipper. It goes past him. And you think just after lunch, you start again. Why not set a slightly attacking field? The ball is not that old, finds the outside edge, but doesn't find everybody, and runs away for 4. And that one goes a-begging. Again, perhaps the captaincy not where it should be in terms of starting again and slightly being more attacking.
Well, you know, I don't care if Crawley's got however many before lunch and Duckett's got however many before lunch. You've still got to start again. You've still got to get out there and see the ball. It's going to be Raza to start his second over, and that's an off-spinner to Crawley that's going further down the leg side and is in easy placement out to deep backward square leg, and they take the single, 138 without loss. It feels like this might have been an opportunity to put some pressure on. It doesn't feel like there is again. We appear to have left the lid off of the saucepan, so in other words, there's not pressure building up inside that. As is indicated as Raza goes in, and Ben Duckett will play the reverse and laps it down to what starts off as third, becomes fine leg, and it goes away for a boundary. England 142 without loss.
Very much an attacking shot here by Duckett to say to himself, well, I'm not going to allow you to settle. I'll play both sides of the wicket, and that's quite inventive. When I go back to selection, you pick 4 seamers, and you come out straight after lunch with a spinner. And in fact, Victor Nyauchi has just told you that there's still enough on offer for the fast bowlers. I would have gone with Victor Nyauchi and Blessing Muzarabani, even if Muzarabani bowls 3 overs. Just 3. I know his workload is going to be higher here in this particular test match as being the spearhead of the attack, but he's got better chance of maybe picking up a wicket or breaking a partnership. Oh, what's going on here?
Oh dear, that looks like it is a problem for Ngarava. He's doubled over, both hands on knees, holding lower back. Is it a back spasm? Or hamstring, something of that. He was the nearest fielder, and he wasn't particularly near to that last one, so he was going across to try and retrieve the ball in, and was just jogging along. We've actually got it now on a replay in front of us, and he's happy. And then, unfortunately, the replay cut off. I was just waiting for the moment that it almost looks like he gets shot by a sniper when all of a sudden you go in the hamstring, but we don't get that.
I think he has gone in the hamstring here because he keeps going towards his left leg here. Amato Machikicho, the physio, is out there. He's got his hand on his head, does Richard Ngarava. Looks invisible pain. He looks invisible discomfort. A grimace on the face. Oh, he's gone the other way as well. Or is this cramp? Because he's holding both sort of legs. He'll reach for the left and reach for the right here. I'm not sure what's gone on.
Well, the umpires are starting to get a little bit twitchy now for the amount of time that it's taken, because he is actually about 3 or 4 steps away from the boundary edge. They could just ask him to step over it. However, they've sent the medical cart out, which is basically an elongated golf buggy where he'll get loaded on like he's, I don't know, half a hundredweight of potatoes.
So this here tells me that he can't get off the field. So they want to get him off with the cart. Can't walk off. You're right, the boundary's not too far away, but Yeah, something wrong with the back. Something has happened here to Richard Ngarava, and it's brought a halt to play here. Not what Zimbabwe would have wanted.
There's not a lot of space on that cart, is what I'm noticing. So he's not going to be comfortable because he's a pretty big boy, and they're now going to ask him to sit down on the cart. I'm going to be honest, Richard, I don't think that's your best option. I think hobbling off might be, because he's now having to lift his left leg onto the cart and then try and sit down. That, Richard, honestly, mate, that's going to make it worse.
Yeah, the coaching staff looks on with concern. Gone on with the four seamers. One looks like he's gone down. Chavanga's been expensive. Ngarava now in the buggy and being driven off. A few applause will go around, and hopefully it's just spasms, and that maybe they release over the next hour or so, and then he can come back. But concern here for him and concern for Zimbabwe.
Yeah, time to wallop in a few ibuprofen. He's holding the right lower back. And if you've ever seen Steve Harmison on a flight, as he tries to wedge that enormous frame into economy class, that's kind of how Ngarava is on that medical cart at the moment. He's kind of had to be poured into it. Right, he's off, so we can continue. And Raza will deliver the third ball of the over. Duckett plays an off drive to wide long off, and will come back for a couple easily enough. We're in the 29th over of the England innings, halfway through that 29th over, 144 without loss, having been put into bat earlier on today.
Yeah, so they've lost one of their bowling options. So we'll get more information on how he is progressing in Ngarava.
Duckett waits, plays from the crease as Raza is around the wicket to him. Again, a simple single to long off.
And so now the captain has his work cut out, because Chavanga hasn't been at his best. Mzarabani has already come in with a great deal of workload this year, and how much of the responsibility falls upon him and Victor Nyauchi.
Go on, stick your neck out. Who's going to bowl the next over? Have a think about it. Tell me after this delivery. Raza is in. Zach Crawley is covering up defensively, no run.
Yeah, Victor Nyauchi will continue. And then I think Raza, for a period here, just to soak up some runs and just bring that run rate down, will continue. But I would have started with the two fast bowlers.
Crawley is down onto one knee as Raza drops onto a length that enables him to pull him through square leg for four more. England are 149, and we've only had 29 overs of this innings. 5.1 and over. 22 boundaries in a session and 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's not going to stop. England are going to continue to play the way they have. They actually haven't been tested. I think maybe a couple of deliveries gone past the outside edge, but they've just played what has been dished up and they've punished it. And yeah, it's a tough time for Zimbabwe to try and sort of stem the run flow and also pick up wickets. Yeah, you talk about Skandar Raza and how the way he bowls. Sort of Narayan, there's a lot of how he bowls that Raza has picked up there, and I think they spend a lot of time in the CPL together, and it's become quite effective for him in the shortened format, especially T20 and white ball cricket. That's where he's really been great, Raza.
There's a lot of sharing of information now with these global leagues. We will start a new over, and Seager, the wicketkeeper, is left by Duckett, and then it has a little wobble on it from Nyauchi, and he doesn't take it cleanly. Again, it's just a little late wobble. Hands are going one way, ball goes the other, takes him on the end of the index finger, and that is going to hurt.
Yeah, first time playing in England at these test venues with that Duke ball. The way it can wobble after the bat.
As we mentioned earlier, this is a ground where it does wobble as well. Nyauchi goes in, straight on this occasion, coming back into Duckett. Left-hander plays to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Mentioned earlier, about 25 years ago, they built this stand that we're sitting in now, and it suddenly started hooping around like, I mean, in the old days, Richard Hadley, I mean, he could do what he wanted, where he wanted. Clive Rice, equally so. And then they built this stand. and it started hooping around corners. Bowlers were queuing up to sign for knots. Nochi goes in, very full, Yorker length, played out on the onside, no run.
I remember, I think it was an Ashes test match where it was a green seamer, wasn't it? Stuart Broad.
Yeah, he did enjoy that day.
Yeah. I think Australia were done and dusted after an hour and a bit in their first inning. So it has a different personality and character if you want to prepare it in that manner, doesn't it?
Well, there were two things there. Stuart Broad, as we all know, has those kind of days. He had those kind of days combined with the conditions here, and I'm afraid it was inevitable. You put those two together. Nochi goes in, and once again it is Ben Duckett playing backward of point on the offside for a couple in that shot that he plays, that he just kind of leans back and uses his weight, puts his hands through the ball and guides it for a couple more. He goes to 90. The England 150 is up. We're inside the 30th over, 151 without loss.
Gosh, he's got the, in a blink of the eye, hasn't he? 90 off 88, and you're right, the 150 comes up also in just a blink of an eye. The other time Stuart Broad did that was against South Africa at the Wanderers. Went through South Africa in quick time.
Nochi is in. Outside of off stump for Duckett, plays defensively back to the bowler, no run. Yeah, Stuart Broad's had some absolutely sensational spells. They always say, in fact, he actually sort of said recently that you could always tell when he was bowling well because the knees got higher and higher as he was coming in. When he was pumping the knees was when he was really bowling well. And that's what all the coaches and all the analysts look for. More than where's the hand, where's the release, how high are the knees. If the knees are high, you're in for a spell. Nochi is in, plays defensively by Duckett off of the back foot. Over complete. 30 gone, 151 without loss. Crawley 59, Duckett 90 at a runner ball.
Yeah, you look back at sort of the last 10, 15 years with English cricket, especially from Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson. Those two are an absolute anomaly in that you can play for that long, have the record and the return for that period of time. And I mean, they proved that, yes, now and again they would have one injury or not a serious injury, but to have that longevity in the game is absolutely remarkable. And then the return of wickets that they get as an opening pair and opening bowlers, I don't think you'll ever see anything like it again.
It's a fair point. It is a very fair point. Stuart Broad, of course, started off down at Leicestershire and then made the journey up the A46 for Notts. And then England as well. Raza to start a new over. And it is Crawley playing defensively on the onside. No run. There was a 2020 finals day, which Leicestershire qualified for when Stuart Broad was still playing for them. They played Essex in the semi-final, and we were here doing that. Raza turns at the far end, comes in and bowls. Crawley uses his feet, gets it to the pitch, punches to long on for a single. And they played Essex, as I say, and Ronnie Irani was opening the batting for Essex in the later stages of his career. And Stuart Broad was young, raw and quick at that point, and in the first over of this T20 game hit Ronnie flush on the badge on the helmet. I mean, Ronnie didn't even smell it. Honestly, it was so quick. He said to me afterwards, at that point I kind of knew I was near the end. Duckett stays deep in his crease and plays a glorious forcing shot off the back foot through extra cover for 4. Raza's just dropped short on that occasion, and he gave Duckett the time and the space to pick his spot. There's a short extra, and then there's a normal extra cover as well, and he picks the gap between the pair, and it's 4 more.
Yeah, I'm going to try and describe this the best I can, but it's pure batsmanship, this, in that he knows where the field is and he knows the exact shot he wants to play, but threading the gap and playing that particular shot is spectacular.
94 not out is Ben Duckett. Make that now 95 as he pushes towards wide mid-off. They're thinking of a second. Boys, there's not even close to half of a second one there. Don't take that. 157 without loss. Duckett 95 off 92 balls.
As you got the deep backward point, and then you have those two fielders at cover. So that the inclination would be wanted to play it squarer, but he waits so long and plays it as late as possible and just punches it through the covers. Incredible boundary to pick up.
Raza in 2. Crawley off the back foot. This is through extra cover on the other side of the ground this time. Won't get all the way. will be pulled in about 10 metres inside the rope. But if you are reading Jared Kimber's Art of Batting, available for all good bookshops and probably some bad ones as well, but it probably says the art of batting is actually finding the gap between the fielders. That's what Duckett and Crawley are doing at the moment. They're seeing gaps, they're not seeing fielders. Crawley plays defensively as Raza comes in to finish the over.
Right, who are your top 5?
Well, I'm going to find out who Jared's got in his top 5, and I'm just going to go for someone completely different and disagree, because that's basically who I am. Do you know, I never saw the old time players. I never saw Compton, Hutton and all that. So I kind of go with players that I saw with my own eyes. And who's the greatest player that I've... Oh, it's such a hard question, isn't it? Because this is something we were actually talking about off air earlier. How do you compare between eras in the fact that Test cricket now is so completely different to Test cricket of previous eras? So someone who I would always pay money to go and watch play, A.B. de Villiers. Yes. I think he's a genius of a player. Kohli, again, genius of a player.
Brian Lara?
Oh, well, you see, Brian lost marks for me because I'll explain all in a minute. It is a bit convoluted. Norchi to start a new over. Duckett turns on the onside. It'll get a couple, certainly. Will they get 3? There's a huge amount of space out there. They are going to come back for 3. Duckett will go to 98, not out. Lovely shot. England 162 without loss. So I was in Antigua for the 400 and we were doing the commentary on that. But the point was, when he got to about 260 odd, I remember saying to Chris Cowdery, who was commentating with us on talkSPORT, that actually for the good of the team he should declare, because if he carries on, and we all knew he was going for the record, but if he carries on, he decreases your chance of winning. I mean, Harmy was obviously there and knows all about it, but I got a bit bored watching Brian between 300 and 400, if I was honest. Crawley gets one down the leg side from Norchi and just flicks it down to long leg for a single.
I mean, if you think about it now, you had Matthew Hayden, you have Sir Alistair Cook, you have Kevin Peterson, perhaps, on his day. I mean, that innings in Mumbai. And you have Ricky Ponting, you have Brian Lara, Virat Kohli now, and A.B. de Villiers. And one player that a lot of people don't talk about is Graham Smith.
You would never pick him for elegance, but if you wanted someone to fight for your life, yeah, Biff would definitely be there or thereabouts, wouldn't he? Norchi is down the leg side. That's a brilliant take from Seeker behind the stumps, diving away to his right-hand side, but there was nothing on it.
Harmy brings up a great name, Rahul Dravid.
Have we really just been talking for 5 minutes about greatest batsman and not mentioned Rahul Dravid till now?
We're just having the conversation. Like, there are some serious players. So to come up with like a list of, let's say, 20 of the greatest, it's a difficult one, and you bring up a great point of errors.
Well, she is in, round the corner. Duckett drops into the offside, trying to look for his 99th run. Isn't one there and is sent back by Crawley.
He's just walked in. Kumar Sangakkara, Mahela Jayawardene.
Oh, Kumar Sangakkara, what a player. What a player. And you know what? Probably has it all. Incredibly intelligent. Was a qualified lawyer. And he's a seriously good-looking bloke as well. I mean,
he had a lot to say on the field.
Mate, had it all. Had it all. Duckett waits. Has a swing at this one outside of off stump from Norchi and doesn't get anything on it. Through to the keeper, no run. Duckett doesn't do the nervous 90s. He gets the adrenaline packed 90s.
Yeah, he wants to go there in style, doesn't he? It goes past the outside edge. It's a swing and a miss from Ben Duckett. But here's one, and he's one of my favorites, Joe Root.
100%. 100%. Could watch him bat all day, and in fact have done on many an occasion. Norchi is in round the wicket. Duckett turns on the leg side. They're going to take one. That will be all they will take. And that's not the world's worst decision from Duckett's point of view, because he's 99 not out. It's the end of the over, 32 gone. So Duckett will have the strike once again. 164 without loss are England, and it looks like John Norman is going to get the chance to commentate on 100 for Ben Duckett in a test match, because I'm going to get out the way for him. Harmy's coming in as well.
It's a good thing with it not being radio commentary, you can actually have some pauses along the way. Ben Duckett, 99 not out, going at better than a run of ball. 164 without loss, England, and Sikander Raza about to bowl, and Duckett will not reach 100. This is down the leg side, but it's fielded by a fielder close to the wicket. It's Rabani. It's been a poor day for Zimbabwe so far. An injury to a bowler as well. But for now, Nottinghamshire and England's Ben Duckett is one away from a century. Jared, Harmy, you well?
Yep.
Very well.
I was just talking downstairs in the press box about, I wonder if Sikander Raza was thinking he was going to be bowling this early.
And Raza is in wide of the crease. This is clipped away for a single. And it's Test century number 5 for Ben Duckett. It's been a chanceless innings. And he raises the bat aloft, points to the crowd, and receives a big hug from his opening partner, Zach Crawley. The helmet is off, the bat is raised, but the celebration suggests, Jared, that Ben Duckett fancies a few more today.
Yeah, well, I mean, it seems ridiculous to say, but he's a chance of a not out at a certain point, because if they think about declaring, he can make a lot more runs.
Over the wickets comes Raza, and Zach Crawley creates a little bit of his own space and forces this shot past the point fielder, who is a forlorn chase to the boundary to collect 4 more to the score. 169 without loss, England, and we haven't even reached the halfway point of the day.
Yeah, that was a poor ball. I think he got stuck in his fingers. He might have been trying to wrist spinner there, actually.
Did look like the leg spinner. It was a great shot. It was a great adjustment from Zach Crawley as well, using the depth of his crease as well as obviously long limbs, giving himself a huge amount of room to beat backward point.
Raza again, and this is punched to mid-wicket, no run.
There was a point early in the day when they brought on Chavanga, and the first ball, he sort of bowled a ball swinging back into the top of middle and off stump.
Raza again, closer to the wicket this time, and it's pushed back to the bowler. End of the over, England 169 without loss, Crawley 67, but Ben Duckett has reached 100.
And after he bowled it, I saw Ben Duckett sort of be like trying to almost punch himself in the leg to go, that's it, keep the good ones out because the bad ones are going to come. And look, Crawley has not batted poorly at all, but Duckett has looked 2 classes ahead of him today. He's just looked exceptional all the way through. There's a lot of runs out here for him at the moment. And I thought this was a bowling attack where they had a couple of guys that could get a little bounce outside of stump, move the ball away from him. Unfortunately, then they'd bowl the next one down the leg side, so it didn't help much.
Yeah, the two balls in a row in a good area was never forthcoming.
They did it a little bit to Crawley at times, especially Blessing, but certainly not to Duckett.
Blessing, yes. I think he was the pick in that first session, but I think the left-hand, right-hand combination, the 6'5", 5'8", 5'9" height, stature, it's really done wonders for the Zimbabwe bowling attack.
Niachi continuing, and this is pulled. A dive at short mid-wicket from Raza. Doesn't go too far from his outstretched hand. The ball will reach the boundary. And that's as close as Duckett's come. There was one swing and a miss when he was on 98. He was beaten past the outside edge. This wasn't a million miles away from the fielder. But maybe just an indication that Ben Duckett is now going to want to get on with things, and considering he's going at a strike rate of 100, whilst that may concern Zimbabwe, it may also give them reason to feel there might be a chance coming their way. Dean du Plessis who's helped out with our broadcast, is listening and loving the coverage in Harare. Dean, great to have you with us. This is on the pads of Duckett, and it's pushed up to mid-on. No run, 173 without loss.
The thing I like about this morning, and there's always been a huge amount of noise around players who aren't playing well, whatever sport you're in, whatever team you support. And the beauty about Zach Crawley, he's come in with a couple of 50s, but there's been a huge amount of pressure on his place, and I actually think he's batted really nicely. I think he has. A couple of times he's lost his balance, but apart from that, I think he's hit the ball and accessed the ball nicely.
He's at Nwachi again, and he's driven back to the bowler, who dives forward. The ball was in the air. Duckett would have been concerned, but it's just bounced short of Nwachi, who did put in a good dive. There's no run added to the score, but for the second time in the over, Duckett's inclination to get on with things could have led to his downfall. 173 without loss.
Not far away there. Just seemed to get stuck in the pitch a little bit. Nwachi is a lot slower than the other Zimbabwean bowlers. He reminds me of Lewis Gregory.
Yeah,
nibbles it around a little bit, strong.
Pitched up, driven, and that's a smart bit of fielding at extra cover. One-handed grab from Sean Williams. That would have prevented a boundary.
Lewis Gregory, a little bit taller, a little bit higher release point.
Probably.
Which makes the ball in England bounce that little bit more.
Yeah, he's a lot more bustling than Gregory, but it's that same sort of thing of being a strong sort of shouldery bowler, nibbling it in both directions, but not being that fast.
Here's Nwachi again. He's just drifted onto the pad. This is easy pickings for Duckett. There's no fielder at square leg. Just one at fine, and can't chase that ball down. 108 to Duckett.
And I think to some Zimbabwe's bowling attack up and the way they've gone. I mean, about an hour ago, this bowler had 5 men on the leg side bowling half volleys, and there in the last sort of 3 deliveries have been leg side-ish, and he's only got 3 men on the leg side now, and he's conceded 2 boundaries in this over. So I think that just sums up where Nwachi's day's gone so far. 7 overs for nearly 40.
Nwachi in again, and he's drifting down the leg side again, and for perhaps the 6th or 7th time, Seager behind the stumps has got to make a big dive. He gets a glove to it, but can't prevent a bye. Was that wide?
Well, he didn't even have any gloves by the end. Both of his gloves were on the ground. He threw everything he had at that. But that just shows you everything. You talk about having 3 fielders on the leg side. He's bowled 2 consecutive balls at a missing leg stump. Like the last one has gone for 4. That one, Ben Duckett couldn't even reach. And Craig Irvine, I think he's probably chased a little bit too much today. He's probably made too many. He should have just said to his bowlers, this is where I want you to bowl, this is the field. But at the same time, you can understand why he's moving people everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. I think I would say after the first 6 overs, bowlers and captain have had to, bowlers have bowled for the captain to chase. I didn't think they started too badly this morning. I thought Blessing Mizarabani bowled probably the pick, but he was the one that looked the more dangerous. But with the bowler going off, you fear that the big fella might have to bowl quite a few overs. This might help Zimbabwe now. Kuma Dharmasena has got the ball rings out, ball's not going through, so they're going to have a change of ball, and whether this ball is either that ball's a bit softer, or this one comes out, it's a bit harder, it's got a bit more of a pronounced seam on it, whether it's got a little bit better shine on it. Hopefully, from Zimbabwe's point of view, from talkSPORT's listeners' point of view, in the freezing cold crowd's point of view, that this ball might do a little bit more and help the Zimbabwe bowlers, because the last one's been belted out of shape.
Can I ask you about Kumar Dharmasena? Have you got any kind of a relationship with him?
No, I don't think he's...
So my main question is...
I think he's one of the best umpires on the circuit.
But what do you think of his perfume?
Oh my word.
Have you seen this, John? The Kumar Dharmasena perfume. Those of you, I think you can certainly buy it in Sri Lanka. I don't know if you can get it everywhere in the world, but it's a hell of a bottle, isn't it? If you've ever wanted to smell like an umpire, it's for when you go out, John.
I'm not sure.
I don't go out.
I mean, it's not exactly going to fit neatly in a wash bag, is it?
It's
I mean,
not
you're going to have to have a big wash bag to get that in.
He's staying at a hotel just down the corner from us, so I'm sure we could all get a lot off him. But yeah, it's not a good travel one.
Jared, you were on with myself during lunch. We were talking about your book, The Art of Batting. And Fluffy3 says, what about your top 50 most debonair cricketers of all time? Because David Gower isn't in the top 50 batters. Would David Gower be in the top 50 debonair cricketers?
Do we have to think of fashion in that as well, or is it?
Oh, well, just grace at the crease,
Grace
or
at the
with
crease.
ball in hand.
Yeah, you would have. Players not on my list that I would put up for just how good they look aesthetically would be Damien Martin, VVS
Definitely.
Laxman, Mark
VVS
Waugh,
is in there. Mark Waugh, yeah.
Peter May, if we want one of the older ones. I'm trying to think of.
I mean, you've mentioned two names there who I played quite a bit of cricket against, and you go, they're not in the list, but I mean, Damien Martin, the reason why he's not on the list because he played with Matthew Hayden, Adam Gilchrist, Ricky Ponting, Steve and Mark Waugh, and VVS Laxman played with the likes of Sourav Ganguly, Rahul Dravid, Sachin Tendulkar. I mean, they were unbelievable players, them two, really were, especially Martin.
Can you think of a debonair bowler? Wide of the crease, Raza, at the start of over number 5, and Duckett cracks this to one of the two cover fielders.
Yeah, I can think of one. That end's named after him. Stuart Broad?
Yeah. We'll go with that. Raza again. It's a touch more flight this time, and it's pushed to the other cover fielder. No run by Ben Duckett.
Brett Lee. You don't think?
What about Simon Jones?
Simon Jones. If you're going like that, Ryan Sidebottom. I was with Sid yesterday.
Again, wide, and this is wristily played by Duckett through the mid-wicket and mid-on fielder. It's fielded by mid-on. One more run to the score, 178 without loss here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
I do like some of the great spin bowling techniques. Harmy might not have played against the Australian off spinner Peter Taylor. He had a very debonair, ridiculous run to the crease.
Over the wicket is Raza, and this is drilled back to the right of the bowler who fields. No run.
There's lots of hopping and jumping and.
Peter Such did that as well.
Yeah.
Suchy.
Even Tuffers is.
Yeah, very good point.
Got somebody. Abdul Qadir, Mushtaq Ahmed.
Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, well, Dan Lawrence is definitely up there.
This is pulled by Crawley. Doesn't get a lot of bat on it. In fact, it might have come off of his thigh. Fielded by who is that?
Mirza Rabbani. Yeah, leg bye.
And leg by's call. 2 more runs to the score then. 180 without loss.
I like the West Indian women's off spinner Anis Muhammad, who jumps at the top of her mark rather than at the crease.
Crawley will just take a single. Well, she won't. Sent back by Duckett. It's fielded at short fine, and the score remains 181 without loss. The scoreboard here says 178 without loss, but our screen, I think, is correct. Crawley 67, Duckett 109. 35 overs in. England 181 without loss.
Yeah, Carl Hooper.
Oh yes, Carl Hooper. Okay.
Both bat and ball.
Well, I don't know if his bowling was debonair. It was like he was protesting bowling while bowling was.
Yeah. I do not want to bowl, but I'm actually quite good, so I think I've got to, especially as I'm captain. He was Mark Waugh.
Martin Crowe.
Yeah.
Mark Waugh.
Yep, said him. Martin Crowe's in there.
Mohammad Azharuddin was really stylish.
Oh, Mohammad Asif.
That's a good one for bowling. Would you put Vernon Philander as he's debonair bowler?
No.
He's a bit clumpy coming in, wasn't he? I really like Stuart Clark. There was something kind of nice about Stuart Clark's run up in action.
Hashim Amla. We said Kumar, didn't we?
I don't know if we did.
Macca will be saying Kumar. There was a bit of
Macca was all over Kumar.
love going on there.
Kumar lives around here now somewhere, doesn't he? Doesn't he live?
I thought he lived in the sort of Cotswolds area.
Okay. When I mean around here, what I meant was, Harmy,
England.
outside of
England.
London.
Yeah, he lives outside of England. Yeah. Geographically, yeah, you've not really understood that, but yeah.
Chavanga, this is short, it's wide, and Ben Duckett leaning back throws his bat at it and misses, goes through to Seager. Behind the stumps, no run, 181 without loss. We went to Kumar's house, didn't we, Jared?
Oh, yes.
Do you remember that?
That was bizarre.
It was bizarre. It was very pleasant. Everyone was very nice.
It was his house in Gaul, wasn't it? And the front door was wide open because there isn't really a front door. And it was me and Matt Pry came together. And we took about 4 steps in and Matt Pryor said to me, I'm a bit nervous. I was like, well, if Matt Pryor's nervous, how do you think I feel?
Yeah, you were like, well, I wasn't nervous until you said that.
But there's also a big pond in the front. You have to walk around the pond. He had a tree in his house as well. And I mean in the house.
Shivanga again, and on his toes, Duckett forcing shot, fielded by Sean Williams at cover point, no run. Yeah, who else? Was Sam with us? Sam Ellard, who's reporting on this game for talkSPORT. Was he there? He must have been. Or maybe it was James Savindra, I can't remember.
No, it was James Savindra, because I was doing the breakfast show with Alan Brazil, who said we'll go over to was it Savindra? James Sri Lanka or something, didn't you?
That's right. He said they were going to cross to speak to James Sri Lanka from Savindra.
Yeah. I was next to Al when that happened, and he was on top form that morning.
Yeah, James Savindra now working for Sky as Ben Duckett, 109, facing Shivanga. Just tucks this off his hip as well, but can't beat the fielder at mid-wicket.
This is better, though, for Zimbabwe. The last 7 or 8 balls have been in good areas. Spin bowler finished, Sikandar Raza finished the over well, and Shivanga has bowled a good length, a heavy length, back of a length. He's got the right field now. He's 2 men on the leg side in the deep, 5-4 field, slip and a gully. He's hitting the pitch hard.
And he's in again, up to the stumps, and this is cracked by Ben Duckett all the way along the ground, forcing shot through the offside and away to the deep point boundary for 4 more.
That's just a rank long hop. That's an awful delivery. It really is. You've built up a bit of pressure. Your captain's given you a field to try and, join the dots up. You've got 3 boundary riders, and you've bowled a ball which has completely released any sort of pressure that you've built up in the last 7 or 8 balls.
2 balls left of the over then. Duckett, 113 not out facing, and this is down the leg side. A heave across the line from Duckett, but it's too wide to connect with, and once again Seager has to make a fine save.
It's the same thing again, though, isn't it? The last ball is a wide one outside of stump, and this one's down the leg side. He's got good pace. He's swung the ball. He's seen the ball even at times today. There's clearly a lot of talent with him. There's just no consistency at all, and he's going for 34 after his 5 overs so far today. And I think those figures might flatter him a little bit at times.
Last ball of the over then, and Shivanga is in. This is wider of the crease, and Ben Duckett, the crowd will tell you, has maintained his base and hit this up and over and away for 6, square of the wicket on the leg side. And is it a case of new ball, please?
Yeah, it's gone out of the ground. It's gone out of the ground. It's gone over the side of the fence. I mean, this is the...
They just got this ball.
Yeah, they're just getting this ball. It's now going to have to go and chase it and get a new one. That's the end. I was bowling at the other end. 2005, I'm bowling at the other end. I've peppered Brett Lee all the way at Edgbaston. He comes out to bat here, and I think that we were maybe a strip, possibly 2 strips over it during that 2005 Ashes, and I put one on a length for Brett Lee, and he hit me over the top of that stand on the left-hand side. The noise on it was unbelievable. I just started hysterically laughing. I mean, I did. I can't remember. Short Tate was at the other end. And Sean Tate shouted, "Run!" And I can't say what I just said. And I just started hysterically laughing. This is the biggest 6 I've ever been hit for in my entire life. It was such a sound off the bat. He could not have hit it in the middle of his bat any more than he actually did. It was a brilliant shot by Brett.
Crawley it is. He'll take a single backward a square on the leg side from Raza, who's at the start of his 6th over. He's gone for 29. I've been watching a series about the Boston Red Sox, and at the end of it, one of the people who work there said how much money they spend on baseballs every season. Would you like to have a guess how much money? Push back to the bowler. How much money do you think the Boston Red Sox spend on baseballs every season?
Does this include their training and everything?
Yeah.
Well, they don't use them very long, do they? So, I'm trying to think of how much they would be.
Duckett steered straight to the fielder at mid-wicket from the bowling of Raza. No run. 192 with that loss.
A white kookaburra is about $120 US, isn't it? So baseball should be slightly less than that. There's less going on.
About 30 quid, you reckon?
Nah, it's got to be more than that, doesn't it? 60 quid?
Raza again down the track, and this is punched into the air, but just dropped short of the fielder. Running in from wideish mid-on. Catches on the bounce. He was caught on his heels a little bit in the arc tube, but I don't think that was going to go to him, even if he'd been a touch more alert. 193 with that loss.
Yeah, first bit of slight indecision from Ben Duckett. He's come down the wicket, wasn't quite there, and he tried to chip it over the leg side, and he got no man's land.
Crawley now, and this is tucked away for another single. 194 with that loss.
$300,000 a year.
You just Google it.
No, I just worked out the maths. Am I right?
No, you're not.
I thought that was a bit of a random number. It's a bit high.
$500,000. $500,000. Unless you're saying pounds.
Obviously, I was going pounds. I don't know how much a baseball is. That's what I should have Googled.
That's what I thought you was.
How many actual balls?
They spend $500,000 a year. This is wristily slapped into the covers by Ben Duckett. 194 with that loss.
Do you know why I know that the kookaburras are $120 US, or were? They might have gone up a little bit now. It's because when I was in Hong Kong, I was standing next to the CEO of Hong Kong, and their ground is surrounded by flats, and the people in the flats don't throw them back.
And it's tiny as well.
Yeah, it's a really tiny little, and it's got no grandstand, so there's nothing to stop it. And he will just sit there going, 120, 240, 360. That's all he does all day. That Tim Cutler.
At least it's easy maths.
Yeah, he now runs Vanuatu cricket. So I think they can get their balls back in Vanuatu, but in Hong Kong you couldn't do it. So that's how I learned about that. So it's a big deal in that level of cricket to lose that many balls.
Spending more money on balls than players.
Yeah.
How many cricket pitches are there in Vanuatu?
I don't know. I know there's 3 in Hong Kong, isn't there? And, there's 3 turf. There's 3 turf wickets. There's Kowloon, Hong Kong, and the ground that they play the internationals on. I forget the one where they lost those balls, which I've been to and I've forgotten the name of. There's a cricket ground in Hong Kong which is all synthetic, so the entire surface is synthetic. And when you get proper cricketers go there the first time, balls hit up in the air and people run in, and of course it just pings over there.
Over the top of the Reds, yeah.
I was in Malaysia in Kuala Lumpur in 2007 and was really surprised to just walk past the cricket ground there. One slip in place as Chivanga continuing from the Ratcliffe Road end, and this is tucked off his feet by Crawley, but straight to the fielder at shortish mid-wicket, no run.
There was a cricket book I read once that said, and this is it was like a 1930s thing, and it was talking about how cricket in Malaysia and Sri Lanka were very at a similar level. In the early part, and obviously Malaysia sort of stops playing cricket. I think I don't know if this is the national sport, but the sport that Malaysians were the most obsessed with was 10-pin bowling, and they're very good at 10-pin bowling. You didn't think I'd say that, did you?
No, I didn't.
Is that a sport? I suppose it's a sport.
Of course it was definitely a game. Short, and Crawley's onto this very quickly. Have I missed something? There's a bit of a... Almost like the crowd's sound is surprised.
The umpire almost wore one on the belly.
Ah, that's why. The window pane here in front of me in the our broadcast box.
It wasn't on the belly. It was on the leg. It went through his legs.
Him.
Yeah.
I was wondering.
Lucky
I thought for a second that the ball was in the air and the fielder at square leg was running in. But
lucky he didn't have his perfume bottles with him.
Duckett facing 120 not out as Chivanga is in and pulls across the line. There's actually movement. I'm not sure if it's swing or seam, but it's beaten the batter and the keeper. Seager gives up 4 byes there. 199 without loss, England. Let's have a little replay of that.
Just died on him, didn't it? Died on the wicketkeeper. He's got a big waft.
Ooh. Did he get a touch on that inside edge?
Seemed on the angle, didn't it? The angle, he just didn't come off the surface as well as the wicketkeeper thought it was going to, and it's just died on him. It looks as though they're standing a little bit further back than they probably should be. That bounced a hell of a lot short of the wicketkeeper.
Chavanga, this is. I'd like to see the speed gun on this one. Then Duckett steers this to point, comes through for a single. It's short, it's wide, it doesn't keep up at all. But the 200 up for England here at Trent Bridge. It's been pretty friendly conditions throughout the day from a bowling perspective, despite the overhead cloud which has been here for the entirety of the day so far. It feels a little lighter than it did at the start of the day, but has clouded over a bit since lunch. Floodlights haven't been on at any stage, but apart from maybe 1 or 2 expansive drives which saw the ball go past the outside edge, there was a couple of deliveries of the ball just dropped short of mid-on fielder and bowler. Apart from that, it's been complete domination from England so far. 200 up then, and Chavanga comes in, and Crawley will take another single to square leg.
That last ball, I think the Hawkeye machine just gave up on the speed. He was bowling at low-end Steve Harmison speeds before, but that slow ball was more high-end Jonathan Norman speeds, I think.
Ooh.
Not so much
Jonathan Norman with the run-up or without?
Yeah, you off your long run.
It's not the speed. It's not the speed that's the problem at this moment in time. It's a bit of the direction.
Well, he slowed it down. He still couldn't get it straight, could he?
Yeah.
Charles Langeveld is on the boundary. He looks cold.
This is the 20th 200 first wicket stand for England. Pitched up, and Ben Duckett has again had to really reach for this delivery. He's driven it in the air straight, and I think it's just plugged in front of the boundary at long on, and but not before he runs a third. This has been some strange cricket at times. 204 without loss, England.
Yeah, this is a little on the pun. It was a slower ball, actually. It was a knuckleball, and Ben's been deceived a little bit, and then just got his 52-degree wedge out and snapped it just short of the green. Held it nicely, released perfectly, and nearly went for 4. England don't want to talk about golf, but that's exactly what that was there. It was just a little chip from Ben Duckett, knowing that 2 fielders are up inside what the 30-yard imaginary circle would be, and it was a well-delivered slower ball, and it deceived Ben Duckett for a while, but
it did. On another day, that could have gone in the air, and
being 20 not out, 20 not out, he might have done him, but 120 not out, it's a different story.
I think he
just modified his. Yeah, he stopped himself from coming through too early, didn't he? He's so in tune with his game at the moment. He just held it back a little bit and almost steered it up towards the boundary. Defensively played this time, Duckett, who's taken the strike at the start of Raza's 7th over. 204 without loss here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Did they declare today, Harmy?
No, because Ollie Pope needs to bat.
Wide of the crease, down the leg side. Oh, I tell you what, I was about to say good take there. And in fairness, Seager did well to prevent the ball flying away down to fine leg to the boundary.
Pope might have to wait until day 3.
Yeah.
Well, they're only going to want to bat once, aren't they?
You'd think so, yeah.
Steps away from the crease does Duckett, and I'm not sure if Raza followed him or not. Either way, it actually reaches him, and he plays a defensive push back to the bowler.
This actually suits Sikandar Raza a lot more, because he's a much better T20 and ODI bowler than he is a test bowler. So I don't think he'll be as bothered by Duckett moving around.
Duckett stays where he is this time, and again he plays defensively. Straight back to the bowler. 204 without loss.
Raza used to be a conventional off spinner, and he wasn't bad, but he certainly wasn't a frontline bowler. And since he started imitating Sunil Narayan and putting the ball behind his waist and bowling knuckleballs and things, he's become a much better bowler.
Steps away. This is thrashed through and past extra cover. I'm not sure the fielder saw it. It was in the air for a second or two, but it's gone, I don't know, metre or two to the left of Sean Williams at extra cover, and he hasn't moved.
This is a great shot. This is a fantastic shot. He's bounced about 10-15 yards in front of him, but it's well enough wide of him. It is a brilliant shot from Ben Duckett. He stayed in his crease, but his body shape and his body movements have just opened that left offside up perfectly.
And again he's going to, oh, what a diving grab that is at mid-wicket. Madhavira, Superman style. That prevents 4 runs in an expensive end to the over. Going to all change in the commentary box as Andrew McKenna's about to come in with Ed Rainsford. Javid, you can just talk for a couple of seconds and then the boys will take over.
It's one thing that Zimbabwe cricket, almost since the beginning, in fact 1983 when they beat Australia, you go back and you read the reports on that game, it wasn't broadcast properly, but if you read the reports, everyone talks about the fielding, the energy that Zimbabwe has always had. They've always been very good in the field, so they've let themselves down a little bit today. The wicket-keeper's been struggling, but some of that has just been trying to catch up with the ball, but they have fumbled a little bit. But in the last couple of overs, they've started to stop the ball quite well when it hasn't been hit out of the stadium, Ed.
That's a nice welcome, isn't it?
I'll see you later.
See you, Jared. Yeah, England well on top here. 208 without loss. 39 overs, just 39 overs at a run rate of 5.33. Must remind you, it's only session 2 on day number 1. Macca, what's going on here?
Well, what's going on is we appear to have walked in on Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett's benefit game, because it kind of feels like that at the moment. Yeah, there's a lot of discussions going on. Drinks are being taken, and which means we're an hour into the afternoon session and we haven't got to halfway through the day yet. Just a reminder that although it is a 4-day game, it is still 90 overs in a day, so they haven't kind of tweaked that. 71 from 107 for Zach Crawley, 128. That's a runner ball from Ben Duckett. It sounds daft to say it, but he's played, really has played that well. Trent Bridge, good crowd in, not full, but there's a very healthy group who are in, enjoying this one. We've just been outside, Ed and myself, watching a few overs, and it's not warm, don't get me wrong, but it is. There's not quite as much chill in the air as there was at the start of the day, so it's quite pleasant for watching cricket if you're out of the breeze.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we stood out there for a moment. What's lovely is also that you pick up all the murmurs and the conversations, and you're almost in touch with how the fans are and also how the players are going. So a nice crowd has come in for this test match, a little bit of history that's been created. This is the first time Zimbabwe have been here since 2003, and it's a 4-day test. It's moving along, it's rollicking along with these 2 opening batters. Zimbabwe possibly not where they would have wanted to be, but Ben Duckett gets to 100 on his home patch, and the crowd are appreciating it and absorbing and soaking it all in.
Right, drinks have been taken. I don't know if hand warmers have been brought out for some of the Zimbabwe fielders.
Someone said the sun was meant to come out. Where is it?
Well, supposedly around about 2 o'clock was the forecast for it to break a little bit, but there is still a pretty chunky cloud. Looking away to the west, which is away to our right-hand side here in the commentary box, is supposedly where the breeze is coming from and where it was going to break, but yeah, I suppose it's a bit brighter over that away, but not massively, if we're honest. Mind you, Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett are quite used to this light now, so they probably won't want it to change a huge amount. Right, let's get back underway. Shavanga is going to continue, right arm seam, and it's helped down the leg side by Zach Crawley, and will run away for 4 leg byes. Didn't get any bat on it. Got into Alhuddin Pelika, a South African umpire, and it came off the body. In many respects, it doesn't matter whether it's off of the bat or the pad or the body. It's just 4 more to the total as far as England are concerned. 2-12 without loss.
Chavanga into his 7th over, 0 for 46. So an expensive outing for him. There's a slip and a gully in place. That last delivery angled down the leg side.
Slip and a wide gully behind Crawley for Chavanga, and in he goes once again. Again, it's down the leg side, taken by the keeper Seeger, no run.
Yeah, so we reference that, and then we reference the line of attack that he's trying to implement. Yeah, it's just at the stumps, but continues with the arm down the leg side. So headaches right now for Craig Irvin on how he can set the right field, stop the runs, begging for his bowlers to try and get some sort of consistency, some sort of discipline. When does he turn to Muzarabani again?
Yeah, he's almost waiting for the nod, isn't he? Yeah, all right, Skip, no worry. Chavanga is on his way in. It's down the leg side once again. The only thing that is endangering is Zach Crawley's thigh pad, and it doesn't brush it on its way through to the keeper. No run. We were just having a conversation at the back of the box. You were saying, could I ask Gary Morgan a question on the stats? Gary comes up with some really good stuff, but at times he is a little bit angel of death. Some of it can be quite soul-destroying.
What has he said?
He's just posted, and floating this one out there, that Zimbabwe have never gone a whole day's play on day 1 of a test match without taking a wicket. In goes Chavanga at 212 for naught. That's about to increase by a couple more as Crawley's off the back foot, punching out to deep cover. He goes to 73, 214 for naught. So if Zimbabwe were to go a full day today without taking a wicket, it would be the first time in Test cricket they have done so on day 1.
Surely they'll pick up 1, 2 maybe.
Well, as Duckett's trying to get his 250th.
Oh, Magda, come on now. You said angel of death. They've played in a 4-day test before, a pink day 4-day day-night test match against South Africa in Port Elizabeth, which is now affectionately named Gqeberha.
Chavanga in, and that is a lovely looking cover drive from Zach Crawley. 4 runs, beats the man at short extra and rattles off of the boundary sponge. 218 without loss, and Crawley is moving on, 77 from 112.
I'm sure you picked that up in the effects, Mike, but I tell you what, it's a beauty. It's a stunning shot here by Zach Crawley again. This onto the front foot and then bang straight out the middle of that bat. He's just making an absolute sound that he is enjoying as he moves on to 77. Chavanga, he's crossed over to 52 into his 7th over.
It's a bit of a white ball spell, this, if you look at those kind of numbers. In he goes. Bottom hand comes through from Crawley, trying to work this on the onside, but it'll be fielded at mid-wicket. And there is no run. End of 40 overs, 218 without loss. Crawley 77 not out, as I say. He's significantly beaten his previous best score in test matches here at Trent Bridge. That was 27, made in his first test that he played here, Zach Crawley. And his scores actually got steadily worse. He went 27, 6, 4, 0, 0, 3. Today, he's 77 not out. And actually playing the anchor role compared to Ben Duckett's run a ball 128.
It's going to do him a world of good this innings, and England in general. We're speaking at length about how there's so much cricket and important cricket coming also for England, India, and then the Ashes down under. And he's a key cog in that wheel because he can take on the Aussies, can't he? Definitely in those conditions. And if it starts here and ends well for us, for England, they'll always remember this particular innings that possibly brought him back into a little bit of form and got the wheels turning in the right direction. Right now, where to for Zimbabwe?
Well, they've turned the only way they can. They've gone back to the main strike, man. Muzarabani from the Stuart Broad Pavilion end. He's had a go at both ends already. And he will be around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, slip in a gully, and played defensively by Duckett, just dropping it out on the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, possibly this could be the spell where Zarabani pries one out. He's got to make something happen for the visitors, and he's led them so well in the months that have passed before coming here to England. So I just have a feeling maybe this is the spell that maybe gets the breakthrough for the visitors. How? He's got a slip in place. He's got a galley in place as well.
Outside of off stump, opens the face of the blade, does Ben Duckett, guides it down to third for a single.
Got a pad rash going around in the England change room right now. Ollie Pope, Joe Root.
Well, you know, bearing in mind Ollie Pope's had the pads on for, well, since 11 o'clock this morning. Sometimes you would have a situation that the player might say, well, okay, I'm going to take a break, someone else puts... If I'm Ollie Pope, there is no way on this planet you are getting my pads off me, because if there is a wicket, I'd be running down those steps.
I'll be locking people in the change room, hiding their cricket bats and their pads.
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but if you're an England batter at the moment, you do not want to miss out today. Zarabani is in. That's quick. Bouncy outside of off stump. Crawley allows it through to keeper Seeger, who takes that basically by his eyebrows, and it was still going up.
To be fair, also it looks a really good surface. It looks a really nice surface for batting. Once you get through that initial period of a little bit of swing, a little bit of movement on offer, it's proved a very true pitch that you can get on and score some runs. Zarabani, it's got a couple of deliveries where it comes a little bit wide of the crease, seam comes out a little bit wobbly and leaves the right-hander.
And he goes to Crawley, drops at his toes. Really good single by England. Duckett, he's always offering to come. And even though short extra covers had to move 7 or 8 metres, maybe 10 at the most, they've made the single comfortably. 220 without loss, England in the 41st over. And that's another reason why England would be so loath to make a change with Zach Crawley, because these two have got that understanding, and that understanding takes time to build between batters. It kind of feels like, well, you put the spade work in now actually you can, if you like, get the rewards from it.
Yeah, you know, maybe someone's spoken about it already, but the height difference in these two batters, Zach Crawley's a lot taller and Ben Duckett's a lot shorter, so the length as a bowler.
Zarabani is in. Off the back foot is Duckett, pushing out to cover, takes an easy single again. 221 without loss.
And you know, there's a lot of data and numbers that flow out there in terms of how you can put pressure back onto your opposition. But from a bowling perspective, your length as a bowler changes all the time. Yeah, yes, you talk about right-hand, left-hand combination, but then you look at the bowling lengths where your length changes to Duckett and then changes straight away to Crawley all the time. So as a bowler, your work is cut out all the time in terms of line, length to a Duckett, length, line to a Crawley.
Zarabani is in. Crawley is driving to mid-off, and there's no... It's such a good point, isn't it? Because, yeah, single taken. Oh, left hand, right hand. But, yeah, there might be a metre difference in the length. So then you go, OK, that length, that line... And then it's a hang on, no, now we're changing, we're going that length, that line. And if they're changing ends 3 or 4 times and over, I mean, that must drive a bowler to distraction.
And you talk about the setups as well. You look at Ben Duckett, who stays a little bit leg side of the ball, so he's trying to free up a lot of the offside, but also square of the wicket through the onside. And then you overcompensate by trying to get it a little bit too full, and then he can punish you down the ground. And then when the spinners come on, you have the levers. And you know, Zach Crawley can reach balls that perhaps a Ben Duckett can't, whereas a Ben Duckett stays a little bit deeper and then can sort of access the square leg side or the square side of the wicket. As you know, here's another little bit of an experiment. It is useful.
Wesley Mataveras. Off breaks are coming into the equation. 5 wickets in Test cricket in 5 Test matches. Best of 2 for 2, which was actually taken in the Bangladesh series, the first innings of the first Test match. It's quite a small man. And he will bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett. Slip in place, that's the only close fielder. And Duckett is, oh my goodness, immediately off of the back foot, hammering it along the floor through cover for 4. Welcome to the crease, Wesley.
I mentioned it earlier in the day, is that Zimbabwe have come into this test match where Sean Williams can't bowl his left arm spin. So you don't have that variation of getting the ball away from the right-hander or into the left-hander, but it's just the left arm option of something different. And so you have these off-spinners in Bennett, Madevere and Sakandaraza who bowl the same.
Madevere is in again. Oh, Duckett has pulled this one miles into the leg side. Climbed into it. He started this over 4-6. Duckett is now 140 not out, 231 without loss.
And so then you get into this danger area where there's not a great deal of diversity and poor bowling. You're going to be punished with this England batting lineup, and Ben Duckett is enjoying his time out in the middle. Zimbabwe under pressure, huge pressure.
I'll tell you who was under pressure. There was a man in the stand walking along with a tray full of food who just turned his back in time. Otherwise, he was getting absolutely cleaned up, and probably that was about 20 quid's worth of food. Duckett off the back foot, hits it straight to cover and is out. Well, it's cost him a few runs, but Wesley Madavere's made the breakthrough. Duckett saw an opportunity to score again, and he's dismissed for 140. 231 for 1, and Duckett will have to be dragged off the Trent Bridge field.
Stroke of genius by the captain. Craig Irvin brings on Wesley Madevere. Looks to free up the offside. Maybe just pushes the hands a little bit too early. Holds in the pitch. Ben Curran takes the catch. Wesley Madevere with a big smile on his face, and the first breakthrough for Zimbabwe at 231 for 1. You'll hear the applause for Ben Duckett, who scores an impressive 140. But you're right, you're going to have to drag him off. He had set up the stall to get a big one, but has to go.
140 from 134 balls faced. He'll be really disappointed with the way that he's got out, in the fact that it felt a little bit of a loose shot. You've already gone 4-6. Didn't really need to do it, and he's just picked out the only man within 20 metres of the bat on the offside. But it gives Ollie Pope a go, and the England vice-captain is walking to the crease. Of course, it was 18 months or so ago when we were in Hyderabad. He made that incredible double 100. He had a shall we people like call it a skittish first half an hour of that innings. I believe Harmy used the phrase on commentary, it looks like he's on roller skates. But then he settled down, and boy did he play well. And here he is. Obviously England haven't played Test cricket for a while, so he's had 4 games for Surrey in the county championship. 150, 100 in those, and he's waiting. Oh, and it's been taken on the pad. First ball, Madevere is appealing. It's surely missing. Aludin Pelika has said not out. They're having a conversation about potentially reviewing, but everyone is doing so with a smile on their face.
That's turned a bit. That's gone a bit here for Wesley Madevere. Definitely missing leg stump by some distance with the amount of purchase he got off the surface.
Ollie Pope's thinking, what have I walked out to? Pope waits, and this time hits hard off of the back foot through point. He's underway with a boundary 4. Well, it's been an interesting over. 5 balls so far, 1 for 14. But I suppose from Zimbabwe's point of view, they got the breakthrough. The 14 is kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, nice shot to get off the mark. This time waits and waits, and is able to just play it off that back hip with the length presented, and then picks up a boundary to open his account.
There is in once again and is full. Ollie Pope will clip down to long on for a single to end the over. This is Ollie Pope's 4th Test match here at Trent Bridge, and in 2 of the previous 3, he's made 100 in one innings or another. So he's made runs here. Got 100 against New Zealand in June 22. That was 145, and 121 against the West Indies last July.
If memory serves me right, was his first Test 100 against South Africa in Port Elizabeth. I think that's a match where
Could well have been.
Joe Root gets a fifer with the ball. In fact, it was an excellent Test match by England. If you go back to Ollie Pope's return, but on the positive, Zimbabwe have picked up a wicket.
We've made a breakthrough, and as I always say, you can't get the second till you've got the first. Here we go then. New over for Zirimbani. Oh, it's been really well played by Pope. He's really got high up on his toes and just guided it down to wide third, and they'll take a couple. Pope's now got 7 from only 4 balls, and one of those was the first one that kind of beat him all ends up, didn't it? Because it had spun. Got to remember that we are on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. I keep playing shots when I'm talking about these things, trying to work. I don't know if the bat's coming through straight if you're watching on the camera, but I am doing my best for you.
Nothing wrong with a little bit of animation.
Zirimbani is in again. Ollie Pope is turning this off of his side. Oh wow, that's 4 through square leg again. That just looked like a flick. You see, I played the shot again. It looks like a flick down towards square leg, but he's timed the cover off of it, and it goes away for 4.
Right, wherever Ben Duckett left things off, Ollie Pope's come up and picked up from where he left off. Another beautiful shot. This time the balance is so key here. Just get in a good position and then just flick it round the corner, but it's more the contact where he makes a full contact with the face of the bat and then the wrists take over to place it through the onside.
Zirimbani is in. This time it's a raise of the arms from Ollie Pope through to the wicket keeper. No run. Yeah, you don't want to close the face too early because that's when the leading edge comes into it. So he's just got that, so you get a full blade and then off she goes.
Yeah, it's more important about where the head is. So when the head picks up the line of the ball and it stays balanced, the hands then don't go. The hands stay a little bit behind the ball, and then you make the contact, and then the head slightly will fall over, but you've already stayed in a good presence of balance, and then the timing goes through the onside.
Well, that was Kevin Peterson's big argument, wasn't it? We'll come back to that in a second. As this occasion, it's slightly wider of Pope, and he's guided it, well, not a million miles away from Bennett in the gully, and that's gone away for 4 through third.
Now then, Ollie.
It's a shot a ball at the moment.
What have you had for lunch? Don't want to be left out of the scoring patterns. Guides this past Bennett at gully. Uppish for just a moment. It lands well short of that gully fielder, but yet another boundary.
15 from 7 balls faced. 3 boundaries for Ollie Pope. England vice-captain's in, Nick. Zirimbani is in, and this one's leg side-ish. That could be 4 more. No. Long leg is sufficiently wide that it'll only be a couple. Well, this is getting the sizable over so far. Yeah, just to go back to that point about Kevin Peterson, there was a whole thing on a coaching clinic he did on the TV, and they were talking about getting the front foot to the pitch of the ball. He said, well, I don't think that's as well. Get the head going to the ball, because once the head goes, you don't have to have the foot close to the pitch as you used to in the old days anymore, because that then allows you to bring the hands through the shot. He said the head far more important than the front foot. Zirimbani is in. Now, Ollie Pope's inside edge there onto his own thigh, the inside of his thigh. And that will smart a little bit, but he's still 17 not out. 248 for England after 43 overs on day 1 of the first test of the summer.
Just under 6 runs and over. Just under, mainly due to Ben Duckett and Ollie Pope, who's just carried on that run-scoring ability that Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley were enjoying out in the middle. Just got images here on our monitor of Ben Duckett taking off all these protective wear.
What I'm interested in is Marcus Trescothick. I mean, it looks like the middle of winter, according to Marcus Trescothick. He's got the full beanie on, yet he's still got the sunglasses. So it's bright but cold.
Yeah, it is. It's a little nippy, but here we go. Here comes the sun. There was a song.
George Harrison. Fabulous song. Right, well, Manthorp wasn't just brought on to make the breakthrough. He will continue. And Pope waits on the back foot, punches to mid-off and takes a comfortable single. My apologies, it's Crawley. Either way, it's one more to the total. You can hear that buzz around the ground. They're enjoying this. Drop shorter from Manthorp, and that one is Pope. And oh, is it going to just have enough on it? Yes! It falls over drunk as it gets to the front door and goes for 4 more. 250 up for England, 253 for 1.
Yeah, the beauty of this is just the ability not to let the bowler settle, and that's what England have done a lot today. They have not allowed any of the Zimbabwean bowlers to settle. This is an excellent shot. It's all about waiting and accessing the offside, and it just dribbles into the wedges for 4.
The old heartbreaker for the fielder. This occasion he comes in, gives it a little bit more air. And Ollie Pope was starting to come forward to that and almost ended up yorking himself. Still makes decent contact to mid-off, no run. 34 fours and 2 sixes before tea on day 1 of a test match. This occasion Pope is waiting, weight on the back foot, hits it square on the offside, and they will take 1 more.
Yeah, the sun comes out here at Trent Bridge, just covering this beautiful venue.
Looks a different place all of a sudden in the sunlight. And Manthorp goes wider on the crease on that occasion. Crawley will turn to deep square leg and take a single. He goes to 80. 255 for 1. Oh, of course it means Gary stat of going through a day without taking a wicket. Yes. Thank you, Gary. Ed's happy now. Slightly flatter, quicker. Manthorp, right arm off spin, fires it through. No run as it's pushed up towards mid-on. 44 gone, so we're an over away from being halfway through the day. England 255 for 1.
Harmy's prediction is on course here. Exactly almost halfway.
Yeah, Steve Harmison did mutter earlier at the back of the box, 500 runs in a day in a test match. If there was ever a ground to do it, Trent Bridge might be the one. They're halfway.
It's not a bad call, given those numbers. 255 for 1, 44 overs gone. Crawley on 80, and Pope has come out and has playing an absolute little blinder.
I don't want to worry you, but Harmy's just told me that apparently Johnny Bairstow on social media is asking, could England do 600?
Settle, lads.
Zerambani will start a new over. Such good cricket from Crawley. Drops it at his toes. Short cover, can't get in. Easy single to be taken. 256 for 1. Well, we a few years ago did the commentary of the white ball game when England were in Amstelveen taking on the Netherlands when they got a stupid amount of runs. Was it 490 odd, was it, that day? The one-day international in Amsterdam that we did. Honestly, it was crazy. Every ball was disappearing. This feels a little bit like that in a way. Zerambani follows an 85-mile-an-hour delivery outside of off-stump. Left alone through to the keeper, no run.
Well, I don't know if it's the privilege of playing in a game where the opposition gets 400. I played an ODI in Potchefstroom against South Africa. They got 416. I think Mark Boucher got 96 off 30-odd deliveries. I
imagine most of the town had come out because there's not a great deal to do in Potch, with the greatest of respect.
Student town, yeah.
In goes Zerambani, outside of off-stump. Again, Ollie Pope, nothing to do with that one.
That day, the balls were flying everywhere. Everywhere.
I've been to Potch once on the 04-05 tour, and I think it was one of the hottest places on the earth. Followed closely, I think, by Paarl, which again gets insanely hot.
Yeah, rocks melt in Paarl. That's how hot it gets there. 500, imagine that.
Yeah, 498 for 4 England got in that one-day international against the Netherlands. Ollie Pope got, well, that's 4 more. Ollie Pope comes to Zurimbani, meets him, and a lovely extra cover drive. If you're a fan of the cover drive, Trent Bridge is the place to be today, because we have seen some sumptuous efforts. 260 for 1.
Another beauty for the camera lenses. Fielders can just sort of just watch as that skips along the surface for yet another boundary.
I guarantee you that will be on a website or a newspaper tomorrow, that picture. That was a glorious looking shot. I'm sure one of the snappers got that. Zurimbani is in once again. Driving again is Ollie Pope. This one straight at mid-off though. No run.
The nice thing that Ollie Pope's done here is he's continued the momentum. He hasn't sort of come out and sort of continued to absorb deliveries. He's come out and been really positive. 26 off 17, so he's carrying on the momentum that a Duckett and Crawley did have for a long period. This run rate now at 5.8.
Zurimbani makes his way in from the far end and bowls a short ball that Ollie Pope plays a brilliant little uppercut at. Puts the bat there and just dabs it up and over the slip cordon. 4 more, 264 for 1.
Yeah, everywhere you're bowling right now, whether it's on the front foot, where you're playing with elegance, Ollie Pope's all over it. Whether you want to go with the short delivery, he's also got the ramp and the inventiveness to free up that particular part of the ground to pick up yet another boundary. The pressure continues to mount on this bowling attack, which is missing a Richard Ngarava, who's off the field. Suspected some sort of injury in the back or some back spasm, so they don't have the luxury of using him. Madavere picks up the breakthrough. But how long do they keep going with him before they make another bowling change?
I think we've got the answer, because Raza's coming back, which is interesting.
You know what? It's a bit of everything at the moment, really, from Zimbabwe in terms of what the bowlers are presenting to these England batters. There isn't a period where things have been kept quiet. So I wouldn't have turned to Raza so quickly. I would have actually kept Madavere going for a little bit longer.
Look, he's the only one who's had any success so far. Give him a little bit of a reward. Anyway, it is Raza, and he's going to go in from our end. Fires this one a little bit down the leg side. Tika gets across and covers that one up, so there's no extras down the leg side. And actually Raza now claps his hands above his head to say thank you very much to the keeper for stopping that one going for runs. It's going to be our final over of our spell, Ed, so let's look for something big before John and Harmy come back in. Well, Zach Crawley's gone down to play a little reverse lap on that occasion. He's taken on the pad and nothing doing.
Yeah, if you look at the field, it's really packed through the leg side, so he thinks to himself, well, what's the low percentage shot I can play and also pick up a high reward? And that's to play the reverse lap, because there's no one behind square on the offside.
Raza comes up. That's a lower arm slingy delivery, proper round arm job, and Crawley will play it out onto the offside to the deep cover sweeper. Williams, just a single to be taken. 265 for 1. He's a proper bag of tricks, Raza, isn't he? First of all, with the hands behind the back, because he's got the conventional delivery and the carrying ball, and now, I mean, that was almost around at sort of 3 o'clock-ish. It was a proper sling.
A little bit of Malinga.
Raza in once again. Pope coming forward, plays this one. Plays it as if it keeps slightly low. I'm not sure it did keep that particularly low, but Pope was attuned to it. Raza sort of has a hop at the start of his run and then goes in. Off of the back foot is Ollie Pope, turning safely to mid-wicket. And a single will be taken, no problem. 1 ball of the over to go.
Ollie Pope, 31 off 20. Goodness, he's just come out and just lighting it up here in Trent Bridge in Nottingham.
Raza to complete the over. Crawley takes this on the half volley, hits to short mid-wicket. Curran will do the fielding, and that will do it for the over, and that'll do it for me and you, Ed, for the time being, because Harmy Jarrett and John Norman are going to come back in and take over the commentary.
Yeah, they sure will. At 266 for 1 after 46 overs. A run rate of just below 6 runs and over at 5.78. Crawley on 82 off 123 and Pope on 31 off 20. Zimbabwe picked up their first wicket courtesy of Wesley Madevere to remove Ben Duckett for an excellent 140 off 134 deliveries. Hello, Jared.
I'm not sure my mic was on. I'm here. I really enjoyed Sikandar Raza bowling underarm a minute ago there, Ed. Was that the plan at the start of the day?
Sun's out, guns are out. Harmy and Jared are back. And Mazharabani is in. Defensively played by Ollie Pope. 31 from 21 deliveries. Zach Crawley has been there since the start. He's 82. Ben Duckett, the man to go for a fine knock of 140. 266 for 1. Harmy in the first session of play was talking about England hitting 500. Johnny Bairstow on social media saying 600. Mazharabani yet to pick up a wicket, and Ollie Pope will take a single to the leg side. Rides a bounce, short of length. Harmy. 500. I mean, actually, well, where are we now? How many overs?
Halfway through the day, technically, but not at all.
46.2 overs gone. If we won't get 90 overs today, but just say we do. 267. I mean, in a 50-over game, they say get to the 30-over stage and then double the score. Well, if we try and do something similar, and say get to the 50-over stage, because England will only accelerate, certainly whilst this ball is getting older. I mean, they have hit 500 in a day, didn't they, against Pakistan in Rawalpindi? Right arm over the wicket is Mazharabani, and Crawley sent back. Fielder starts to swoop. It's Sean Williams at cover point, but no drama. 267 for 1.
Yeah, they got 500 in Rawalpindi, didn't they? So they have done it before. This is a lot more difficult ground to defend if you're a bowling unit. And the Pakistan bowlers, you know, with all due respect to the Zimbabwe bowlers, are a hell of a lot better than what we're watching right now. So I think 500's on. I think 520 is on.
500. Could we see it? Short delivery, cracked away by Zach Crawley in front of square leg, who shapes to defend the ball but realises really quickly he's not stopping that one. It's another 4. England 271 for 1. Crawley actually isn't going as fast as we've seen him on occasion. Strike rate of 66. So you can only imagine once if he reaches 3 figures, that strike rate will probably start to increase. Ollie Pope's going at a strike rate of 145, and we've still got the likes of Harry Brook and Ben Stokes to come, and a guy called Joe Root as well. So yeah, where we'll be at the end of the day, we shall see. This is just dropped at front of the fielder, coming in Sean Williams it is at points. Crawley gets off strike, he moves to the Devil's number, and England 272 for 1. The other problem for Zimbabwe is that blue sky is not replacing the cloud, but then that cloud hasn't really done much, has it? I mean, it's not the ball's been hooping around.
No, I think the cloud's done enough, and I just think Zimbabwe have not done much, to be honest. I think the amount of sort of loose deliveries that Zimbabwe have bowled, I think the clouds can be blamed for not putting the ball in the right area.
This time Ollie Pope will take a single. Fielder jogs in from mid-on, wideish mid-on, no run, 1 run. Pope moves to 34.
Yeah, and that's the problem though, John, with that exact delivery. When you do bowl a good ball and all your fielders are on the boundary, they get off to an easy single and they can rotate the strike, and you can't build and put pressure. I'm pleased for Zach Crawley. I hope Ollie Pope gets runs, because you know, whatever Ben Stokes said in the press conference, and if they've got a decision to make with Jacob Bethel further down the line, England need their top 3. They need their top 3 to fire more often than not in these next 9 months to set them off to a good start, to make sure that Root, Brooks, Stokes, Smith have a platform to play their more expansive game. And it's always good when you get off to a good start in the start of the summer. You build. If you start getting low scores, I mean, you're playing catch-up all the time, looking in the rear-view mirror. Now they've got some runs behind them, and hopefully this will be a start of something special for what is going to be a very, very good summer.
5 fielders on the leg side for Raza, and this keeps a bit low. It's a flat delivery on the pad of Ollie Pope, who gets the bat down, comes through for a single.
It's one thing I've seen him do a lot in Zimbabwe is just trap people LBW with that sort of ball that sort of goes under. I don't know if that was the knuckleball again on that one, but quite often he will get players who sort of nudging him around the corner, and then the next one just rolls at them.
This is tossed up a little bit more, and Zach Crawley is through the shot too early, fielded by Raza. He does have this, I'm trying to think who he reminds me of, the way he hides the ball behind his back as he runs in.
Sunil Narayan, you got it from?
Sunil Narayan, yeah. This is a little bit of a drag down from Raza, but Zach Crawley plays straightish. He's fielded at mid, well, extra cover.
He's a fascinating player because by the time he got to 31-32, he was more of a fringe player.
Short again, and on his toes, it's punched to the same fielder.
And since then, he's completely changed his batting, his bowling, and he's become a great fielder as well. I remember talking to some of the people who grew up with him saying he wasn't, and no one ever considered him an exceptional cricketer, and he's become an IPL player.
Touch more flight this time, and it's driven up to long on by Zach Crawley, who'll take a single. Yeah, how long where would you say the line is with his career? At what point did he become the Secunda Raza that we all now recognise as?
I think he was about 33, 34 when he had his breakthrough.
So quite late, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think I'm right in the years.
Tossed up, driven by Ollie Pope. No great timing, and it's fielded at mid-off.
I was working for his agent, and one of the things I did for agents occasionally was I would write up packages to be sent to coaches and GMs and owners. And I remember writing, and I've told Secunda about this before, I had to write his, and I had to be quite creative because his stats didn't really suggest that he should be playing in any of these leagues. You could see the talent, but it was like there wasn't really anything there. And I remember sending all these things off, and then a year later, all of his stats had completely changed. And I think he was he T20 Player of the Year or ODI Player of the Year? He's been nominated for a bunch of different awards. Suddenly the IPL, he got two years worth of contract in the IPL. He's just become a whole different player. It's a fascinating story, and he's a very smart guy. He's very driven, and he's manufactured himself into this level of cricket. He's not really a test bowler. Just having a look, I think he averages about 42 with the ball in test cricket. He's had a couple of good spells, but he's at his best in limited overs, probably as a player, but certainly as a bowler. But he's quite a good sort of counter-attacking number 6, number 7 in test cricket.
Yeah, I can't imagine that he's bowled as many overs as this on day one of a test match.
He might have in Zimbabwe on some of those Zimbabwe wickets where it's just dead and your quicks aren't useful. But you're right. No, I think me and Harmy talked about it today. We were shocked that he was already bowling that much.
Nyachi is in, and bowling to Zach Crawley, who is 12 away from 100. Much needed runs from Crawley. Of course, it won't be enough, will it? Because after this match, people will just say, wow, it was only Zimbabwe.
Yeah, but at least he got them. That's the thing. The beauty about this is in a situation that Zach and Ollie were in, they were never going to win in this situation. We get runs, we're always going to get them. If they don't get runs, well, they should be out of the team. At least they've got at least Zach, in Zach's point of view, he's got them and he's getting them, which is great for him to go forward.
Crawley again, and he's driving, loses his shape a touch, and he'll take a run to square leg via inside portion of the bat. Maybe indicating that there was just a little bit of drift there from Nyachi, who has been expensive. His 7 overs have gone for 35. He was kept back until just before the lunch break, which was slightly strange at the time. But boy oh boy, these Zimbabwe bowlers are going to get a few overs into their legs as this is pitched up and placed away just in front of square leg for another run. I mean, Ollie Pope's another. You need some runs at 3.
Absolutely, yeah, 100%. But the same answer, copy and paste the answer. As long as he gets them, as long as you can get a score in excess of 80, go on and get 100. That's brilliant for him. There's a decision to be made. There's a decision to be made, but at least they can say we've got the runs and we're off to good starts.
Here is Crawley punching to cover point, fielded by Medevere. He comes in, but it's a comfortable single, and Crawley moves to the nervous 90s or the nonchalant 90s, depending on where he's at. Ollie Pope 35.
You're statistically more likely to go out between the score of 100 and 105 than you are from 95 to 99.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It's a bit like in football. As Ollie Pope is forward and defensively plays this back where it came from, where you're more likely to concede a goal just after you've scored one. You just relax, right?
I think one of the big ones in football, isn't it, that you're a 2% chance, aren't you? Is it 2 or 3% chance of scoring a goal from a corner? But the opposition's also a 1% chance if you have a corner, because you're out of position, right? So you're in a different position. So it's one of those.
On the counter. Liocci is in. This is driven by Ollie Pope, who's on the move. Drives square of the wicket, between mid-wicket and square leg for another run. 279 for 1.
I think it was Michael Clark late in his career who basically said that in his mind, when he made 100, he pretended it was a 50 still. And he didn't celebrate. The big one he would celebrate was 150. And part of the reason that he did that was because early in his career, he would make a lot of hundreds and go out shortly after that. It's a real psychological letdown. That's why you're more likely to go out just after 100 than you are just before.
I did ask about 3 hours ago that someone would remind me when England reached the 48.4 over
was 2
mark,
balls ago.
And nobody did.
I was thinking about it when we were at 46.4.
Well, I was thinking about it when it was at 48 and then forgot. Well, if you weren't with us on talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, as Ollie Pope just playing back and trying to pull this through mid-wicket, but can only pick out Ben Curran at mid-wicket. So, yeah, the previous highest opening partnership record was held by Mike Atherton, as Pope will pick up runs here. Again, that's definitely played. It won't reach the boundary at 3rd. There's no fielder there. But there's a backward point who scampers back. And Ollie Pope comes through for 2nd. 121 between Mark Ramprakash and Mike Atherton back in 2000 at this ground. And Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley broke that record today. And how many overs have they taken? 20? 20 overs? Again, Ollie Pope trying to divert that ball back past the fielder at backward point. There's a huge gap there because there isn't a fielder at 3rd, but it's fielded on this occasion, no run. So 281 for 1, pretty much, as opposed to 121 without loss back in 2000. Forward and defending with a straight bat, covers any spin, gets to the pitch of the ball.
Well, you know, as a big cricket fan, what would you prefer to watch? Ather's not out on 120 doing it properly, or these Mavericks?
Well, you can see why this is a 4-day test. Again, identical shot from Ollie Pope, who's affording Sekinder Raza all the respect in the world. He comes forward again and just plays resolutely. Gets behind the ball. Still going at a strike rate in excess of 100. Last ball of Sekinder Raza's 10th over. He's gone for 42. And there's just a little paddle sweep from Ollie Pope. And he'll take a single. He'll take strike for the start of the over number 51. England 282 for 1.
Were there any of your teammates, Harmy, where you were just thinking, I don't really enjoy watching them. This is not for me. Or is it more, I don't care how slow Athers is or how slow John Crawley is or whatever, as long as they bat as long as possible and I can keep my feet up.
Yeah, didn't mind anybody being there for a long time. I think the one that stands out probably would be Nasser, because if you were batting behind Nasser, I think Butch tells obviously this story much better, because Butch batted behind Nasser. but you must have been doing the okey cokey, because the way he sort of curtain railed sometimes, played out to then in, looked as though if you bowled a decent ball, a decent area with Nasser, and he played and missed at it, it always looked as though he had nicked it. So if you were batting behind them, you know, the great late Graham Thorpe and Butch must have been up and down out of that seat like you'd not believe. So
yeah, that's awkward, isn't it?
That wasn't that comfortable sitting watching.
Nuachi, start of his 9th over, and he has Ollie Pope driving. There's 4 fielders on the drive. There's also a fielder at cover point. So the plan is there for Ollie Pope. It's just whether he's going to pick one of those fielders out on the full. Zimbabwe will hope so. No real margin for error though if it's dropped short. And this ball from Nuachi does see Ollie Pope driving, but the ball squirts out square of the wicket on the offside, and he gets off strike. He moves to 40, and England 283 for 1.
Seager is wicket keeping at the moment. Oh wait, he's going to put his hat back on. It's not very often that you see someone wicket keeping without a hat on, but that had very third innings on day 4 vibes, where he's just like, I can't actually be bothered to pick my hat up and put it back on my head, because next over I'm going to have to take it off again anyway.
Nuachi is in, driving is Crawley. Picks out one of those fielders who are positioned there on the drive. Did you see that New Zealand A, Bangladesh A game where the keeper was
Pakistan, New Zealand.
Pakistan.
Yeah.
Where
Hilarious.
The keeper looked like he was essentially at first slip, and his helmet was still there, and the ball hit the helmet and then went to the boundary. That was good. Nuachi again, and Crawley 10 away from 100, just pushes this up to mid-on, one of the 2 mid-on fielders. 283 for 1.
It was a nonchalant way the wicketkeeper stood at first slip, looking to his left.
He just looked.
As to say, are you going to catch that? There's nobody there.
I think for those of us who played computer cricket games, it looked like a glitch where the wicketkeeper had been moved to the wrong spot.
Here is Nuachi, and Crawley is punching this ball on the up, but can't beat the fielder in front of point. I mean, if you're going to do that, you may as well at least turn the helmet upside down so the helmet might catch the ball, and then it doesn't go to the boundary. You give up the 5 runs anyway, but you don't
have to go. Well, is that effectively should that be a 9? If it hits the helmet,
I mean, that should have been a 25. That should have been the end of the game.
Just end the game, yeah.
The wicketkeepers feel at first slip all his life and realise he's not there now.
Nuachi again. This is Crawley coming forward, and he is playing quite watchfully here. Pushes this to short mid wicket. No run. 283 for 1. Lunch is about 6 minutes away. Actually, no, sorry, not lunch.
Go to tea now?
Tea. Well, we started the session a little late. I think they started the final over of the morning session at 1 o'clock. So we did go a little late, so we've probably got another 8 or 9 minutes. The rate in which Crawley is now batting suggests that if he does reach 100, it won't be this side of the tea break. Ollie Pope might reach 50. Set Raza, and Ollie Pope will take 4. That's the Ollie Pope that we have seen over the years, seizing on length quickly, getting into position, and then cutting the ball past the point fielder and away for 4. He moves to 44.
Sikandar Raza keeps pitching it there. Ollie Pope will reach 50.
He's actually done well of recent times to just slow them down. He doesn't look like getting it. Oh, I suppose he had the little paddle sweep in the air, but he doesn't really look like getting a wicket unless one rolls along the ground for him again.
This is fired in a touch flatter, and Ollie Pope again. He's giving himself a little room, but can't push the ball past Ben Curran at mid-wicket. No run.
So that ball, that's the finger wronging that Abdul Qadir used to bowl, and Imran Tahir and Rashid Khan bowl.
Much more air. Ollie Pope is forward and smothering the spin.
I think that'll be the next big thing we see in spin. There are so many bowlers now. You know, you got Varun Chakravarti, Sunil Narayan, Sikandar Raza, who don't actually bowl one kind of spin. They just take little deliveries from each kinds of bowling.
Clipped away, but can't beat Ben Curran again at mid-wicket.
It doesn't matter if you bowl short outside off stump.
I was going to say, if you bowl short outside of stump, whichever way you're trying to spin it, seam it, swing it, it's going to end up at the boundary.
Again, forward, there's a slip in place, and Ollie Pope comes forward and pushes it back to the bowler. Pope's 31 from his first 20 deliveries, his fastest start in tests when facing 20-plus deliveries. Again, this is fielded at mid-wicket, no run. And Sikandar Raza has zipped through that over.
Yeah, he's bowling them at a pace that suggests he doesn't want to bowl all day, he does. So I'll get through them, but if we can find someone else. They've got other part-time options they haven't used yet as well. Williams hasn't bowled, has he? Because they used Wesley Madviri, didn't they, earlier? Who got the wicket?
And he picked up the wicket. It's a slight surprise that, I mean, he did get clobbered for 2 boundaries from his first 2 deliveries and then picked up the wicket, didn't he? Slight surprise we haven't seen him again.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, he got the wicket.
He did, but...
I mean, Chavanga's going at 7.5.
Yeah, I'm more surprised we haven't seen Williams bowl yet.
Here's Nuachi, and Zach Crawley will move off 90. He goes to 91 with a push through the leg side. 288 for 1. I think I heard Ed saying something.
He can't bowl, yeah.
Can't
Ed
bowl.
Said that from the back, yep. And so that explains that. I think they've got other... Does Irvine still bowl? And Irvine doesn't bowl as well. So they've gone through most of their rotation that are fit. They are a bowler down, of course, a seam bowler down at the moment.
Here is Nuachi on length and pushed into the offside. Maybe Seager. Does Seager bowl?
Bennett bowls. And
Bennett does bowl.
I've seen him bowl in T20s. I don't think I've seen him in a test. Ed said he's got a 5 He bowls off spin.
Yeah, I think Bennett's taken a couple of wickets.
Because that's one of the things I think, because they've also, he's not playing in this game, but they've got Ryan Burl as well, the leg spinner who can bat. They've got a lot of guys who can bowl a little bit and bat a little bit in middle order.
Misdirected from Nuachi. Not sure if Ollie Pope got any bat on that. It's sailed away to the boundary at fine leg. 4 runs given to Pope. He moves to 48 and scored 292 for 1.
Yeah, you can see what the bowler's trying to do there. He's got the seam angled in for an in-swinger. He's just started on middle stump, and when you bowl 75 miles an hour, I'm surprised the keeper hasn't tried to come up. We keeper put a helmet on. The helmet's out there.
He might not be accurate enough.
Yeah, but if it's going to go for 4, it's going down leg side, then it's going for 4 anyway. You might as well try and come up.
Pope. Oh, I tell you what, that was with the picked out the lone slip basically with a late cut, gone straight into the ground, and it's been fielded by Bennett, who we were just talking about. That went to him pretty fast, actually.
Yeah, it did, and it was a good piece of fielding. Ollie Pope probably thought that was 50 for him, but Ollie Pope's batting a long way out of his crease, and he does shuffle forward, so even if he isn't accurate enough, the bowler, make sure that get him back in the crease, see if you can catch him on the hop. He might punch one straight to one of your catches at extra cover mid-wicket.
On the pads, and it won't be 50 for Pope. He'll just take a single. And that brings Crawley back on strike for the final ball of the over. Approaching the tea break here at Trent Bridge. We will be having a 20-minute pause ourselves before commentary resumes straight after the break. But it's been England's day. A partnership of 231 was broken in the 42nd over. Ben Duckett departing for 140 as Zach Crawley will add a couple to his score on the drive. Fielded by the fielder running round at deep point. 295 for one then, and that is the tea break. Ollie Pope walks off to applause, as does Zach Crawley. 49 to Pope, 93 to Crawley. We still got, notionally, 37 overs to bowl, so we will be going through to 6:30 unless Segunda Raza speeds up even more and bowls a large majority of those. And truth be told, he might be called upon because Ngarava hobbled off early in the session, and with a four-man bowling attack, that's put a lot of pressure on Zimbabwe. Segunda Raza's had to bowl 11 overs in that session. He's gone for 47. But with the lone success, Ben Duckett, after smashing him for a couple of boundaries, just picking out cover. But Ollie Pope came in, had a bit of a scare first ball when he was wrapped on the pads, but from that point onwards has looked pretty assured. He's going to run a ball. Crawley's eased up with a century in sight. But tea here at Trent Bridge. England in complete control, and I'm going to ask you a question, Harmy, before we go for a little break ourselves. Will England score 500 runs today?
Yes, comfortably. Could get 540, 550. The one thing I might throw a spanner in the works with that, I don't think England will want to bowl, and this is sounding really arrogant, and England are trying to get away from the arrogancy, but England won't want to bowl twice in a row, I don't think. So I think what you might find is Ben Stokes it might be a declaration, and that people's eyes will open, but I think it'll be a declaration to look at the context of the match and wanting his bowlers to bowl to win the match. So it wouldn't surprise me if England declared tonight possibly 450 on the board, and then have a bowl Zimbabwe out, and then have a bat again to give their bowlers some time off, because it's going to be a long summer, it's going to be a difficult summer. England are going to need all their bowlers fit. The last thing they'll want is to go and get 600 plus, and then potentially have to bowl for 2.5 days to take 20 wickets. So that is something, if it happens, don't think Ben Stokes is arrogant. I think he's just playing the game in the right way to make sure his team, with a long summer coming, is what he needs to do.
Brilliant stuff, Harmy. Well, we'll find out exactly what England do here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We're going to be broadcasting throughout the session, throughout the test, throughout the summer. All the test cricket that England play here in England over the course of the next couple of months will be here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. So tell your friends, subscribe to the channel, go and check out some of our other videos. There's a lot on there. We've been broadcasting on the channel for 1.5 years now. And we'll be back in about 17 minutes' time for the final session here at Trent Bridge, with England 295 for one.
Good afternoon, everybody, from Trent Bridge. The players are on their way back out for the final session of the day, and what a session we've got in store. England have been careering their way through proceedings so far. 295 for one in only 53 overs. There are 37 left in the day. So there's two options. They continue at this clattering rate. Well, Steve Harmison's theory that he mentioned to you before tea, the declaration, and have a bowl this evening. It's day one, but we're talking about a declaration to get the opposition in. Harmy, I guess we may get a bit of a steer in the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mac. Yeah, I would have thought we'd get a little bit, but will we? Because these play that way anyway, so it don't really matter. I'd like to think Ollie Pope will get a chance to get a big score. I know it sounds arrogant, and it's not what England want to try and portray, but I would imagine even this early in the summer they'd want to be trying to be smart to protect the workload of bowlers.
Well, Sikandar Raza is going to start things after tea, and he bowls to Ollie Pope from the Radcliffe Road end, and it's turned on the onside to Curran at short mid-on, and there is no run. Raza runs away from us in the sunshine. This time Pope beats the man at short mid-on, and it goes to longer mid-on, and he gets to 50 from just 48 balls. 16th 50 for Ollie Pope, and England 296 for one.
Yeah, well played, Ollie Pope. You know, a little bit fidgety at the start again, as he normally is, and when he starts his innings, but as he's gone on, he's settled down as he normally does and grown in confidence, and the bowl lovely.
Raza comes into bowl to Zach Crawley over the wicket, and it's turned out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Well, we've had a day of largely cloudy skies, but there is now, I'd say it's about 30, maybe even 40% of the sky is now blue. We've got shadows on the pitch, and Ollie Pope is playing a paddle sweep that only gets it straight to short fine leg. It is a glorious day. There is still a chill-ish breeze. Just takes a little bit off of the temperature, but it's considering where we are in May in England, you'd certainly take this. Raza bowls, and it's an attempted cut by Pope, finds the fielder at deep point, but it's a single. One more to the total. 298 for one, with one ball left at the 54th over. Raza in, right arm over, punch drive from Zach Crawley to Curran at short mid-wickets. End of the over.
And I think, Macca, to sort of go on the declaration feel, and the reason why I'm thinking this way is, you know, you've got Josh Tongue, who has, you know, he's got an injury track record, which I would imagine England will want to protect. Ben Stokes, even himself, the captain, will want to prove that he's up to bowling an international bowling standard. He'll not want to have to go and get, if you go and get 600, you have to then, if you bowl Zimbabwe out for under 300, you really have to then go and make them bat again, and that's not, I don't think, what England's bowlers' bodies need at this moment in time. So that's why I'm muting an early declaration. But I think if you were a McCullum and you were Stokes and Key and Luke Wright, who are both here, sit down with them earlier, literally right underneath where we are. Before this game, you're thinking, right, we're on a hiding to nothing here. We need to start well, and we'd love Pope and Crawley, who are under pressure with what's coming in the next 9 months, to get some runs, and so far it's been a perfect day.
Nyochi to bowl first over after tea from the pavilion end. Slightly short, slightly wide, and Ollie Pope guides it up and over slip, and it's 4 more. 300 up for England. First ball of the 55th, 302 for one, as the crowd realise.
Yeah, a little bit like Ben Duckett a little bit earlier. It looks as though it's off the top edge, but it is in control. Ollie Pope is trying to get the ball into that gap between the first slip and what was a gully, which has now gone out to sort of extra cover. But he is trying to get it aerial. He is trying to hit it up. He's not trying to keep that down at all, and all you can see is going for a boundary.
Yochi's brought his 50 up with that, and he's going to get a few more to go to the total this time because he's short, and it's a pull from Ollie Pope, and it's back-to-back boundaries. 59 to Ollie Pope, 306 for one.
It really has been a poor start. It has been a poor start. I'm sure Irvine, the captain, will be scratching his head because you know what, Macca, 15 minutes ago he's standing there, putting his jumper on, putting his cap on, giving the speech about staying in the game, trying to hit a good line, trying to hit a good length, make sure we're trying to dry it up, build some dot pressure. And he comes up, first two balls, he's opening bowler's bowl, two ranked long hops, short and wide, one outside off stump, and a short one on the hip. And Ollie Pope's thinking, yeah, I'm back in now, thank you very much, enjoy tea.
In comes the bowler once again, and Ollie Pope has got one to lift. It drops out on the offside. Some part of Ollie Pope's protective kit has actually dropped off, or is that actually a part of the bat?
Isn't it? Is it a watch? I think Ollie Pope, is he batting in a watch, or is it like a...
It's one of those...
GPS thing?
Yeah,
it might be a GPS that he's got on. They look like watches, but I think it's just bounced up. Yeah, it's hit him, it's gone, it's missed the sort of inside shoulder of the bat. It's nipped back, missed the inside shoulder of the bat, and it's hit him on the wristband, on his right wristband. It's knocked that watch off.
Pope on this occasion, as Yochi is full, pushes into the offside, takes an easy single. One more to the total. So 307 for one. Yochi's coming to the end of his 11th over, 0 for 57 so far. Let's just take you around the field. So there's no slips in play, but there is a gully. Two other potential catches if we were talking about a one-day field. There's a closest mid-wicket for the clip off the toes and a shortish extra cover for a mistimed drive. Yochi is in, and it's just gone past that fielder at short extra cover, but all along the floor. It's 4 more to Zach Crawley, and he goes to 98, 311 for one. Another boundary for England.
Another, again, it's just... I won't say it's over-pitched, but it's just, it gives Zach Crawley a chance. The width that's on it gives Zach Crawley a chance. Just inside the ball and pierce the gap nicely. He really has driven the ball well today, Zach Crawley. He's normally very good through mid-wicket anyway, but he really has driven the ball nicely from a good balance.
Yochi is in once again, and Crawley coming forward, drops it into the offside. Thought about a single, but there wasn't one there. End of the over, 55 gone, 311 for one. I know we were talking earlier about not setting fields for bad bowling, but so many balls have gone through cover and extra cover today. Zimbabwe have some sweepers dotted about. Actually, the one who would actually have fielded most balls would have been an extra cover sweeper.
Yeah, extra cover sweeper. If we had ball boys, I think they would have been busy today. The local school team would have been in fine fielding fettle for their next game, because their arms would have been thrown in. But yeah, I mean, it's hard. I mean, it's hard. I don't want to really be overcritical, other than that the Zimbabwe bowlers haven't hit their lengths.
Raza to start a new over, and it's on leg stump, and Ollie Pope can turn that one to mid-wicket for a single pretty easily. 312 for one.
This England team are a good side when they're on and when they're going well, and Trent Bridge is probably one of the worst grounds for a lower ranked team coming against a team that do score very, very quickly, because this ground is so hard to defend.
Raza runs away from us, bowls. Crawley takes it on the half volley, clips it down to long on, takes a nice easy single.
And I don't want to make any excuses for them, because I don't think Zimbabwe have bowled very well. I don't think they've put balls in the right area. I don't think they've done it for consistent enough, and a little bit lacking in pace. Yes, there was a bowler light, but England are a good side when they're like this.
Raza brings Pope forward. Pope plays defensively, no run. 61 from 56 balls.
When they're on the front foot and things are going well and it's flat, there's not many better sides to watch than what England are. Put it in context that the bowling isn't being that great, and it is very friendly.
Raza in, bowls an off break, paddled round the corner to short fine leg, no run.
But from a Zimbabwe point of view, you come into the big league, you come in to play against the big teams, and you play on a flat pitch. It's very, very hard defending this ground. The sun's now come out, there is a decent crowd in, so it just shows you the gulf and the jump in international cricket.
Raza in, bowls, punched off the back foot, fielded a short extra cover, and there's no run.
But they've kept going, they really have kept going in the field. The bowlers have kept running in. So, yeah, I mean, it's been difficult for Zimbabwe, but for me, it's been all about England, and so many positives.
Raza in, bowls, right arm over. Pope turns to Curran, who is at short mid-wicket again. No run, ends the over, 56 gone, 3-13 for 1. And I guess this is, what's the word I'm looking for? Part of what we were a little bit concerned about, in the fact that if Zimbabwe left a door open for England, England would come barging through it, and that's basically what's happened.
That's absolutely what's happened, and this is what we want, as was meaning from a second ago. I mean, there would have been a bit of anxiety, just quietly, around the England team, that if Zimbabwe bowled and put the ball in the right area, and Crawley fell over one and nicked one in the 0-10, Pope comes in when England are sort of 20 for 1, and he nicks one, and then the summer starts in a negative way. This is brilliant. This is exactly what we want. We wanted Zach to get some runs. Ollie's on his way to getting a decent score. Whatever happens from here, that's further down the line. But at least they've given themselves a great chance to get off to a good start in the summer. So England will go into the India series buoyant that the two players that people are questioning have now got runs on the board.
Miochi will start his 12th over now. Leading edge from Zach Crawley will bring him 100. Was looking on the leg side. It goes out on the off, and Zach Crawley gets to 100 from 145 balls. His 5th 100 and his first since July 2023. Zach Crawley, well batted, well played. He's made 100 out of 314 for 1, and becomes the second England batter to make 100 today.
Yeah, so pleased for him. It's hard when there's loads of noise around you, but the boys had loads of noise around him for quite a while now, so to go and get them 3 figures is brilliant.
Miochi is in, it's down the leg side. Pope's flicked this to the leg side. Did it go all the way? It did. It goes for 6. What a shot from Pope. England 320 for 1.
Yeah, it's just helped it on its way around the corner, hasn't he? We've seen Ollie Pope get out in that circumstance a few times before, where it's going down like side. We've seen him leading edge on to the offside in that sort of crab-like position. And again, it's an in-swinger that started on the leg stump, so it just kept going down the leg side. And Ollie Pope has helped it on its way. He's got a good piece of it. And Fielder was in the game for a second, but managed to get it just left of him. He's very, very fine at deep square leg. It's got over the boundary, but to finish off on Zach Crawley, I'm so pleased. I really, really am pleased, because if England want to stand a chance of winning against India and Australia, and he goes and has a good 10 test matches.
Miochi is in. He's in a leg stump again. Clip towards deep square. Fielder will get around, and it will be just a couple. Pope goes to 69, England 322 for 1.
And it's important that these two, whether it is these two or Jacob Bethel does come in, but it's important that England get off to good starts in these these next 9 months, because I think that is where I think both England and especially when you go to Australia, both vulnerabilities of both units is the top of the order. Both bowling attacks will fancy bowling at 1, 2 and 3.
Miochi in, big stride forward from Pope as he bowls over the wicket. Just plays out on the offside, no run. You described one of the balls earlier in the over, actually, as sort of swinging in and then going wider and wider of leg stump. When they were practicing yesterday, Miochi was bowling out in the middle, and I did hear the coach at one point shout, it doesn't swing from leg stump. It was a very pointed comment.
Yeah, especially when you're going for in-swingers. Might have a chance of going away, but not in.
And he comes once again, met by the broad bat of Ollie Pope, punch to mid-on. No run. He's got that angle that he's running it back into the right-hander, but then it just goes a little bit too much, and then it's a freebie. Well, you can hear the Zimbabwe fans. There's not much joy, if you like, in the centre at the moment, so they're making their own fun in the stands. They're away to the Fox Road stand on our left. Watching Nyochi come in and bowl. Turned on the onside by Pope to the fielder at short mid-wicket. And there is no run. 3:22 for 1 after 57. There's about a dozen of them over there, all in bright orange hats, singing away, having a great time. In fact, if you didn't show them the scoreboard, they'd be having an even better time.
Yeah, they are having a good time. They're supporting their team, and rightly so. It's a great day for Zimbabwe cricket. No matter, I'm not saying how poorly they've bowled, but whatever the scoreboard looks like, it's a great day for Zimbabwe cricket. These next 4 days, hopefully it's onto something special and something that they can build on. 11 Test matches this calendar year, and to get Zimbabwe back into the big league again is brilliant, because it's a fantastic part of the world.
Raza to start a new over, and Zach Crawley just comes forward, opens the blade, guides it to backward point, and he and Pope amble a single. It's reached that stage of comfort at the moment for England this afternoon. Deep point, deep backward square in play as Raza goes into bowl. And Pope off the back foot, punches back down the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run.
It's a better pace from Raza. He's been a bit slower. He was a lot slower than that. He's probably stock ball, and I think because he's slower and the pitch is slower, England can play him a little bit more off the back foot.
Goes in and bowls once again, pushed out on the offside, no run. But he's got the standard off break and then also the carom ball, but he seems to be now driving it more into the surface, is how Gareth Batty used to describe it, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's a better pace for the time of the game.
Raza in once again, turned on the onside by Pope, beats short mid-wicket down to long on, and they'll take a single.
So when he drops his length back a little bit and he bowls a little bit slower, Ollie Pope, Zach Crawley, especially Zach Crawley, can get back, because the long levers can get deep in the crease, play him off the back foot, and then any spin there is, they can comfortably cover it.
6-3 field, 6 leg side, and as a result, Crawley's going to get down on one knee and play the little reverse paddle down to third, and they will end up with 3 runs from that particular shot. The 3 on the offside, a mid-off extra cover and backward points. They've absolutely stacked the leg side. So Crawley said, well, if you're going to give me that much space, I'll simply take it, thank you very much.
Yeah, well executed, very well executed. Got down, and then straight away the field change. Raza brings in, is he bringing a slip? Yeah, he's bringing in a slip from square leg, so he has to bowl a bit fuller and he has to bowl a bit quicker.
Pope is waiting, turns it on the onside to mid-wicket to Bennett, and they'll take the single. 3:28 for 1. 58 overs gone here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We've got 32 overs of the day nominally, because 30 overs is sometimes a struggle in a test match session, and we've still got 32, and we started this session 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, we'll get probably, I don't know, 28 in, about 84, 86, 84 overs today. Like I said before, keep an eye. We'll have to keep an eye on, and I think the TV cameras are thinking. We don't know what the TV crew are talking about, but there's a lot of pictures of Ben Stokes going onto the balcony there. So I wonder if they're speculating exactly the same as what we are, that England might declare tonight, because they'll probably want to bat twice in this game, rather than bowl in 2 consecutive innings.
I mean, Joe Root was, jokingly, I hasten to add, yesterday talking about the football, as Nyochi will start a new over. He's on the hip of Ollie Pope. Will be worked down to long leg, and they'll take a single. But of course, Joe Root is a Sheffield United fan, and Paul Collingwood is a Sunderland fan. So there was a bit of sparring, shall we say, between them yesterday morning on behalf of the TV. And then afterwards, someone said, well, of course, if you get this wrapped up quickly, Joe, you could maybe make the game on...
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I'm not sure who I want to go up. Staunch Newcastle fan. Do I really want someone to come up?
Nyochi is in. He's outside of Crawley's off stump. Square driven out to the point sweeper. And they will take a single.
I can comfortably say, yes, I do. I do want Sunderland to come up, not because it's an easy 6 points for Newcastle next season, before I get another dig in there, but I mean, FA Cup game Newcastle-Sunderland last year was at a brilliant, brilliant week, and I think we've missed that in the North East. If we can get Middlesbrough up eventually, that would be great as well, but to get both teams up, Premier League's fantastic.
Nyochi is in, push drive by Pope, straight to mid-off, and there's no run. Well, I think I know where a lot of the cloud in the weather has appeared from today. Most of it's come from Meadow Lane behind us, as Notts County failed to make the playoff final this year, and have sacked the manager today. So
I've seen that, yes. So yeah, it's a little bit doom and gloom at County, but as long as we're not here Sunday afternoon, because trying to get out of this ground could be a challenge with you know, half of Chelsea coming up in no trains.
Absolutely. Nyochi is in. Pope pushing forward, no run.
That's going to be a great game. It really is. I'd love to get to Newcastle for the Newcastle-Everton game, because that will be one almighty atmosphere. Eddie Howe's team hopefully going to get into the Champions League. It's a difficult game. David Moyes' team's playing really well at the minute. So, you know, with my football reporting hat on, I wish I was there. I'm not going to be, so I'm gutted about that. But hopefully Newcastle can get in the Champions League. But the game behind us is going to be an absolute humdinger.
Nyochi is in. Pope push driving again in the V, back past the bowler, fielded at mid-on, no run, and Jared Kimber has joined myself and Harmy.
So which football team is yours? The yellow one or the red one?
Black and white one.
Oh, I thought there was a yellow one.
No, black and white.
Black and white with some yellow. The one the furthest one.
The
so
red one is just here.
The red one's just there, and then the black and white one's a bit further.
Cool, I understand now. I thought they were yellow.
The bird in the logo is yellow.
There we go. See, I was onto something.
There is some yellow in the logo. Nyochi in. Pope guiding down to third. There is a fielder station there, and they will take a couple.
And the red one's the one that used to be famous, but isn't famous anymore.
They're on the way back. Stuart Broad's team. Stuart Broad's team are on the way back.
Isn't he from Leicester?
Hey?
Isn't he from Leicester?
No, he's from Nottingham. His dad played here all his life. He just went to school in Nottingham.
Oh.
He went to school in Leicester. He went to Oakham School, who Leicester picked him up as a batter, and then he discovered that he could.
Then he came
fast.
to Australia and everyone sledged him, and he became a bowler.
Yeah, that was the story of his career. That though, you know, they sledged him when he was a batter in Australia, and then they tried to sledge him properly when he was a bowler. But well, he was a bit better. He was a bit better at the bowling discipline than he was the batting.
The funny thing about Leicestershire is it's an odd shape. So although it's south of Nottinghamshire, it also goes round east and then comes back up. So sort of Melton Mowbray and Leicestershire. So Stuart was sort of playing out in that sort of eastern region of Nottinghamshire, which is also a Leicestershire border.
I thought you meant their ground originally, which I was like, it's also an odd shape. It's way too big. You fit like 3 Trent Bridges in the Leicester playing surface.
Raza will start a new over. Zach Crawley just has the bat almost waiting for the ball to make contact with it, and lets it drop out into the offside and take a single. Yeah, Chris Broad used to have an apartment sort of about 10 minutes that way. You could walk there. I don't know if he's still there. And Raza comes in and bowls once again. Pope pushes. Might have been a single there as Bennett gets round to mid-on and cuts it off. No run.
Have you covered the watch being destroyed yet, Macca?
Yes.
Was it a watch or was it a GPS?
You can't wear a smartwatch, so it would be some sort of fitness tracker. Yeah.
Raza, hands behind his back, and then comes in and bowls. Wristily played by Pope. Well fielded at short extra cover. Oh, the Zimbabwe fans like that one. Dot ball. They've not had many dot balls to celebrate today. 3-3-3 for one These two have brought up the 100 partnership. It's now 102. Ollie Pope tries to add a 4 more to that, but it's again cut off at short extra cover. And no run on that occasion either.
Sikander Raza is a little bit like Danny Glover from Lethal Weapon at this point, isn't he? It's like last day before retirement. He might not play that many more test matches. He's come back, he's like, I want to play a test at England. And he's like, why are you making me bowl?
He goes in and bowls an off break to Ollie Pope. Turns to deep square and they will take a single.
I was downstairs actually, so at the media level, the print media is right next to where the players are now, and Richard Ngarawa was there, and he looked broken. He looked emotionally upset, but also he just looked like he couldn't walk properly. So don't know if it's a hamstring or a back, or it's
back, I think.
Yeah.
Raza in, right arm over the wickets. Push square on the offside by Crawley, and they'll take a single.
With no medical training at all, I mean, it looked like a disc to me.
I mean, the back, it looked as though he went straight into spasm. You could see by his movements he's gone straight into spasm, and because of that, there'd be shooting pains everywhere. It'd be going down his groin, going through his hamstrings. So yeah, he didn't look in good order there. So yeah, you feel for him because it's a big year in Test match cricket, and it's also a big occasion. And I just wonder, like I said earlier on, people got to remember the Test match. Yes, it might start on a Thursday morning, but the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday build-up, and what these guys have had to go through, and the emotions of, playing the game last week's one thing, but then coming here, practicing at Trent Bridge, going through all the media stuff, going through all the TV stuff, family, tickets, everything that comes. Mentally, it drains you like you'd not believe, and by the time Thursday comes, you've probably physically gone through all the emotions that a normal Test match would do, and then you get to the game starting, and to sort of pull up with an injury is heartbreaking for the lad.
He's also a lot bigger than I thought he was. So he's this. I knew how tall he was, but I didn't realise how strong and broad he was.
He didn't look big in warm-up because he was standing next to Blessing.
Yeah, when you see him,
he is big.
Yeah, when you see him next to normal human beings.
Tanaka Chivanga back into the bowling attack from the far end, right arm over the wicket seamer, and it's pushed back down the pitch by Zach Crawley. No run, 335 for 1.
Obviously he doesn't bowl like you, but he's got a similar kind of, sort of broad shoulder, tall
it's the deck hard.
Yeah, he swings it more than you did, doesn't he?
He hits the deck hard. He's bracing to, broad for a slight guy. He hit the deck hard, where Jimmy didn't. Jimmy kissed over the surface. Goffey hit the deck hard, where Goffey skipped across the surface. Caddick hit the deck hard.
Chivanga in, defensively played by Crawley, no run.
Chivanga hits the deck hard as well. Big unit, big boned, where Muzabani, he just glides over the top of it. You look at even the Great West Indians. Walsh was heavier footed than Ambrose was.
Chivanga makes his way past umpire Dharmasena and delivers the ball. It's a lovely off drive. Mid-off can't get around to his right-hand side to cut it off, and Zach Crawley has 4 more. England 339 for 1. Zach Crawley 111 not out.
Good shot from Zach Crawley, just over pitched again. Little bit, he's trying to hit it a bit too hard. I won't say he's lost his shape. He just sort of sliced across it, but it's a half volley again on off stump, and
it should have been stopped.
Yeah, it should have definitely been stopped, but he probably could have hit that through mid-wicket as well. So great signs for England. The way England have started this summer. Yes, bowling has been poor, but question marks have been answered.
Chivanga comes in once again, defensively played by Crawley. And there's no run. Seeger, the wicketkeeper, claps his gloves above his head.
I look at Chivanga, and every time he lets go of the ball, my body shudders a little bit, because I think it looks as though he's going to get like cramp or something. He just stops. He just stops dead. His front foot hits the deck, and then it looks as though he pulls up.
And he comes once again. Oh, it's well short and wide down the leg side. That's going for 4 wides. I'll say you this for Seeger, it's not easy to come to England and keep when it's swinging around, but his bowlers haven't done him many favours today. There've been a couple of absolute rank horrible ones.
Yeah, I'm pleased Kumar Damasina give wides there, because that wouldn't be fair. I mean, that just wouldn't be fair.
He did well to get within the postcode of that, didn't he?
He did brilliantly to get even close to it, and he's not small. I mean, here's one for you, Jared. Many taller wicketkeepers than the big fella.
I was thinking that when he was warming up today. What would he be, about 6'2", 6'3"?
He looks that.
Yeah. Well, watching him yesterday.
To be fair, he looks that at least.
He took off in Nottinghamshire and landed in Lincolnshire. That's how far he had to go for that one. Chavanga in once again. He falls over in his follow-through as he's square driven. It won't go for 4. It'll be cut off 5 metres inside the ropes body. Fielder at deep third, but it is 2 more to the total, and England keep on rocking.
I can't think of many wicket keepers at international level over 6'1". Gilchrist would have been about that tall.
Yeah, Gilchrist was about 6'1", I would say. I'd say he was a bit more than that. Somerset, when I first came into the game, Somerset had a tall wicketkeeper, Rob Turner, I think his name was. He was, I would say, 6'3", 6'4". That's probably the biggest I've seen when it comes to the wicketkeeping department. But not many in international cricket you'd think that are being tall.
Final one of the over from Chavanga. Then it's played defensively by Zach Crawley, and that is the 61st over done. 346 for 1. Jared is going to come out with some absolute pearl of wisdom. I'm absolutely no doubt of that, because me and Harmy are moving out. John Norman and Ed Rainsford will be picking up the commentary.
So one of the reasons that wicketkeepers were traditionally short is because the ball just didn't bounce in cricket. So you actually wanted to pick shorter wicketkeepers, but also, of course, you want to keep as low to the ground as possible. And we have had some tall wicketkeepers at times who've ended up with the back injuries from doing that. So I think there is an evolutionary reason why we've seen that, but cricketers are getting taller. So we would expect them, wicketkeepers, to get taller as well. But you see it sometimes in domestic cricket, but you don't see many international wicketkeepers who are massively tall. Sikandar Raza is bowling again. Still got a slip. Feels slightly optimistic, the slip, at this point, but certainly seen him get wickets in Zimbabwe with that position.
Here is Raza. This is on middle and leg, and not for the first time. Ollie Pope just trying to create a little bit of width, but also he's very quick just to step back and away from the wicket. Can't beat mid-off though. But how tall's Ben Foakes? He's not the shortest wicketkeeper I've ever seen. As Ollie Pope does manage to get the ball past a sprawling mid-wicket, and as the run to his score, he's at 76. England 347 for 1 here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
I would have thought Ben Foakes is about 6 foot, 6'1".
Yeah.
Scott, our producer, said that James Smith's 6'2".
So it's nicely played by Crawley all along the ground to a wideish mid-off for a single.
If you were making a perfect wicketkeeper, what you'd actually want is short legs, but like a 7'5" wingspan.
Forearms.
You just want them. You want them to be as low as possible, but with really.
Essentially, you want Dr. Octopus.
Doc Ock.
This time Pope comes forward and playing with bat in front of pad. Squeezed out square of the wicket for another single. He's 77, Crawley 114. Is it a bit too early to be talking about
Doc Ock?
Doc Ock.
Too early.
No.
Does Ed know that you're a massive comic book fan?
I doubt it.
Are you? Asterix and Obelix?
I actually love Asterix and Obelix.
I love that as well.
Forward and again just playing, easing the ball to square leg is Crawley. Good foot movement there, and not afraid just to pick this single off. 350 up here at Trent Bridge on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. England asked to bat first. Plenty of time left in the day. Both openers past 100, and Ollie Pope 23 away from reaching the same milestone as this is cracked away square of the wicket. Good fielding at deep point, but good running as well. Pope's back for a second. He moves to 77. And that little pocket of Zimbabwe fans are on their feet and applauding the effort. Yeah, no, I love comics, and I love Asterix and Obelix, and it's never much of a Tintin fan. Never quite got with that.
Yeah, neither did I.
But when you think of my surname, can you think of my favourite Asterix and Obelix book? Ed's thinking, what is his surname? It's Norman.
I know. I'm trying to think, yeah, which one?
Asterix and the Normans.
Oh. It's late in the day. Or is it?
Actually, no, there's still plenty to come. Actually, it's not one of my favourites, but that was the one that we, of course, turned to. There's some great Asterix, but Asterix and the Golden Sickle, that was a great one.
I went to the museum in Belgium, which has all the different Belgian comics and everything. It's incredible. I didn't, because it wasn't as big in Australia. We're a long way from Belgium.
Asterix is French, though, wasn't it? Tintin was Belgium. From Belgium.
I think they're very popular. I think Belgium is where a lot of the artists and writers come from, I think.
Uderzo, that was the writer. And I can't remember I think it was the writer, it might have been the illustrator. Chavanga continuing. And this hits Zach Crawley high up on the thigh pad and fielded by Bennett. No run, 352 for 1.
Just have a sense that both batters have just taken the foot off the accelerator. The pace at which they were going at for a period of time, that sort of slowed down quite nicely. So for Zimbabwe, that's, if you look for a positive, they've sort of done that in just the recent past, the last 30 minutes. Because, you know, everyone's sort of thinking about that 500 mark or over 400 on the first day.
Chavanga again, this is banged in again, this is steered beautifully between the two fielders, patrolling the covers and away to the boundary for 4. Crawley moves to 119 and the score 356 for 1.
And I think it's a no ball as well. And it's well placed in by Crawley. He has played some beautiful cover drives today. That one possibly not straight out the middle of the bat. The timing wasn't quite there, but the placement was enough.
Can someone tell the scorers that this is a no ball? Maybe, was he looking in the wrong spot, perhaps? I'm not sure what was happening there.
Chavanga turns. He's got quite a long run up, hasn't he, as he's in again. This is a short delivery, and Zach Crawley has tried to launch this through mid-wicket. Didn't connect, though, and has actually under-edged it onto his chest, I think. He had to wear it. Either way, no run.
He's got a long run up and almost no follow-through.
A lot of shoulder, isn't there?
Yeah, he just stops at the crease. Harmy was saying it's almost like he explodes into a stop at the crease.
It's kind of the opposite of what you want, really, isn't it? Can't say that does much good for your body either. In again. He doesn't look at the wicket either, does he, as he's completing his action. And this is punched to cover. No run. 357 for 1. I've got a quiz question for you, Jared. Now, I don't know if the last time the top 3 England batters reached 100. Oh no, it's Rawalpindi 2022, but the time before that was that famous test, 517 for 1, with Alistair Cook hitting 200. Ollie Pope won't like this conversation taking place. Let's be honest, as Zach Crawley just evades the fielder at mid-off. The lofted drive, he's injured himself as well, he's hobbling back for a second. It'll be interesting to see exactly what's happening here. Maybe in coming through with the bat on the drive, he's actually whacked his own foot. Either way, that didn't go a million miles away from the fielder at mid-off. Comes through for a second. I think he's going to be okay. Score moves on to 359 for 1.
Now, the good thing about this is that, well, the physio hasn't run out there, so he's just sent the message that it's perhaps just that previous blow, or like you rightly said, maybe he hits himself with the bat.
I think he did. He was laughing, so it looked like to me that was one off the hip before.
So he's just inside edge one onto his hip, and then I think he's hit his own boot on the drive.
He was certainly laughing after the second one. He wasn't laughing as much after the first one.
Yeah, the ball just didn't get up as much as he expected. Forward, defensively played, still flexing that foot. We'll probably see a replay of it now.
Just needs a knee or an ankle injury to complete the set at this point, doesn't he?
Here we go. Oh, no, I don't think he did.
Yeah, it was that previous blow to the hip. Perhaps as he was running, sort of he feels it into the run, and then a little bit of a grimace and a smile at the same time.
Well, unless he turns his ankle, and we just haven't picked up on it as he's running.
Yeah.
Comes forward and pushes this to mid-off, no run.
It looked like cramp to me, the way it sort of suddenly came on, and he laughed his way through it once he walked it off a little bit, but he seems okay at the moment.
So yeah, Gabba 2010. The top
was
three.
there, you were there?
We were both there. We didn't know each other then, though.
No, it was a better time.
It was for humanity. Australia took 1 wicket. Who took that wicket?
Xavier Doherty.
No.
Damn it. See how confidently I said it?
I know, the way that you picked up your mic and went in there. No, it wasn't Xavier Doherty.
It wasn't Peter Siddle. He got a hat-trick in the first innings.
First change bowler.
First change.
On this occasion.
10-11. Was it Mitchell Johnson? Was he first change then? No. So Mitchell Johnson, Peter Siddle, Ben Hilfenhaus.
I wouldn't ask the question if it was obvious.
First change bowler.
Michael Clark.
No, good. That's a good shout.
Is it a specialist bowler? No.
Raza continuing, and Pope is forward, pushing this up to long on for a single. I mean, he bowled a fair amount, but he was in the side as a batter. Number 5, I think. Possibly 6.
Shane Watson.
Nope. I'll give you another clue. He only played another 2 tests for Australia.
Marcus North.
Got it in 7.
I thought he'd been dropped by then.
No, it was the first test, wasn't it?
Yeah, he got dropped after that, I think.
Dropped after Adelaide. Crawley's still struggling, and he's actually, as he comes through for a single, he's indicating to the dressing room that he might...
I think it is cramp. He's asking for a drink, isn't he?
Yeah. He's just taking his gloves off, resting his bat on his helmet, and we're just going to see someone race on.
So Marcus North, here's one for maths fans. Marcus North had one of the lowest median scores in the history of Test cricket for a batter, because essentially Marcus North only ever made single-figure scores and triple-finger scores. He made more of those than he did double figures. And if you go back through his first-class record, it's exactly the same. And people would say that, they'd be like, "Why does this guy not make hundreds all the time?" And it's because he couldn't get past 8. And once he got past 8, he was a brilliant player, and he made some. He made an Ashes 100 over here.
He did in 2009.
Yeah.
He made more than 1. I think he may have made 2
Made
or
his
3.
debut against South Africa in South Africa as an off-spinner, really, despite the fact he's not an off-spinner.
And I think he had a lot more to offer Australian cricket, because I think when he was dropped, it was more the pressure of dropping him rather than maybe just giving him more opportunities to play. But you're right, in that Ashes series in 2009, I think he was possibly at the heights of his powers.
There was also that
was it
game.
Edgbaston where he made the 100, I think?
I think he scored 1 at Cardiff, and he actually ended up bowling ahead of Nathan Howitz and ahead of Horrocks.
That's how much you've forgotten him.
Howitz. Howitzer. Howitz.
Do you remember what Chris Gale said about Nathan Horrocks? He said, "It's like facing myself." Wasn't a compliment, was it?
Do you remember when we had Brian Waddle, the broadcaster, Kiwi, and for the entire interview I called him Wardell?
Yes! I do remember.
I had it in my mind that that's how you pronounce his name, and after the interview, you're like, "Why are you calling him that?" I was like, "That's his name, that's how you pronounce it." It is Waddle.
I did that in a golf day last week. I kept calling him Dennis, and it was Desmond.
There you go, see?
And he was my partner.
Don't think you won then, did you?
No.
Ollie Pope 80 not out, he'll move to 81. Wristily flicking this delivery from Raza. Big gap at point with the fielder back near the boundary. At what point do you think Dennis / Desmond decided not to tell you what his name actually was?
At the halfway house, when I asked him, "Can I have a look at the scorecard?" and he said no.
Drilled to cover point by Zach Crawley.
But if you'd looked at the scorecard, you would have known his real name.
That's
He was scoring it, so he had the card.
It'd be funny on the card if he just wrote me.
Touch short, and there's width there. Shy at the stumps of the non-strikers then. Zach Crawley sends Ollie Pope back. No run. 362 for one. Here, you must have had a few people calling. Well, Jared has been broadcasting with talkSPORT for years, and he's been on tour with Gareth Batty for months, and Bat still calls him the wrong name.
We're friends that he calls me the wrong name.
What does he call you?
Gerard. I don't know why he sounds... Oh, I suppose it's because of the Scouse. He calls it Gerard.
Gerard. Chudes has trouble with my name sometimes as well.
Chudes has trouble with Jared's name.
I thought my name was so simple, and it wasn't until I started talking to people with different ethnic backgrounds that I realised that they didn't pick it up the same way, and I was just like, look, if it sounds roughly like my name, I'll answer to it.
I always thought your parents made the name up.
There are famous actors with my name.
Well, now I know that. But at first I thought it was a made-up name. But it isn't.
It's not. There was 5 of them in my primary school.
Are making up your name.
Yeah, that is a Gerhard or whatever he calls me.
When you turned 40, we got a big message up on the big screen at Cape Town, and it said, "Happy 40th, Gerard." We then went out for burgers, and it's the only time I've ever seen Gerard silenced ever.
Good burger.
It was a good silence as well. Crawley moves to 124. He's placing this ball to wide third. Deep backward point for a single. Yeah, can you remember the host of the burger place that we were eating? They were the biggest burgers in all of South Africa.
Cape Town, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Was that on Long Street?
No, it was like down a back alley in... oh, God.
In the city centre?
No. It was a bit further out. It was out towards, you know, where all the coloured houses are. What's that place called? You know, where there's the street with all the cool, different coloured houses.
Pastel coloured.
Where the...
Woodstock.
Chavanga continuing. And Ollie Pope is wrapped high on the thigh pad. Crawley sent back. Crawley is continuing to hobble. So the treatment he's got is yet to kick in. There won't be any quickly run threes, I imagine.
Beaucarp. It was out near Beaucarp.
Where's that?
It's kind of... What are we just doing? Is this...
England are 364 for one.
I mean, to be fair, it is the kind of day where you can talk about the geography of Cape Town.
You can. Any day you can talk about the geography of Cape Town. As Chavanga is in...
It's under the friggin' mountain.
No connection from Ollie Pope. Gets the radar wrong. It's fielded by Seeger behind the stumps. Not for the first time today. So the host, or the waitress, she had some patter, and she basically realised it was Gerard's birthday, and it was part of her shtick to basically target the birthday person, and Gerard was silenced.
I don't think I can say... The producer's not happy with me saying... Oof, almost caught and
tell you what, Chavanga has got Ollie Pope in a little bit of trouble here. He's come forward on the drive, a punch drive, and it may have come off the splice of the bat, but it's ballooned up back to the bowler, and it has dropped just short.
Give it to John.
John, if you could just read out the name of the burger place, please.
That's right. How could we have forgotten the name of that place?
We're not actually on the radio. What's the Ofcom rulings for YouTube, Scott?
Chavanga again, short delivery, and this is ridden and pulled. The ball travels fine down to the boundary just in front of us here, high up in the Ratcliffe Road end. 4 more runs to score. Ollie Pope moves to 85. The score 368 for one. The name of the restaurant was The Dog's Bee.
Bite.
Really good burgers. Really good burgers.
Fantastic burgers and a brilliant... She works there anymore.
Do you remember her name?
Great. It was 5 years ago.
Do you remember her name?
I've still got the video somewhere.
Gerard.
She just abused Gerard, basically. It was great.
If it was no different than a normal talkSPORT dinner.
No.
Coffee wasn't there.
And except that usually you give it back, and you didn't on this occasion. This is fielded at cover. No run, Ollie Pope, 15 away from 100. I imagine. So if England's top 3 hit a century in Rawalpindi, and if Ollie Pope does the same thing here, I wonder if Gary Morgan, our scorer, can tell us, but I can't imagine it's happened too many times in the history of Test cricket that the same 3 players at the top of an order have all reached 100 in the same innings. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll find out.
I've got a feeling Australia, it might have been, was it in 93? Might have had 4 players make hundreds at the top of the order. And I think there's a South Africa innings as well. Might have been...
But did the same...
Yes.
Smith.
Amla.
Yeah, but I don't know who
Might
the
be
other...
Peterson. Alviro Peterson.
That might have been Alviro, yeah.
But did they do it twice?
I wouldn't
That's
have
the
thought
question.
So.
Have the same 3 batters ever done it? Has that ever happened
that's a good
twice?
question.
I mean, it might not happen today.
That
Tell
might
you
be
what,
out.
there's a good shot for a leg before wicket. The finger's gone up. Crawley's been trapped on the sweep. Raza with the delivery. And from our position in the Radcliffe Road end, that looked like a good shout. Crawley's going to review it, and we'll wait and see what the umpire's decision is. The third umpire, that is. But the finger's gone up, and Crawley's been given out leg before for 124. England 368 for 2. And we'll wait and see whether that on-field decision will be upheld.
Yeah, I think what he's done here is thought that he's got inside the line and the ball's doing too much so that it'll miss leg stump. And because of the stride that he has, the ball still has to track quite a long way to miss leg stump. So that's the only thing I think has maybe played on his mind to sort of go upstairs. Whereas from upstairs, where we're sitting, it looked quite straight.
Yeah, I mean, because he's tall, he does get his leg a long way down, doesn't he? So perhaps he, you know, 100%. It looks so straight, and Raza's balls just don't bounce, do they? So I can't imagine it's going over. It has hit him inside the line. That's going to be out.
Well, Zach Crawley's seen it on the big screen here at Trent Bridge, and we're fortunate enough to have one of the biggest screens, and he's not even going to wait for the third umpire. He's already walking off.
I mean, me and Ed got one wrong earlier, I think, when we thought there was an LB they should have reviewed. This time we were pretty spot on.
Redemption.
Yeah, pretty spot on with this one.
Crawley's just stopped, actually. We're just going to watch it.
For what reason?
Just because maybe.
Because he can.
3 reds and you're out. Crawley's got to go. Fine knock of 124's come to an end. He's taken a review with him. Success for Raza, but success for Crawley. I'm not sure there are many cricketers under the microscope quite as much as he at the moment, and he's answered in the perfect fashion. Applause around the ground, but also the familiar sound that greets Joe Root as he makes his way onto the field of play. And while Zimbabwe will no doubt be celebrating the dismissal, they know that their task may have just become a little bit harder.
Collapse?
Gerard, settle down.
Gerard. I think it's unlikely.
They had slowed down for a little while. I think Sikandar
Crawley
Raza
had a problem as well. He wasn't.
Yeah. I think Sikandar Raza's bowled well. He's not bowled like a test bowler. He's bowled like he normally does, the sort of limited over style. And that probably works quite well against the England batting lineup. And he's managed to keep pressure on. He's bowled the odd half tracker, but, you know, he's not... It's not that he's not a frontline bowler, but he's not really a frontline bowler.
No, he's not. Just thinking for a moment there, if they were going to send someone like a Harry Brook or Ben Stokes to come out and bat, but they've maintained the same batting lineup, not necessarily because they're holding them back or they didn't want to make a change, but I think there's a matter of 28 runs here to get to 13,000. And so allow him to go out there and get the 28, get to 13,000, and maybe do we see a declaration in the last hour?
Harmy's been calling for one, and Joe Root is hurried up a touch. Can't direct this ball past the fielder at mid-wicket.
They've got Atkinson if they want a pinch hitter.
Imagine Harry Brooks' face. Harry, just sit this one out. We're going to send Gus in. We need to get the run rate going. Again, Root can't beat the fielder. 368 for 2 then. Ollie Pope at the other end, 85. A partnership of, what was it, 137 between Crawley and Pope has just come to an end. We do still have a lot of time left in the day. This is a touch fuller from Raza and drilled to mid-wicket by Joe Root, who's hit 3 crisp shots to his first 3 deliveries and has hit each one of them straight to a fielder. He's back, and this time he will get off the mark. Scampered single, shy at the stumps of the non-strikers. But that is the end of a successful over for Zimbabwe. Oh, actually, no, there is 1 ball left. You're just about to flick your microphone off there. You can go if you want, Gerard.
Oh, I wouldn't want to skive off 1 ball. This would be the flipper.
I'll knock a quid off your invoice. Last ball of the over then from Raza. Strikes Ollie Pope on the pad, but that will be sailing down the leg side. So a stifled appeal. End of the over, and England find themselves 369 for 2. Ollie Pope 15 away from century, and Joe Root has just got off the mark. Come alongside Ed Rainsford. It's unlikely that it's difficult to know, but Ngarava, who did head off quite early on in the afternoon session. I mean, that was a big moment in the day.
Yeah.
For Zimbabwe.
But a few moments ago, I did see him sort of just on the boundary edge with the fitness trainer and the physio, almost thinking perhaps, have they been able to loosen that back up, have the spasms there sort of subsided, that he can get back onto the field. But because he's been off the field for such a long time, he's got to get back onto the field to lapse the time that he's been off before he can actually bowl. So I'm not sure what they will try and achieve with getting him on now, and with the hope that he maybe bowl tomorrow, but based on the amount of time that he's been off. So,
yeah, it might be better just to make sure he's ready for the. There we go. Yeah, you picked him out. He's full of smiles, but we'll be seeing bowl again. Joe Root facing, sun out here at Trent Bridge. What a sight to behold, as this is pushed through point for a single. 370 for 2. We've got a lot of blue sky. There's some quite high dark cloud above us, but I don't think there's going to be any chance of rain today. 66 overs bowled, so we've still got another 24 overs to come, although Zimbabwe will do well to get those in the next hour and a half. And it's Rabani who's in, and Ollie Pope unfurling a cover drive, but can't beat that packed field on the offside on this occasion. So he remains on 85. The 2 batters that came into this game from an England persuasion, who were really under a lot of pressure. One of them's just walked off with 124, and the other one's out there right now, 85 from 90.
Yeah, isn't that quite interesting? Because there's a lot of chat about Jacob Bethel and how he should be making this 11. Obviously, the IPL is playing a part in that.
Rabani is in, right arm over the wicket, and Ollie Pope latches onto a short delivery. And Masakatsa running in from square leg to field, just the run, 371 for 2.
So it's quite a curious sort of position that England find themselves in, where you have this one player or maybe 2 players that are just on the periphery, just waiting for the opportunity to get a long run in the side, and then you come out here and get big runs, and then now what do? You hold them back.
It's incredible, isn't it? Rabani in again, and this is a touch wide, and Joe Root just shapes to play, then leaves the bat high up aloft and lets it go through. I mean, you get sliding door moments. I'm sure when you look back at your career, there'll be some sliding door moments that either went your way or went against you. Maybe, what if I wasn't injured there, or what if I hadn't been available? I mean, when you look at the career of Jacob Bethel and Jordan Cox, just in the last 6 months, Jordan Cox has been so unfortunate to pick up the hand injury in the nets in Queenstown just before he was supposed to make his debut for England, as Joe Root rides the bounce to this delivery and plays it back well away from body. We've seen him play this shot so many times, just trying to guide the ball down to third where there is a fielder, but it's well fielded by backward point, no run. So he picks up this injury in the nets across in Queenstown and has to fly home. He has to ring his dad, who's at the airport in London at Heathrow, and say, don't bother coming out, I'm coming home. I mean, you can only feel for the lad. That then gives, he's only in the side because Jamie Smith is expecting his first child, As Rabani is in, this is a good-looking drive, front foot push or punch from Joe Root. There's certainly going to be 2 here, and 2 is all it'll be. As the sweeper comes around to field, 373 for 2, England. So Jamie Smith's out the side because his wife's about to give birth. That brings in Jordan Cox, who then picks up a finger injury, which means Jacob Bethel comes into the side, and Ollie Pope has to take the gloves and move down the order. Jacob Bethel impresses everybody. 350s in succession. But Ollie Pope actually plays really well at 6, and he keeps. Shows the versatility that he brings to this England side. He covers a lot of bases, right? But Jacob Bethel is kind of seen as a bit of a prodigy, as Ollie Pope has been and was when he came in. But he signed up to play in the IPL, which means Ollie Pope definitely plays this Test match. Jordan Cox is then ruled out of this series again with another injury. But the sliding door moment for Jacob Bethel is the IPL, because if he hadn't been called up to the IPL, then he might have been playing here right now. And then, of course, the IPL was stopped or paused, at which point he started to come home. Again, he could have been playing in this Test match.
100%. And possibly also maybe getting runs as well. But now you have a situation where the guy he's meant to be replacing is 14 runs away from getting 100. So when he comes back, does he get his spot back, or does he continue to wait? Well,
this is the moment, right? As Pope moves within 13 of 100. A nice little push to mid-wicket for a single. Ollie Pope, essentially England now cannot drop Ollie Pope for that first Test against India.
I wouldn't say can't. I would say they shouldn't, based on what he's done here.
And it's crazy as well. Like, if he's out now, and it's Joe Root facing, as Raza is in, and plays deep in his crease, good footwork, and just turns the ball that's angling in on leg stump, and pushes it to backward as square on the leg side for a single.
Unless you keep Pope in the side, and then keep Smith out, and then bring Jacob Bethel in.
And they're good. Jamie Smith plays. Pope's out for 87. Is still, even though it's 13 runs difference, is different. Crack to extra cover from Ollie Pope. No run. He gets 100. When was the last time a batter was dropped after scoring 100?
I think it's happened a few times. Try and think, scratch my head.
Gary Morgan can tell us. As Ollie Pope will take a single to deep point. By the way, top 3 all making 100 in the same innings has happened 16 times in Tests. No trio has done it twice in Tests. So we are 13 runs away from history.
More history.
More history. Different history. This is full of flight and on, well, almost Yorker length from Raza to Joe Root.
What would you do?
Well, I mean, I think you stick with Ollie Pope. I think if the decision, you don't know what they want to do in the dressing room. You don't know what the long-term plan is. But if they want Jacob Bethel to play at number 3, as Root is forward and punches this to the right of Raza, who does well to fill from his own bowling, then I think you tell Jacob Bethel to come back from the IPL.
Yeah, fair point. That's the point.
And you play.
That's the point.
Just do it.
100%.
Just play him.
South Africa have decided to do that with all their players. They've said, you know, the World Test Championship, we're not extending any more time to the players, and they need to come back and be ready for that World Test Championship. And you're right. That should have been perhaps the conversation or discussion around that particular selection, which will sort of keep people scratching their heads. Right. Macca's not too far away, and Harmy's not too far away, as the score is 377 for 2 after 68. England in full control. Root at the crease, not too far away from 13,000 Test runs. Take it away, Macca.
Thank you, Ed. Yep. Garrower's back with us as well on the outfield. sort of shuffling along at the moment. But he is out there. Right. Joe Root, 6 not out on strike. And he will be... He's going to face the wicket taker. Manavere is going to be bowling from the Stuart Broad Pavilion end, the far end. Comes in and bowls right arm off spin, slapped past cover for 4. Well, this is how his first over of the innings went quite early doors, when he went for a few and then managed to get a wicket as he got Duckett to hit it straight to short extra cover. So, although the first ball has gone for 4 in this over, he might be thinking, well, OK, we'll just repeat the dose.
Yeah, filthy drag down again. Good balance and using the depth, just in a replay, using the depth of his crease. Which means he can play the ball as late as he possibly can. And started again, like he normally does. Just over a runner ball, 10 off 11. It's been a really good afternoon for England, good afternoon for Ollie Pope and Zach Crawley. Exactly what the England management would want. Yes, there might be questions for places, but get runs on the board.
There goes Manavere once again, down the leg side, turn around the corner by Root, takes a single to deep backward square. If they weren't talking about it earlier, then I think TV have sort of cottoned on to your way of thinking, Harmy, by the way, about declarations, because they keep cutting back to Ben Stokes at the moment on the balcony. Manavere goes in, it's a short ball, and Pope stays leg side of the ball. Oh, how's he hit that for 4? It's a brilliant shot. I thought he was going towards point. It's actually through square cover for 4. And it's 4 more to England. The total, 386 for 2.
Yeah, the difference between Root and Pope. Pope looks to score squarer, a little bit sort of squat in stature, and Root hits it a lot straighter. And you know, the two men in sort of on the offside end, they're not in catching positions anymore. They're on the offside trying to save one, but they're nowhere near in the right position for either. Joe Root's it a lot straighter, and Ollie Pope hits it a lot squarer.
Manavere goes in, and again, Pope is staying leg side of the ball, hits the squarer of the 2 cover fielders, but England are still able to take a single, 387 for 2.
Yeah, I think the cameras will go on even more when Ollie Pope gets to 3 figures, if he is out there for that long.
He's going to add a few more to Joe Root's total at the moment, as Root has guided it down to 3rd, and Curran was down there, had to scurry away about 15-20 metres to his left, cuts it off. 2 more for the total, 389 for 2.
Yeah, there's some who would be cruel in saying this is declaration bowling. You know, trying to set a game of cricket on, and that's not on a test match just after tea on day 1.
Especially when you've won the toss, as they did at 10:30. This one's down the leg side, turn to short fine leg, and there's no run. 69 overs have gone of Zimbabwe bowling, having won the toss this morning, put England into bat. They went in with 4 seamers, and England are 389 for 2. The men dismissed. Ben Duckett for 140 from just 134 balls, and Zach Crawley for 124 from 170. Slow coach by comparison.
Yeah, slow coach. They batted brilliantly this morning. Whatever you want to say, whether you know, making jokes of declaration bowling, or you know, there were a bowler short who's gone off injured, but even when they had the full complement of bowlers, their lines, their lengths, not up to standard of any sort of level of cricket. And I'm trying to look after Zimbabwe here, because it is a great occasion for world cricket that Zimbabwe is back at the big table playing test matches cricket. First time playing here in 20 odd years, and their bowlers just haven't been up to it. They had favourable conditions this morning, didn't put the ball in the right area. And you know, one thing about Ollie Pope and Zach Crawley, especially because that was the noise before this test match about their places, well, all they can do is score runs. And people will sit there and go, bowling was average, they're supposed to score runs. Yes, they are supposed to score runs, and they have. And then basically say to Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes, Rob Key and Luke Wright, right, you drop me, you make a decision, you drop me. If you do, all I can do is score runs and try and be the best version I can be for the team. So as well as that, Ben Duckett I thought was brilliant, especially in that first hour of the first session this morning.
Yeah, it's one of those old-fashioned no-win situations for some of the batters here. Raza's going to start a new over around the wicket to Pope, pushes to the bowler in his follow-through, no run. You score runs against Zimbabwe, well, you're supposed to. You don't score runs, it's, my God, you can't even get runs against Zimbabwe. So it's a no-win situation for some of the England players. But as you say, all you can do is score runs and then let other people make decisions. Raza is in. And around the wicket, Ollie Pope is driving to extra cover, no run.
Yeah, and that's the most important things is, your currency is in runs. You've got them. Let somebody else do all the decision making.
Raza around the wicket, Pope off the back foot, cut off at short mid wicket, and there is no run.
It's big 7 runs here for young Ollie, because he's now starting to get a bit fidgety. Question marks that's been coming. He does like to go through the 90s quickly.
He's taking his time as Raza's around the wicket, pushes back down the pitch, no run.
Did well there. He did well. Raza's around the wicket, and that just held. It just held its line, and he was looking to just turn the face on it. In the last minute, when he's seen the turn, he's just corrected himself and getting a out sort of third of the bat.
Stays deep in his crease on this occasion, clears the front leg out the way, hitting hard to mid-off. No run. Ollie Pope 93 from 102 balls. He came out of the traps like a racehorse earlier on today. Raza in around the wickets. Pope is pushing back just wide of the bowler, who can't field it in his own follow-through. Bennett will do the job at short mid-wickets, and that is 70 overs gone, so a theoretical 20 left in the day. 389 for 2. If England are to declare this evening, of course, we will lose 2 for the change of innings. And where are we? We are 12 minutes past 5 UK time, so we have 48 minutes of official time plus another 30 to make up any overs. So we're not going to get all, well, we're unlikely to get all the way through. It looks like Brian Bennett is going to come on and bowl some of his off spin. And Ed Renton was slightly surprised earlier we hadn't seen him into the attack before. But bowler number 7 on a day when you've won the toss and elected to bowl after 70 overs possibly sums up the day more than anything else.
It does, and it's a bit sad for Zimbabwe. Opening bowler walks off using 6 other bowlers. Captain scratching his head. Field is literally just, it's not even a one-day field.
It's slowish off spin, and in he comes from the Stuart Broad end, and Joe Root pushes down to long on for a single. He goes to 14 England, 390 for 2. There's a long on, deep square leg and backward point for Ollie Pope, who plays defensively, no run. There the fielder's out deep, and then you've got a mid-off, extra cover, backward point, short fine leg, mid-wicket, straighter catching mid-wicket. The fielders who will be in effect inside the circle in a one-day game. Bennett with a slow off break, hit towards mid-off. Mid-off is Nyuchi, who I think has stiffened up since his last bowling spell. I'll be as polite as I can there. He looked like he was treading water, but ended up getting a size 12 on the ball and stopped it. It's just a single, 392 for 2.
The poor lad looked stiff before his first bowling spell.
Bennett is into Pope, pushes towards mid-on, cut off at short mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, but you've got to give Zimbabwe credit. They've kept going in the field. They've thrown themselves around. They have backed their bowlers up.
Pope is dabbing wide of the keeper and narrow of the fielder at short third, and it will run away for 4. Ollie Pope goes to 99 in England, a 396 for 2.
Yeah, good shot from Pope. He's been waiting on the one that a little bit quicker from Bennett. Bennett's taking all the pace off it, making the batter come to the ball, making the batters use every ounce of their technique to make sure they get full face on the bat. And as a batter knows, you're waiting for the quicker one, and Ollie Pope just waited, dabbed it down to short third, and it was away beautifully.
Bennett into bowl to Pope, drops it into the offside route, offers to come from the non-striker's end, but it goes to short extra cover, and there is no run, and that looks like drinks. So Ollie Pope is going to have to make his way through the drinks interval, 99 not out, Roots on 14, England 396 for 2. After 71 overs, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. It has. It's been really good from an England point of view. Whatever you want to say about the Zimbabwe effort, it's been a ruthless performance from England, and that's what we all wanted. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. But when you get in a situation like this, be ruthless. Be really, really ruthless. And I'd be surprised if England doesn't declare. I really would. I think if I was in there now, I'd be looking right. As soon as Ollie Pope gets one more run, we'll come off, we'll go at Zimbabwe, and when the team is down like they are, I would have a go at them. I would have a go at them at some point tonight. And I don't think there's too much time, like the better. I don't think the conditions are going to get any worse. I think the lights will stay as it is for the next hour and 15 minutes, and I think it would be nice to get a spell of bowling into, a good spell of bowling into the seamers. So I think that's possibly what Ben Stokes is thinking. I don't think he's thinking we'll bat today, we'll get through today, we'll see what score we've got at lunchtime tomorrow, and then have a thrash in middle of the afternoon the next day. That would be a 5-day test match mentality. I think this one, the way you've got your opposition and where you've got them at this moment in time, I think I'd be well inclined to declare tonight.
Well, if they stay out there for 10 minutes or so, then Ollie Pope should be able to get the one more than he needs. Joe Root is now 14 away from 13,000 test match runs. That won't be a factor, but if they stay out for that 10 minutes, those 14 runs could go onto the board from Joe Root.
Yeah, quite possibly, and that might be in Ben's mind as well. I mean, if you've got nearly 13,000 test match runs, you're not really wondering what's coming around the corner, are you? I think you'd be more worried if you were in Ollie Pope's position, if you had a milestone coming up and what is coming around the corner. So, look, these are just some of my thoughts of where possibly being thrown around the dressing room. Always, nearly always, we're a lot braver sitting up here. We've never had a bad game ever when you're sitting up here, and I'm sure the TV cameras are, and the other radio broadcasters that are talking about today's game, I'll be talking about exactly the same way in declaration and where the game sits and making sure the game plan goes for the best of the England cricket team, which would be probably not to put the bowlers through back-to-back innings the way they're looked after now in the modern way, which really infuriates me, but that's for another story. I think the workloads that they have for these bowlers, I don't think we'll want them to spend 2 days or a day and a half in the field to try and take 20 wickets. I think they'd rather have a short day, have another bat, and then go again. And I think that would make a huge amount of sense.
Okay, so put your bowler's boots back on for me for a minute. We're an hour and 10, let for round numbers, away from close of play. How long is too short a spell for the bowlers to actually feel like they're into? In other words, if you're going to declare to have a bowl tonight, how long do you need to actually make it worthwhile? And therefore, with 10 minutes for change of innings, if they declare now, they get 60 minutes of bowling.
Yeah, you probably don't want, once you get to 20 minutes, there's no real point. If you've got an hour, if you've got sort of 45 minutes, it means your opening bowler that bowls well can get 4 overs in, and the 4 or 5 overs in, and the one that doesn't go so well, your first change gets a spell in tonight.
Raza to start the 72nd over. He goes away from us at the Radcliffe Road end, and Joe Root plays to short mid on, and there's no run. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. Raza runs in with the ball behind his back and then delivers right arm over. Clipped to mid-on by Root, no run once again. England, by scoring at almost 5.6 and over, have created the chance to even entertain the thought of a declaration. Raza in once again. Now, Root plays that as if that kept slightly low on him. He's turning it around the corner with the spin to mid-wicket. But just sort of bent his knees and gave it the shape as if it kept slightly low.
Yeah, no pace on it, and because there's no pace on it, you tend to play it off the back foot, and it just kept a little low.
Raza leg side again. Root is able to just guide this down to deep square leg, single taken, so Ollie Pope will be on strike. 99 not out, 1 run away from his 8th Test match 100.
Balcony looks relaxed as ever. Jeetan Patel looks as though he's on his way to the Antarctic. His fellow countryman to his left, Tim South, he's got sunglasses on, so he's looks as though he's had one on. Climatisation, and yeah, Brendan McCullum's been here quite a while now, so he's comfortable in English gear. 3 Kiwis.
Raza in around the wicket, bowls, and Ollie Pope beats the fielder at point. It will run away for 4, and that is his 8th Test match 100. Ollie Pope, was he under pressure? Maybe externally, probably not internally as far as the dressing room are concerned. But Test match 100, number 8 in 56 matches, and it brings up the 400. 401 for 2 England.
Yeah, well played, Ollie Pope. All you can do is score runs, whatever the noise is. You're in control when you've got the bat in your hand and you're out in the middle. Can't get them from a dressing room, and all he's done is brilliantly scored 100.
This occasion he's played the same shot again, waiting as Raza goes around the wicket to him. However, Zimbabwe have now stationed a deep point out on the boundary, so it's just a single. There's the first question answered then. If they are thinking declaration, they weren't waiting for Ollie Pope to get to the 100, because he's continued on, and they've got to the end of the over with Pope 104 not out. Root 15 from 72 overs, England 402 for 2.
Yeah, it's a magnificent 100. You know, I said before, we can talk whatever we want about the bowling attack, but you still got to be able to put the bad ball away. You've still got to be able to be out there and, you know, go through passages where, you know, it goes a bit quiet, and then you have to go again. And like I said, you're right, the noise from inside the dressing room wouldn't have been there. The noise from outside the dressing room, I think, has been as loud as it's been for quite a while. And Ollie Pope's had a lot of noise, along with Zach Crawley in their careers. 54 Test matches, 56 Test matches for Pope, especially with Jacob Bethel in the IPL seemingly coming back in. So they're both gone and getting hundreds. That's fantastic for England. That is brilliant for the summer going forward and going ahead.
Well, Bennett's going to continue, and Ollie Pope continues, clips this one to short mid-on, and there's no run. Well, maybe the biggest indicator of Ollie Pope standing within the squad is that Ben Stokes was asked during his press conference yesterday, if you weren't fit to play in this game, who would have captained England? And he paused, had a long look at the journalist who'd asked the question, and went, you should know that. Ollie Pope's the vice-captain. And Ollie Pope is England's vice-captain. And he's off the back foot on this occasion, off a short ball from Bennett. And the second of the 2 cover fielders has got a hand on it. It still makes its way out to within a metre or so of the boundary sponge before it's pulled back in, and 3 runs are taken. Ollie Pope goes to 107, 405 for 2. So that, to me, was Ben Stokes saying, I don't know why you're all talking about Ollie Pope in his position. He's our vice-captain.
Yeah, it was a bit of a silly question, to be fair, because, you know, if Ben Stokes wasn't going to play, Ollie Pope was always going to play then, and, you know, he's in the standing of the vice-captaincy.
Bennett in. Root turns him around the corner down to short fine leg. Oh, hang on a minute.
This lad shouldn't be on the field. He should never have come back on the field. I don't know why he's come back on the field.
Garava is struggling.
He can't bowl for the rest of the day anyway, because the length of time he's been off. So it just doesn't really make sense. Who's made the decision for him to go on the field?
Garava is stationed at short fine leg, and it's almost like England are trying to play sweeps every shot at the moment, trying to get him to move. Ollie Pope has done so, but it's gone wider into the fielder at deep backward square. And
sorry, Macca, irrespective, there's only playing 1 Test match. You know, there's a lot of cricket coming up. Yes, you might want to be out there, you might want to show I'm with the team, but common sense has got to prevail. If this goes just slightly left of him in the air and he can't get it there,
Bennett in. It is a shortish ball. Joe Root guides it down to very fine third. Fielders coming around, won't get there. 4 more to England. Boundary to Root, he goes to 20. 4-11 for 2. Well, we say it's only 1 test against England. They are playing South Africa down at Arundel in an unofficial test. So it's not just one and done and on the plane home.
But I mean, more from the ramifications. If I'm a bowler now, and I'm fair enough, I've not bowled very well, if the ball goes anywhere near him, unless it goes straight to him, he ain't catching it.
From the far end, Bennett comes around the wicket now to Root. Root turns to mid-wicket. It'll be just a single. Yeah. And we reached the end of the over. 73 gone, 4-12 for 2. And that is no surprise whatsoever. Richard Ngarava is wandering towards the boundary edge, and he's just waved at the umpire, Aludin Pelika, at this end and gone, yeah, I'm off.
Yeah, common sense has prevailed now. When he came on, he didn't look as though, you know, not so much wanted to be on the field. He's desperate to be on the field. He wants to be involved in the game, but I mean, common sense. You know, if you're a bowler there, and that ball goes to him in the air, and he doesn't get anywhere near it. I mean, you go in there and you have a go, because he shouldn't be on the field. And when he came on the field, at that point he couldn't bowl for the rest of the day, because of the length of time you spend off the field. You can't bowl for that time, and there was no way he was going to be bowling by the end of today. So it just made no sense whatsoever, and you'd been better off leaving him off, getting himself sorted, and potentially coming back in the second innings. He's now run the risk of being in a participation of bowling in the second innings if England do bat again.
I wonder if he'd been on the painkillers and felt okay, and now they've worn off and he's gone, oh, hang on a minute, no. Raza will start a new over to Joe Root, trying to turn it round through deep backward square. Can't beat the fielder, and there's no run.
On the painkillers, been on a pipe. I mean, there's no... Gee, I mean, even healing hands, magic healing hands would have getting when he went off. He just didn't look right at all when he came on.
Raza is in and bowls to Joe Root, pushes down to long on. Single will be taken. 413 for 2. Talking about magical healing hands, Jared Kimber's back with us.
Yeah, it was, I can say I was just in the press box. It wasn't brilliantly received, him coming back out on the first place.
Around the wicket is Raza. Turning it fine is Ollie Pope down to short fine leg. They'll take a single.
My favourite bit, you guys might have missed this, is when he first came on, he was fielding at short fine leg. And at the end of the next over, he wasn't sure where to go. So he walked from short fine leg all the way up to mid-off. Then he went out on the leg side. Then he ended up back at long on down here. They made him do an extra lap and a half. He could barely move.
Oh, Raza's gone almost like a Joe Root short ball on that occasion. Misses his length. And is pulled around the corner to deep square leg, and a single is taken. Root goes to 23, 415 for 2.
He's just doing what his physio told him. His physio been telling him, if you're going to be in the field, just keep moving. Make sure you keep moving. So, yeah, usual dozy fast bowler. Can't remember where he was fielding, so just keep moving.
Raza around the wickets. Punched by Pope down to long on. It'll be fielded by Masakadza.
When we actually got a message that he was coming back on, and it was just at the stage I was, writing he might be out for the test match, and he was coming back on. And I thought, oh, might have to rewrite this. I still think I'm pretty happy with it.
Yeah. Raza in, pushed back down the pitch by Root, no run. End of the over, 74 gone, 416 for 2 here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
I was at the Gabba when Muhammad Amir twisted his knee and had to be stretchered off the field, and then came back on 15 overs later to bowl.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they can,
I think that was more of I think he just pinched the nerve in his knee, because it got, the Gabba's like it's a bit spongy.
Spongy, yeah, well, Simon Jones.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it was a bit like that, and then afterwards it felt fine, but it was still a bit of a ridiculous situation to watch him come off the ground, not be able to walk, and then suddenly he was bowling again not that long after. So we've got another bowling change. Don't think that Brian Bennett's going to add to his 5-wicket tallies here and get another one. I think it was his first test match where he got the 5-wicket haul.
Nuachi it is. And he's in. And he's bowling to Ollie Pope, who's 110 not out, going nigh on a runner ball. And he's playing resolutely, defensively. Up to mid-off, no run. So what do we got? 15 overs remain. We've got an hour's play.
Well, I can tell you that Ed just pointed out that Ben Stokes didn't have shoes on or pads on.
Nuachi again. No run again. I mean, I know it's not an unusual sight for the teams to line up for the national anthems as they did earlier today, and Ollie Pope down to come in at 3, had his pads on, and of course he sat there for 2 hours and probably took them off for lunch, put them back on again, and wasn't called upon for quite some time. But there was a situation, really, there was a timed out, wasn't there, in a women's game recently, as Ollie Pope tries to pull this delivery from Nuachi. He just walks off shaking his right hand.
Yeah, the timed out was because it was a wicket off the last ball of the innings, and it was a wide.
That's right. And so it was stumped.
Yeah, so it was stumped,
wide.
and then the next player wasn't ready because she obviously thought there was a wicket off the last ball.
Well, she might have just thought, well, it's the last ball.
That's also true. Yeah,
that's probably what it is. She would have known the laws, but it doesn't happen often. I can't think of a stumping from the final ball of an innings. It doesn't happen very often, does it? So she's probably thinking, right, I better get ready to bowl. Down the track is Ollie Pope. He loses his body a touch, but fast hands, and he just flicks this ball towards the leg side for a single.
There was one in the IPL recently where KR Royal was facing the last ball, and he reviewed the wide. Then obviously he decided it wasn't going to be, and he left the field, and he was halfway up. And I was like, well, if that is a wide, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I saw that one. That was very bizarre.
Yeah, he just stormed off the field like he was angry at himself for having reviewed it or something.
The strangest one of all, if you can use it in a similar kind of in this conversation, as Root just tries to guide this ball past backward point, but no run. That T20 game between Surrey and Warwickshire back in, 2005, when there was a rain-affected game, and the winner got through to finals day. It was a big game, and the umpires got the DLS wrong, and they told Mark Ramprakash, the captain, as Nuachi is in again and always falling over a touch, Joe Root trying to place this ball through mid-wicket, but picks out the fielder, no run. So essentially, say they needed 3 to win the game, and the umpires said to Mark Ramprakash they need 3 to win, and if they get 2, Surrey win. So final ball comes and goes, and they take 2. So Surrey celebrate. They walk off the field, as do Warwickshire, and then the umpires realise they've made a mistake. 3 to win, yes, but 2 was a tie. So the umpires had to go into the Surrey dressing room and tell Mark Ramprakash they'd made a mistake and that Surrey needed to get back out onto the field.
For a super over. No, it would have been a bowl-off, was it?
No, that's what made it even more farcical and entertaining and hilarious and brilliant. It wasn't a super over back then, it was a bowl-off. In fact, Heath Streak was playing. Heath Streak was playing for Warwickshire. Raza is in, forward and defending is Ollie Pope, 111 not out.
What was the Blast game when the game finished? Blast final finished, and they put all the fireworks up.
Oh, yeah.
And then the game hadn't finished, and they had to wait for the smoke of the fireworks to finish. Scott, our producer, who's from Hampshire, once worked for them, told us it was Hampshire.
Raza is in, and this is flayed through the offside by Ollie Pope. There's just one fielder out at point, and it goes through extra cover and away to the boundary. 4 more, that's the 50 up for Root and Pope. And England move to 421 for 2. 15 overs remaining in the day. Will England declare? If they are, you'd imagine they'll declare around 6 o'clock, unless they've got a number in mind. Scots is tossed up and drilled to the right of mid-off.
I think that also happened in the T20 game with Zimbabwe and Bangladesh, where they thought the game had been done, and it was a final delivery.
More runs here for England and Ollie Pope. England 421 for twos. This is played out to point for a single.
I think Zimbabwe needed 151. I think they were about 147 for 8, and it was a final delivery. I think the keeper's gloves went in front of the stumps, and they had to come back and bowl the free hit.
Single taken by Joe Root, fielded by Slip, who runs to the vacant point region. So tell me again about that Hampshire one, because I swear there was...
The Hampshire one, so Scott's just reminded me, it was a no ball, so they got the wicket to finish the game and win, but it was a no ball and then it had to be bowled again.
And did they lose in the end, or did they win?
They
So
won
it's clipped to mid-wicket, there's a shot at the stumps and on striker's end, and Joe Root had to get back. I'm not sure he would have made it back if the ball had hit the stumps. And Joe Root is just a little slow to get to his feet as well. He's okay. But we're just going to have a look at this. Pope it was, who actually set off for the run, despite the fact he hit the ball straight to Ben Curran at mid-wicket. I think Root... I tell you what, that would have been really close.
He's just stretching, which he should be, because he really had to throw himself back in.
I think part of the problem was, as Root came in, he kind of jarred the end of his bat into the ground, and it kind of just stopped on him. Either way, the throw wasn't accurate from the fielder, so he's still there, but just like Zach Crawley earlier on today, he's just limping a little.
There's another one you might remember, Ed, which was in a South African domestic game before the SA20, when Marcha Delanga had to defend 11 runs off the last ball and bowled 2 head-high full tosses and lost the game.
Yes, I remember that.
And then, if I remember the full story, I think it was Grant Morgan who told me this.
Who actually again is in and defended. Joe Root's 24 not out, 423 for 2 England.
Who might have been one of the coaches or assistant coaches in that game, and he said that Marcha Delanga didn't like to fly. And so he would drive between games. So after that game, he got in the car to drive to the next game. So let's say they're in Durban and the next game was in Port Elizabeth or something. He had to drive, but it was him and his girlfriend. And everyone was like, that is the worst thing to ever happen to that woman. She has to get in the car with someone and drive for like 8 hours through the night after he's just done that.
Nuachi again, and Joe Root will take a single down to third, just rocks back a touch and plays this ball along the ground on the cut. It's fielded though by Ben Curran. Thing is though, you don't know with players, I won't say the name of them, but there was an England footballer whose performance was so bad in a major game of football that led to England losing a game, and it was a seismic game to lose. And one of my former colleagues was in the England bar afterwards, and he said, Nuachi is in, attempted drive from Pope, and he said he saw the player come in to the bar they were all in, with all the players and families and wives, and he said he was surprised at his manner, considering what had just taken place in front of 80,000 people and how badly it had gone. And he was just kind of like going, anyone want a drink? Drink? Anyone want a drink? Yeah, I'm going to the bar. Clip through mid-wicket and away to the boundary. There's a chase on by the fielder, but it's the ball that's going to win. That's a good-looking shot. Another 4 to the score. 428 for 2 England. Ollie Pope moves to 120.
I think there's a big difference between losing a big game and being embarrassed and being in a bar and going on a cross-country drive through the night with your partner, which I think is already stressful.
Certainly is if you're
driving at night.
In South Africa as well, yeah.
Inside edge by Ollie Pope, trying to drive this ball through a packed offside field, and gets an inside edge back onto his... Oh, where does that hit? He's wringing his hand.
Beg the question, was she sitting in the passenger seat or left back?
I mean, maybe she just got a flight. just got out of it.
You could drive.
In fact, I really like this city. I might stay longer.
Here's Pope punching to mid-on, no run.
So you look at the score, 428 for 2 in 77 overs. You think to yourself, in a normal test match, you'd be thinking, that is a mountain of runs already. And if it's a 5-day test match, then you probably want to go into the second day and really just grind your opposition in. But in a 4-day test, this game is accelerated at a great pace. You almost feel like you've got enough runs in the first inning, so you big yourself. And I mean, just listening to Steve Harmison just now, and I agree with him. Surely you've got to start thinking about making a declaration at some stage.
So I interviewed Ben Stokes the day before this test. Was he only yesterday? Yeah, it was. And he did the interview. It was excellent. And then Macca just said, Ben, just let me ask you a question. What's your thoughts on 4-day tests? And Stokes was like, well, you know, I'm kind of a little bit ambivalent about it. 4-day, 5-day. I think it would be quite interesting to see how the tactics would change in a 4-day test. Because, of course, you know, there's not too many things worse than Test cricket than irrelevant runs. I remember being at the Gabba in 2006, and Australia hit 650. They bowled England out for 150, and Australia batted again. Right, that's just depressing and demoralising. And you know why Ponting's doing it, but essentially, it's also really boring. I hate it in Test cricket when you get to that stage where they're just batting for the sake of it. Actually, if a 4-day test takes that out of the game, I don't think that would be the worst thing in the world. And I think what you're saying is right. Is that Root is struck on the pad by Sikandar Raza. There's a little turn to ask the umpire, but that's clearly going down the leg side. You know, the tactics of the game will change, because suddenly you do need to be aware. You need to leave yourself enough time to bowl the opposition out.
And so here's the thing, that a lot of these players have played a lot of Test cricket. Well, mainly the English players have got a vast amount of experience. But all the players in this particular Test match have played a lot of first-class cricket, so they know how to set up a 4-day game.
Playing back, they've kept it a touch low, zipped through, but Joe Root can't beat the field at cover point, no run.
So if you combine the two in terms of it being a 4-day test and the vast amount of experience both in first-class cricket and Test cricket, this number or this situation gives you a great deal of where the game's going to go.
Flipped away to the leg side. What about in 4-day cricket, the county championship, and I imagine all around the world actually? It's not something I've ever thought about, but the follow-on target is 150. Is that the same in 4-day cricket everywhere, or
yes.
just in England? It is.
Yeah, so it's 50 for 2-day cricket, 100 and then 150, isn't it? And then it goes up to 200.
But
I think that's right.
But the follow-on for a 4-day test is still 200, is it? Follow-on target is still 200 away rather than 150 in a 4-day test?
No. It would. I think it would have changed as well, wouldn't it?
That's why I'm not sure.
I think it might have for the Island test. I'd have to go back and check my notes. Macca will know. Macca will go find out.
Gary will know.
Can I just say, though, controversially, this might be a hot take, but first-class cricket is more entertaining than Test cricket because of the fact that you have fewer days, and because you have to do declarations, and, you know, I know the old declaration bowling in England cricket in the 80s was a little bit bad, but...
Again, once again, Joe Root can't beat the fielder at cover.
So Test cricket has changed quite a bit because teams aren't as worried about losing anymore because there are points. But, you know, when all three of us were growing up, Test matches would often be drawn just because that was the better option, whereas now teams will go for it, which is what happens in first-class cricket, right?
Yeah, exactly. Still, I can't get my head around the fact there's a good bit of fielding by Brian Bennett, running around from mid-wicket to mid-on, prevents a single at the end of the over. Pope 120, Root 26, 430 for 2. Yeah, they used to play 3-day county games. I mean, how many overs a day? I think they had to bowl 105, wasn't it?
Yeah, he had to bowl 105. And I almost think you're somewhat right. Yes, Test cricket and 4-day cricket is a little bit, the nuances are different. But when you're playing a first-class game, there's a mentality of how to push the game forward to try and get to the end of the 4th day with a win. And it's actually, you savor it more because there's so many things that you do in that first-class game that try and get you to that win.
No, I agree. I suppose that's what I'm saying. Obviously, Test cricket is different from that point of view. The Zimbabwean fans have had an absolutely great day. Perhaps they've been facing the other way, because they have really, really enjoyed this today. I'm very excited to have been at this good 1992 Zimbabwe shirt in there as well. Another man with a suit on with his Zimbabwe shirt over the top.
What's not to like? The sun's out now. It's quite a picture. And Muzarabani is back into the attack. It's a little bit of a gentle loosener. We are approaching new ball territory. 431 for 2. Gary Morgan has qualified it. Follow-on target is 150, not 200, for a 4-day test match. Do Zimbabwe definitely take the second new ball?
No. I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, it might get them a wicket, but it could go a lot faster to the boundary.
Root facing up and rides the bounce of this delivery from Muzarabani. Fielder comes in from third. It's a single added to the score, 432 for 2.
Yeah, because you're gonna turn to Muzarabani, who's into his 16th over. You're missing Richard Ngarava. Chavanga's way behind the 8 ball, and then you've got Victor Nyauchi, who's dropped off dramatically in pace as well. So that ball will just come on beautifully and will fly off the middle of the bat.
It's a small ground too. It's hard once they get going to stop them.
Also, actually, Sakinda Raza, his economy rate has got better and better from a Zimbabwe point of view. There's 4 runs to the score. There's such a wide lone slip, and Ollie Pope has just steered the ball between that slip and the keeper, Seager, all the way to the boundary. 4 more to the England, 436 for 2.
So, Jared, are you a fan of 4-day test matches? Because if you're a fan of 4-day first-class cricket, then you should be a fan of 4-day tests.
And I mean, the way the Test cricket's been played in the last, 4 or 5 years with the World Test Championship, with teams actually trying to get results, no one's playing for a draw anymore. I'm already a fan of that. My worry with 4-day Test matches is they'll only be used for nations that aren't seen to be proper nations, like Ireland and Zimbabwe, and that's what happened to New Zealand back in the day. So I worry about there being a sort of a second tier. And the other thing is over rates.
Muzarabani is in again.
In first-class cricket, people actually bowl their overs there?
Yeah, and they bowl them at a good rate as well.
They did not do that in Test cricket. If you could guarantee me that people are going to bowl their overs correctly, I think what I would like is 100 overs a day for 4 days.
Why? I mean, why haven't they worked out a way of doing it? Surely it should be quite simple to enforce.
Well,
none of this. Oh, in about 2 weeks' time, you're going to get fined, a percentage of your match fee, which you don't really need to earn anyway. Glorious shot from Ollie Pope on the up, laces this through. Extra cover and mid-off and all the way along to the boundary for 4. That's a glorious shot late on day 1 here at Trent Bridge. 440 for 2 England, and they're 60 away from scoring that 500. 40 minutes to do it in.
Yeah, some shot this, because he plays it within the line of the delivery and then goes almost from in to out to create the gap as well, and some beautiful timing. Some shot.
129 to his name. Ollie Pope readies himself, and he'll take a single. No, he won't. Sent back by Joe Root as the fielder runs in from mid-wicket to fields. 440 for 2.
But aren't you sort of reinventing the game if you're now transitioning from 5-day test matches to 4-day test matches? Does the data change? Do the statistics change?
We started with 3-day test matches.
I get that. I get that.
I mean, 5-day test matches are fairly new as a uniform rule. Up until the 80s, we still had 6-day test matches, and we've had 6-day test matches for the World Test Championship. I'm not too worried about that. When South Africa and Pakistan started Test cricket, they played on on artificial turf on matting. That's still in the same stats, right? You have to, if you're working in my job, you're always passing through the data to take those sort of things out. So I'm not worried about it from that point of view. My issue is that you talk to streaming companies, and they're like, 5 days is better than 4 days. But if you're talking about getting crowds in, 4 days is probably better, because then you can play Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You always get the match finishing on a Sunday. You can have a rest and everyone can play the next week. So there are advantages to both. My bigger worry is that you're using it to sort of other some of those sides and go, well, when we play them, we don't need the 5 days. And then we know which teams are going to do that against which other teams. And that's the bit I have a problem with. But as far as the game, I think the game's already played very differently. I mean, once you have a wicket in Guyana and a wicket in Western Australia, they're basically not even the same sport. You know, that's what we're looking at already. We've already thrown the pink ball in there as well.
Joe Root, 27 not out, and it's Niachi who's going to be bowling from the Ratcliffe Road end. Single taken. Is it 13,000 test runs for Joe Root, number 14 in the list of the greatest batters who have ever played the game, if you read The Art of Batting by Jared Kimber. Root looks slightly nonplussed, almost like he's trying to work out why everyone is applauding. 13,000 test runs, 153 test matches, an average over 50. And that, from Ollie Pope, is potentially the shot of the day. Beautiful straight drive, a dive from Muzarabani at mid-off, but he cannot get down on the ball, and the ball zips away for 4 more, 445 for 2.
It's another throwdown ball, full on off stump. Blessing Muzarabani is also not moving particularly well now. At the end in that last over, he looked like he was struggling. He didn't get up particularly well off this fielding as well, and hoping he's fine. How many more tests do you have this year, Ed?
Pope again, he's going to pick up more runs here, and it's going to be 4 more through mid-wicket, flicked away. And if the second new ball was going to be more expensive for New Zealand, then we'd be looking at 36 runs and over.
New Zealand?
New Zealand.
Oh, Zimbabwe, sorry.
Everyone keeps doing that today.
Somebody else said New Zealand. Well, there's Z's in there.
Yeah, I mean, these are
There's
some of
W's. There's E's. There's A.
Some of the best shots you'll see today. That's beautifully worked off the legs. And it's just flowing beautifully now for these two batters.
Struck on the pad this time is Ollie Pope, but no appeal. Well, desultory one from behind the stumps, and applause, a little clap of encouragement from Seager. But Niachi claims the ball and just starts walking back to the top of his mark. It's been hard yakka out there for Zimbabwe, and that run rate is now above 5.5. 449 runs in the day.
Is that a lot?
If it was the video, do you know what the video printer was? No, it was. Do you know what the pools was?
What are you talking about?
Well, that's what I'm asking, if you know what it was or not. This is floated up and deserved all the treatment, and it has been driven straight down the ground and fielded at extra cover, deepish extra cover, no run. Back before the lottery, I guess, it was the only nationalised betting. You could basically bet on the football. It's called the pools, and it was a really weird way of doing it. I won't try and explain how it worked, but that was the pools. Actually, in again. This is lofted up and over and through mid-wicket. Ollie Pope is enjoying his cricket today, and the fans who are here are also enjoying it. 450 up. That's the 80 overs done. 13,000 test runs in that over from Joe Root, and 3 boundaries from Ollie Pope. He's 9 away from 150. And finally, he raises the bat to take the applause from the crowd. He realises, because he's looked up at the big screen and gone, oh, I've hit 13,000 test runs. Fancy that.
Oh, man. And he's got so much time on his hands. He can continue to climb up that ladder. Rahul Dravid, Jacques Kallis, Ricky Ponting in sight, with Ricky Ponting on 13,378. That's 378 runs, and you expect him to get that in this summer and then kick on. And kick on will he ever? Can he get to 15,000 test runs and get close to the great Sachin Tendulkar, or surpass him?
So the new ball has been taken by Zimbabwe. We've got 35 minutes remaining in the day. With that second new ball being taken, you'd imagine it'll be pace at both ends, so we may get another 6 or 7 overs. And it's Manthorp who has gone wicketless today. In fact, the 2 wickets that have fallen have gone the way of spin. And this is cut to the boundary by Joe Root. First ball with the second new ball. And he targets vacant third. He moves to 32. The score 457 for 2. And you know what? I think we're going to see 500 runs today. We've been talking about it, and it's going to happen.
Everybody should have listened to Harmy.
He went early.
He did get out the blocks early. I was just like, whoa, 500. And here we are, we're in touching distance. They'll probably get more than 500 at this rate.
2 slips and a gully in place as Manthorp is in again. And Joe Root just rides the bounce. No run. 457 for 2. If you added up every test run scored by every Zimbabwe cricketer, I don't think it reaches 13,000.
Ooh. Every Zimbabwe cricketer?
Yeah.
Well, Andy Flower's got...
Apart from Andy Flower.
Andy Flower's got close to 5,000, over 5,000, average over 50.
Short delivery and just placed into the leg side.
Yeah, so
okay.
You've got... Right. Okay, have you pulled the handbrake?
Yeah,
okay, then.
Okay, well, we'll ask Gary Morgan to add up every... He's going to love this. To add up every run scored by a Zimbabwe cricketer.
I think if you put Alistair Cook and Joe Root together.
Ooh, okay. That's a good one. So what's that? That would be about 25,000. Okay, I'll modify it. I'll add Sir Alistair Cook in there. You've got my back.
You put the handbrake down again.
You've really helped me out there. This is going to be a boundary from the bat of Ollie Pope. He has to take his hand off the bat. Doesn't go where he intended. It's gone much squarer through the covers, but the end result is much the same. Hey, imagine playing for England and scoring 124 on day 1 of a test match and being the 3rd highest scorer of the day.
Imagine that.
Joe Root's got a bit of work to do as well. 33 from 41, but Ollie Pope really starting to open up and enjoy his cricket, and you can understand why, because when you've had and faced adversity and you'll find yourself in this position, as he just leans back to Ollie Pope and just allows the pace of the ball to do the work, just guides it up and over second slip. The microphone might have just picked up the sound of the ball slapping against the advertising just below us here at the Radcliffe Road end.
Yeah, you think at the back end of a day, you think the batters would be sort of just letting up, thinking about, you know what, come back tomorrow, perhaps let's just wheel ourselves in, don't have to be too exuberant. No, not today. Pope saying, well, I'm going to keep going. He's now on 149.
That's 8 boundaries from the last 15 deliveries. Ollie Pope, well, he goes for another, leans back and tries to smash this back from where it came. It's going to be fielded just inside the boundary at deep mid-wicket, but there'll be another bat raised to the heavens very shortly. 150 up for Ollie Pope. Marvellous innings today. Crowds that have stuck around here as the conditions have actually eased and got better as the day has progressed. Warmly celebrate Ollie Pope. 152 not out. He's still going at a strike rate of over 100. And 100 is the partnership between Pope and Root as well.
You know what this is now? It's start off the day. Let's see how we go with the bat. We've been put in. Oh, we started really well. Oh, we're really good. We're in a really good position. Now it's at that time of the day where they're thinking, well, how many can we end up on the day? And so they've continued to put the foot down. Ollie Pope, 152 off 142 deliveries, 23 fours and 1 6, striking at over 100, 107. And he's not going to stop. Mac has taken a seat. and probably see the end of today. Where will they end up? Here comes the Oracle, the man with the crystal ball, Steve Harmison. Where will they end up?
Well, now she's going to bowl the first ball of the next over, and it is flicked by Ollie Pope for 6 over long leg. He's carrying on. England 475 for 2. 25 more will get us to the magic 500, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, quite remarkable shot from Ollie Pope. It was remarkable because I'm not sure how he got to it. It was that far down leg side. And I mean, if Ollie Pope misses this, I don't even think the wicketkeeper dives. It's going that far down leg side, and he gets a piece on it, and it goes straight over the top of fine legs, head for 6.
If Ollie Pope misses it, it's a wide down the leg side.
Keeper's not getting it. Keeper just gives that one up. He's given that one up. So I think, you know, Sikandar Raza is having a conversation as a senior player. He's having a conversation with his bowlers, and I think he's not just talking. I think he's talking to them both, and I think he's trying to give them a little bit of a G up. Come on, this is getting embarrassing now. Just try and hit a length. Don't try and swing it. Bowl, gun, barrel straight. Hit you up. Make them hit you off your length.
She is 0 for 99 and will stay so as it's been clothed into the offside by Ollie Pope. Joe Root is offering to come from the non-striker's end and is sent back. It would be uncharitable to read the bowling figures, but we may have to do it sooner rather than later. 25 more for England to reach 500 in a day. We are just past 6 o'clock. The scheduled close of play. We will go on for another 28 minutes or so. We will lose some overs. Naochi is in. Pope turns on the onside. Well fielded at mid-wicket by the skipper. Irvine's found himself at mid-wicket, and there is no run. By the way, I don't want to throw the boss under the bus, but his comment about Joe Root having more runs than the Zimbabwe entire test. They've had 18 players who've got to 1,000 runs or more, so they've successfully covered that one, John.
Long history.
Yes. Naochi is in. Bowls, and Ollie Pope is down on his knees trying to sort of square drive this one. Gets nothing on it. Through to the keeper, no run. Yeah. To say that John was a little bit out would be a touch unfair, as Gary's actually run the numbers. Before this game, Zimbabwe batters all time had over 52,000. So quadruple Joe Root's tally. But look, as they always say, if you don't make a prediction, you can't get it wrong.
Absolutely, I'm famous for it.
Naochi is in once again. Pope hits hard to deep point out on the boundary and will take a single. And that means Naochi has brought up the gallon. 0 for 100 in 16 overs and 5 balls. England 476 for 2. Many
times I've sat there, I think, for England getting off to a good start, saying, oh, they're going to get 500 in a day, and they get bowled out for 220. So, yeah, somebody who is very famous for making mistakes at big statements. One thing isn't a big statement. Joe Root, 13,000 runs. What an unbelievable record that is.
He's waiting in the crease. Naochi bowls to him, tries to drop it into the offside, and there's no run. So that's 82 overs gone. Naochi has bowled 17 now, 0 for 100. Blessing Muzarabani is also gone for the 100. 17 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 102. Richard and Garava, 9 overs, 0 for 42. Tanaka Chivanga, 10 overs, 0 for 75. Sikandar Raza has bowled 24, 1 for 93. Manavere, 3 overs, 1 for 34. He took the wicket of Ben Duckett, but quite expensively, but he took the wicket. That was the important bit. And Brian Bennett, 2 overs across 17. I suppose when you've got 476 for 2 after 82 overs, everyone's going to have taken some tap, because otherwise you can't get those kind of numbers, and that is what we've seen.
Yeah, that's what we've seen, and what we've seen to go that little bit further is inconsistent of length, inconsistent of line, lack of discipline, not for the one to try, and from the Zimbabwe captain, from a fielding position point of view, the bowlers just haven't bowled to them.
Well, in comes Blessing Muzarabani, and it is guided by Ollie Pope past Bennett in the gully down to the fielder on the third boundary. And a single will be taken. Ollie Pope's got 160 from 148 balls. Came in like a house on fire, slowed down a bit, and is now sped up again. I'm going to run a ball in a white ball game's decent going. More than a runner ball in a test match is just frankly ridiculous. Joe Root, 33 not out, waits Muzarabani. And because there's nobody within a sort of an 18-metre radius, I would say, from where Joe Root is batting, simply drops it down at his toes, and they take an easy single. Joe Root gets the non-striker's end and is now looking high up on his bat on the inside edge, as that part of the bat's not really meant to be used, and so probably didn't feel that good off of the blade.
Yeah, but Muzarabani, he's 6'10", and he gets it in the right area, which he hasn't. He's probably getting it more in the right area than the rest of the bowlers. When he does, it does bounce off there, and it does hit the splice hard.
He comes in once again. It's shorter and wider. Pope flashes it to deep backward point. Fielder station out there is Curran, and so it is just a single. 34 for Root, 161 for Pope. England making a bit of cricketing history as the top three making hundreds. Only the second time in Test cricket history that the top three have all made hundreds and then done it again in a different Test. Rattling up the numbers as England start their Test match summer. Muzarabani is in. It's Joe Root up and under this one, but he's picked out the man at fine leg, and Joe Root falls. England lose their third wicket. Root is caught for 34. Williams down there on the boundary edge. It's 479 for 3. And all eyes on the man walking off, but a few also on the man who is not that far behind him, because I think everyone's wondering, is Ollie Pope following him? And the answer is no. 12th man has walked out with a drink and a towel, so England will not declare as Joe Root leaves the field.
No, I don't think England are declaring now. There's too little time left in the game. What I'll say is that was an excellent bouncer from Muzarabani. He looked as though he picked his knees up that little bit more. There was a little bit more spring in his step as he ran in there. Effort ball bouncer, and Joe Root just tried to help it round the corner. He just tried to hit it for nowhere. For not 1 second there was Joe Root trying to keep that down. He was looking to hit it for 6. He was looking to go up, using the ball's pace and the sort of trajectory, the height of Muzarabani, and trying to help it round the corner. Joe Root was trying to hit that for 6, and what he's done is he found probably the longest part of the ground in sort of dimension point of view. If it was at the other end, it was 6 comfortably down the Ratcliffe Road, but at this end he's managed to pick Williams out, and it was a comfortable catch.
Yep, Joe Root will feel like he's missed out, which is a daft thing to say, but Harry Brook is making his way to the middle. England's new white ball captain. It's a bit like a white ball situation, if we're honest, at the moment. Brook wanders to the middle to join Ollie Pope, England vice-captain. Trent Bridge is bathed in sun. It's Thursday evening. I say day one of a busy 2025 for England. 5 Test matches against India after this one, and then the start of the Ashes in Australia at the back end of the year, of course. 5 in that series as well. Brook has taken guard. 2 slips and a gully for the new man. Muzarabani's having a long-range conversation with someone about fielding positions. I can't see anyone moving. So 2 slips, a gully, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Muzarabani comes in from the Stuart Broad end. And Harry Brook from the crease just drops it down in front of him, and there's no run.
Well, the big fella's got his wicket, and I think he's deserved a wicket, because his first spell with a new ball this morning was decent. He was let down by his bowling partner. And he's got the prize wicket of Joe Root, who's got to 13,000 runs. It was a short ball that it just cramped Joe Root for room, if anything. And he's put a shot, just a little bit of like a get off me, a flick, and a little uppercut, and it's gone straight down fine leg's throat.
Mazharabani in once again. From the creases, Brook drops it to the gully. No run, end of the over. 83 gone, 479 for 3. It was a get off me. It was a sort of a help it on its way. If he goes full-blooded at it,
he gets it for 6.
Yeah.
Or if it's at the other side of the ground, he gets it for 6. So he picked the biggest part of the ground out, dimension-wise. So yeah, Mazharabani, he's getting his rewards, because he's worked hard. He hasn't been great by any stretch, but I thought his first spell with a new ball was half decent. And I think this spell here, he's ran in at the end of what has been a long, demoralising day, and he's got rewarded with the prize wicket of Joe Root. So that's a positive for a Zimbabwe point of view. Their young fast bowler has kept going, gone for a few runs, but he's picked up a wicket nearer the end of the day.
England 21 away from 500 in a day. Nayochi's going to start the 84th over, running away from us, and it's down the leg side. England will take a leg bye as it comes off of Ollie Pope's thigh pad. Seeger behind the stumps goes away to about 15 metres to his left down the leg side, and the ball is gathered in. One more to the total, 480 for 3. Just seen a shot on our monitor of the England captain Ben Stokes, who has been sitting on the balcony for most of the afternoon, but has gone into the dressing room, has got the whites on, and is putting the batting gear on. Hasn't played a test match, hasn't played any cricket for so long. I'm sure he wants to be out there. Full goes Nayochi. On the half volley is Brook, straight to the fielder at short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, Ben will be desperate for some time in the middle. And that's what I keep saying about the earlier declaration, that to bat for the second time, it doesn't mean that Ben Duckett, Zach Crawley would open the batting in the second innings. Ben, you might find Ben Stokes come out very, very early in the piece if they're going to do it that way, because the England captain does need some time in the middle.
Nayochi is in once again, drops into the offside. England take a quick single. The batters are both quick though, and safely get home for that single. 481 for 3. Yeah, no cricket. So not even no test matches, but no cricket since that Hamilton test in December 24, of course, when you were down in New Zealand, Army.
Yeah, and before he did his hamstring, he looked in good order. He batted nicely on that trip. He was bowling quite well. It was just unfortunate that his hamstring pulled up, and I've seen him close quarters a couple of times training at Durham, and he looks $1 million.
Nayochi is in once again, turning it on the onside is Pope, and there's no run. Well, he was doing his obligatory shuttle runs yesterday morning before the start of the session, and I turned to John Norman and we looked at each other and went, he is in incredible nick.
He is, and he is in good condition, and you just hope that condition is his fighting weight. What I mean by that is Andrew Flintoff, who is actually been here this afternoon. When Andrew Flintoff was a little bit lighter, when he wasn't at his fighting weight.
Nayochi is in, turned on the leg side out to deep square leg for a single by Pope.
Freddie, when he wasn't at his fighting weight, when he went a little bit heavier or a little bit lighter, especially when he went a little bit lighter, the zip wasn't there as much, and it wasn't the same sort of forceful all-rounder that you had. So it'll be interesting to see how Ben's body goes with, he looks a hell of a lot lighter than what he was, and if that helps, great.
Nayochi again is drifting down the leg side. We seem to have said that an awful lot today. A ball that shaping into a right-handed batter that is starting too straight, and it's simply a case of just help it down to fine leg and come one. That's what happens. Pope goes to 162. England 483 for 3 after 84 overs.
Yeah, I think if Nwoche had bowled a left-hander all day today, I think his lines and lengths would be impeccable. They really would. I mean, you would say he wouldn't have straight at all, but he must have been watching some videos that I think England's got some vulnerabilities outside leg stump, because he's not. I mean, he's not just been one ball and over out there. He's been quite regularly 3 balls and over, ball swinging in on leg stump. So it might just be one of them days. But if he has had a plan. Unfortunately, he hasn't executed it well enough. I said before, if he had been bowling at left-handers, I think he would have had I think his figures would have been looking very, very favourable.
Long-range fielding discussion from Zimbabwe about where they want the fielders to be. And Williams is saying, do you want me from first slip down to a sort of a deeper fly slip for the uppercut from Harry Brook as Mazharambani comes in, and Brook allows it through to the keeper, no run. I think they're thinking that Harry Brook is going to be in white ball mode, and therefore if there is to be a catch at slip, actually, is it 15-20 yards further back than the regulation slip?
Yeah, it probably is a good field for Harry Brook. It gives you the chance to pitch it up. Trying sort of, he does cloth one through mid-wicket or extra cover, you've got some cover there. You know, he's going to go flash at it hard if it's pitched up, so good luck catching it if you're in slip. And he's got his boundary riders where he could pick up in the air.
Mazharambani is in, that bounces, carries through, keeper's taking it well above his head as it cuts back off of the seam. And Harry Brook will go down and have a little prod of the pitch.
Beautiful, that really was. That was beautiful. That was poetry in motion. You know, from the run up to the gather to the bounce, everything. That is fantastic. You bowl balls like that. That's Ambrose style. You know, Ambrose made his name on bowling 6 out of 6 like that, over after over. That's how good the West Indian was. Curtly Ambrose was like that.
Mazharambani's in once again. This one's fuller, straighter. Brook defends no run, and it's worth pointing out that it's 7 hours after he first bowled today, and he's in his 19th of the day, and that one looked just as easy as the first couple of overs went down, and it zipped off the seam.
Yeah, it did. It zipped off perfectly. And again, he probably has been the pick of the bowlers. It's not been backed up. Because the field spread, when you bowl a good ball, sometimes you go for a single or you go for 2. Inside edge here, outside edge there.
Mazharambani in once again. Brook leaves it outside off stump, through to the keeper, no run. So
12 minutes. 12 minutes to get 17 runs, to get 500 in the day. Like I said before, right early on this morning, if there was ever a ground to get 500 in a day, this is the one. It's so fast scoring, both along the ground, and I think actually the outfield looks horrendous, but it's played better than what it looks obviously from 4 floors up, but it's a small ground and the ball runs away quickly.
Mazharambani in from the far end, and that's a good leave in the end. It's again jagged back in off the seam. The keeper's taken that well down the leg side as Brook raises his arms. Williams at slip. He's got his arms in the air, cursing anyone who can think of and saying, oh, how's that not come back in and clattered the stumps? But it's a dot in the scorebook.
It is, and we've had 5 balls here, and we've getting to the 85th over from Zimbabwe to put probably the best over of the day together. We've got to finish off strong, though.
Final one. In Mazharambani bowls. Brook is playing defensively, but with that slightly angled open blade, but can't beat the fielder at gully. So it is no run. 85 gone, 483 for 3. As Harmy mentioned, we're now about 11 minutes, 12 minutes from close of play. So 3 overs.
Yeah, the over rate, to be fair, that's not too bad. When we've chased leather all day, yes, we've got the extra half an hour and we've used it and utilised that. But there's times when you use the extra half an hour and you lose 8 overs and 9 overs. If you lose 2, I can put up with that, especially with now the amount of drinks breaks and obviously the way the day is structured from a break point of view of drinks and the time between overs and everything. I mean, 2 overs, I think, is marginally palatable.
Well, don't forget the injury pause that we had.
The injury,
I mean, that was a good 3 or 4 minutes at least, wasn't it?
Yeah, so then there's your 2 overs. So, fair play. Sikandar Raza probably didn't come into this test match thinking he was going to bowl 20-odd or 25 overs in the first innings, having won the toss and bowled first. But, I think losing 2 overs, I think from a value for money for the spectators, because, fair play. It's not the most eye-catching opponent from an English cricket point of view. They've came and supported, and I think they're getting rewarded.
Chavanga to bowl from our end, goes in, it's full, takes Pope on the pad, but it's going a long way down the leg side. So the appeal is somewhat strangled. The crowd are starting to move away now to make their way home, maybe to the train station, which is about a mile's walk down London Road behind us, down to the train, or maybe if they've made the journey back to the hotels and the city centres. Chavanga is in once again. Now Pope doesn't move his feet at all with that one, and as a result plays it with the inside edge of the bat rather than the middle, and it squirts down to deep backward square for a single. Pope's 163, England 484 for 3. Yeah, we weren't capacity at the start of the day, but the vast majority have seen a pretty full day's play. Weather arguably now is as good as it's been at the entire day. Large chunks of blue sky, some fluffy white high clouds. Now Chavanga is in. Brook is coming forward. Again, plays that like it stays a bit low on him. A little bit round his front pad, pushes to mid-wicket, no run.
It's good to Harry Brook, that. Harry Brook just coming in, 2 off 12 balls. Ball going back onto off stump. Trying to go between the angle of bat and pad. If there's any vulnerabilities where Harry prods outside off stump and he pushes away from himself outside off stump, but he sometimes leaves that gap between his bat and pad, and if you can get the ball onto the outside of off stump, you have a chance with Harry early on.
Chavanga is in, and Brook is punching off of the front foot really through extra cover. It'll be chased down, and Masakadza will do the fielding. 2 more to the total, 486. It doesn't look like England are interested in a run chase to 500 this evening. It's a little bit disappointing.
No, they'll still get there. They'll still get there. It just takes a little late cut from Ollie Pope down to third, or a short ball, or an over pitch ball to Brook, and appears to feel, I think England will still get there.
Chavanga runs away from us, pulls right arm over. Harry Brook plays a forward defensive, and there's no run. .300s for England today. Ollie Pope, the highest of them so far, 163 not out. Ben Duckett 140. Zach Crawley 124. Joe Root going past 13,000 test match runs today as well. Chavanga is in. That's a lovely shot from Brook. It gets to Williams at mid-on. In the time it takes to blink, and he does well, actually, the fielder, to get down, take it cleanly, and there is no run. 486 for 3 it remains, Harmy.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just over pitch, but flourish of the bat at the middle of the bat. Very little movement from Harry Brook. It's nice when he's like that. Doesn't look as though he's fidgety at all. No, he's only got 4 off his 15 balls, but in defence, he's been quite strong when the ball's been there. I said before, Rabbani, he bowled a beautiful over that last over. Played with ultimate respect by Harry Brook. He left it when it was there to leave. He defended it into the ground, and Ken Musrabani backed that last over up with a good, probably last over from the end that he's going to bowl tonight. And can he get the prize wicket of Ollie Pope? 163 not out so far.
Musrabani runs in and beats Ollie Pope. Pope was trying to sort of fiddle with that one down into the offside, and he beats him on the outside edge through to the keeper, no run.
Is he appealing here? I mean, this has got to be the worst appeal in the history of cricket. So Pope's close to it. I thought keeper's gone up, slip's gone up. Muzarabani's took about 5 steps down the pitch, got halfway down. He's not even turned around there, and then he puts his hand in the air. And then as he's walking by, he's signalling to Kumar Dharmasena, how's that? And then looks at his captain to say, can we have a referral? No, he didn't really give too much confidence to that one.
Muzarabani in once again. Ollie Pope is playing that sort of front foot square drive into the offside, under edges it, and it runs into the gully, and there's no run. Well, I mean, they've got 3 reviews left. I mean, I do hate that. Well, you've got 3, you might as well use them. However, it would have been the worst review in the history of reviews ever.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm keeping 3 reviews for the next 7 wickets, to be fair, Macca, at 486 for 3. Yeah, I don't think I'm wasting one at this moment in time.
You never know when you're going to need one later on. You don't want to be left a review short. Muzarabani is in. That is hammered square on the offside by Ollie Pope. And as Steve Harmison said a moment ago, it only takes 1 boundary to take England that much closer to 500. It's 10 more needed for a day. 490 for 3. Ollie Pope 167.
Yeah, just again, I think if anything for Muzarabani, he could use his left side that little bit more. He doesn't really use it at all. If anything, it's there for show and a little bit of direction. And I think there, just got it caught in and dragged it down. And when he drags it down, he drags it wide.
Muzarabani in once again. Square drive from Pope. Fielder at deep point will field Curran. And single taken. 491 for 3.
But as first days go, Macca, we can say what we want about how Zimbabwe have bowled or whatever, but it's very encouraging for England. The crowd has been entertained. I think people that have been listening and watching on TV or listening on the radio, they'll have enjoyed the start of the English summer, because it's been a big build-up, a huge build-up. There's been a lot of noise about this next 9 months.
Muzarabani is in. It's shortish. Harry Brook powers it into the leg side. Hits it straight to the fielder at deep square leg. Single taken, 492 for 3.
And because of all the noise and everything that's going with Ashes and everything that goes with it, I'm pretty encouraged about what's happened today. Decisions for further down the line, the big decisions, they are big decisions now, because the individuals have stood up. They've got runs on the board, and that's all you can ask. So it's been a very, very good day for English cricket and England.
Muzarabani is in once again, taking Pope on the body. There's a half appeal for LBW. That just didn't look right. End of the over, 87 gone, 492 for 3. Now, I did just see a shot on the TV monitor of the clock on the stand that we're in, which, because there's no clock at the far end anymore, I don't know if that is the official one they're going by. But that clock is about 2 minutes quicker than where we are real time.
Yeah, I think what we've just seen is a little bit quicker. So I think we've got 1 more over. Like I said earlier, that probably was Muzarabani's last over of the day. 1 over left. Can England get 8 runs to get past 500 in the day? They probably deserve to, because of the way their outlook of this first day of the first Test match of the summer has been. They've punished anything that's been short, wide, off length, and there's been a lot of that today from Zimbabwe. But England have been ruthless, and that's what we wanted to see.
Chavanga then to start the last of the day. In he comes, right arm over. It's full into the toes of Brook. Takes him on the boot or low on the pad. Runs out on the leg side for, I'm presuming, a leg bye. We get no signal from Alahuddin Pelaka in case they're going to review it. And Zimbabwe have clearly said, well, we're not reviewing that, so Alahuddin Pelaka signals leg bye. So 1 more to the total.
When you've been bowling at leg stump all day, I mean, you're not going to get a 50-50 decision go your way off an umpire. He's always going to think it's probably going down. So, yeah, and it was.
Chivanga turns beneath us, runs in, bowls right arm over, and it's worked on the onside by Pope. To the fielder at short mid-wicket, no run. 4 balls left on the day. There's real shadows stretching a long way across the outfield now. Trent Bridge is one of the grounds with the light pylons where they actually try and make a shape out of it. It's a round frame. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, I presume 6 in total. Chivanga is in and beats the inside edge of Pope's bat through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, just seemed to nip back. Cut Ollie Pope, all ends up. He wasn't trying to play that late cut, that late dab. Good seam position as though he's trying to swing it away, but he's dragged his length back a touch. Big effort ball into the surface, and it's just at the corner of the seam and nipped back. It probably would have gone over, just over off stump. Did you see it?
Yeah. It's unsettled the man who's 168 not out. And he comes once again, Chivanga. He's gone fuller, almost on the wide line, as if you're going for a one-day international Yorker, white ball cricket Yorker. Pope sort of jabs the bat down on that one, keeps it out, no run.
Yeah, it's looked a long day for Zimbabwe's bowlers in the field. They look some very tired and weary bodies there. And again, just symptomatic of what they did. A very, very good ball just outside off stump, nip back, beat somebody who's 168 runs, all ends up, and then followed by a big full Yorker. No consistency.
Short ball on this occasion from Chivanga is pulled to the leg side. There are 2 men out on that leg side, and it'll be fielded by Curran, just a single. Curran fields, Pope takes the single, 169. He goes to 494 for 3. Yeah, Rock City on a Thursday night, I don't know if it still is. Rock City is one of the famous music clubs here in Nottingham. Used to be student night. I don't think the Zimbabwe bowlers are going to be going and sort of having a dance tonight. I don't think they're going to have much energy.
I don't think they'll be doing much tap dancing, will they?
494 for 3. Chivanga is on his way in. It's down the leg side, tickled on its way. It'll go away for 4 runs. Harry Brook gets 4 to finish things off for the day. He will be 9 not out from 18 balls. Pope is 169 not out. And England, in 88 overs of batting, will close day 1 of this Rothesay Test match 498 for 3. They miss out on 500 by 2. They won't give a jot, though. They've absolutely done their job today, Steve Harmison.
100%, Mac. Yes, they'll not be bothered about the end total, whether they got to 500 or not. I know they like their milestones, but 140 from Ben Duckett, 124 from Zach Crawley, and what is he? 169 not out, Ollie Pope. It's a wonderful day for England on the first day of what is going to be a brilliant, brilliant summer of Test match cricket. You've got a feel for Zimbabwe, back in the big time, back in the big league, playing against England in the first Test match in over 20 years, and it looked as though they were a little bit out of their depth today. It's going to be an interesting 3 days to come in what is going to be, I'm sure, an England victory.
The 4th most runs in a day in Test match cricket. 498 for 3, and those who did buy tickets for today can say, I was there. 100 for Duckett, 100 for Crawley, 100 for Pope, and Joe Root goes past 13,000 runs on the same day. Kind of ticking things off, and Ollie Pope gets back to the dressing room and is greeted by his skipper and the rest of the England team to say thank you very much, well done. Ed Rainsford, I'm going to get your thoughts from a Zimbabwe point of view, and also some reflections maybe on what you've seen on an English persuasion as well, as I move out the way, because John Norman's going to come in for the wrap-up of the day.
Yeah, it's been a tough day for Zimbabwe. I think at the beginning of the day when they won the toss, they wanted to bowl because of overhead conditions and also trying to play to their strengths, but their bowling wasn't as it should have been. There were some surprise selections, and some selections perhaps that you sort of start scratching your head. But then into the first session, lengths weren't good, disciplines weren't good, and at the back end we started to see a little bit of fight, we started to see a little bit of consistency, but already England are in the pound seat and have already set up a mountain of runs. Raza into the side, 24 overs, 1 for 93. Muzarabani 20 overs, 1 for 111. And also Chavanga being very expensive. And the other side of it, then they lose a bowler in Richard Ngarava due to an injury. We're not quite sure. It looked like back spasms. It looks like he is suffering a great deal of discomfort in the back, so couldn't come back. But it's a day that's been dominated by England. Their batters from ball number 1 have been absolutely wonderful, and some of the batters that were under a little bit of pressure came into this test match and have taken their opportunity, led by Ben Duckett and then by Zach Crawley and now by Ollie Pope.
Brilliant stuff, Ed and Harmy. Time now just to look back at the day. You are joining us on Following On. Myself, John Norman, former Zimbabwe international Ed Rainsford. And, well, if you don't know who Steve Harmison is by now, then you probably have just stumbled across this YouTube channel and you're thinking, this is probably not the sport for me. It's been a historic day, but not for the reasons that Zimbabwe would have wanted. 498 runs scored, 3 wickets falling. Only 3 times in the history of Test cricket, and they've played nigh on 3,000 Test matches, has a side scored in excess of 500. But Harmy called it early, very early. England falling just 2 runs short. The top 3 all scored centuries. Zach Crawley, 3rd highest top scorer on the day when he hit 124. Ben Duckett, first wicket to fall, 140. There was some surprise when his wicket was taken. Just hit Medvedev for 2 big boundaries, was eyeing a 3rd, and just picked out Ben Curran at cover. Zach Crawley was the 2nd wicket to fall. LBW to Sikandar Raza. At that point, both wickets had fallen in the way of spin. That's not what we were thinking when 4 fast bowlers were announced at the toss. Joe Root holding out to Mizrabani for 34. In and amongst that, Ollie Pope, first ball aside when his heart would have been in his mouth and he was hit in front of the stumps, ball going down the leg side, and it wasn't reviewed. Apart from that, he hit a 4 the very next ball and just did not look back. And Harry Brook came out for the last 20 minutes or so. He's 10 not out. Ollie Pope will be eyeing a double ton, and his highest Test score, which as things stand is 205. England will be hoping for quicker runs on day 2 and a declaration, and maybe batting just the once here at Trent Bridge. A 4-day Test match which started with the teams under cloud but has finished with blue sky, pretty much covering 80% of the view here at Trent Bridge as the fans start to file out of the ground. But let's start with the visitors, Zimbabwe. Ed Rainsford, who we're privileged to have with us here in the commentary box. You weren't a happy bunny when you came in to the box at about 9:30. You'd heard a little whisper and a couple of team changes, and your mood didn't really improve too much throughout that first session either. There was a couple of strange decisions, truthfully, if we're being truthful. Whether it would have made a huge amount of difference, we'll never know. But give us your thoughts of the day in general, but also how Zimbabwe started out.
Firstly, I would like to say it's a great occasion that Zimbabwe can come back to England and play a Test match in England. And it was a lot of expectation, there's a lot of excitement. We saw a number of fans come in from a Zimbabwean perspective, but also from an English perspective, and that already had set it up. And then the anthems went through. In fact, go back before the anthems, and the toss goes through, and then the teams come out. England had already announced their 11 a few days earlier, then Zimbabwe's 11 came out, and then I sort of was scratching my head in terms of 4 seamers. And how that one seamer in Chavanga makes it ahead of a Nyamuri, and also a spinner not being in the side to hold up an end and maybe soak up a little bit of pressure. But then England got into their work, and those particular changes then spoke about how England went about their work. They really put pressure on that bowling attack that didn't have a lot of answers. There wasn't a great deal of discipline in terms of hitting a good area outside the line of off stump, which is what they've done for a period of time. But then it's the occasion, it's the quality of batting. And And that sort of then just petered out in the rest of the day, and England just had a full control of this particular day one of this particular test match. And for me, Zimbabwe had nowhere to come back from there, and then a bowler goes down, and now they're trying to string together how to fill up the overs, and the captaincy wasn't at its best, setting defensive fields on both sides of the wicket. And so for Zimbabwe, they'll look back on today and they'll think, well, there are opportunities there to be a bit more disciplined, a bit more consistent, but that's already gone because the horse is bolted, and England are 2 runs short of 500.
You did tip it, didn't you, Harmy? You were 2 out, but it was very early on when you were suggesting England could do what has only happened 3 times in history, and that is score 500 runs in a day.
Yeah, I think once Muzarabani's, I thought he bowled quite well first spell, but he had no help from the other end. And once that end started to go at sort of 5s and 6s, and even 10 and over, it was difficult. It was difficult to stem the tide, and I'm sure the Zimbabwe captain was trying his best to not only change the bowlers and move the field around, but it's not nice when you're staring out and you're thinking, right, we could score 500, 600 in a day here. But for me, I'm just so pleased that I'm sitting here, and the guy on the screen in front of us is Zach Crawley. The noise that Zach Crawley and Ollie Pope have had around their places in the side. Ben didn't help them yesterday. Their captain, if we're going to be really truthful, I don't think their captain helped them yesterday in a way which he basically said, a guy that's playing in the IPL who's not even got a first-class 100 is going to walk back in the team against India. So there was pressure put on them from outside and I thought from inside the England dressing room, and both guys stood up. One still going, 169 there. Yeah, who would bet against them getting a double 100? And I thought Zach Crawley was excellent. I really did. He set the tone like he normally does. But he went on, and there was times in that innings where you could see he hasn't scored a great deal of runs for Kent. He's had a few 50s, but not massive amounts of runs. There were some quiet periods in it, and you sometimes wonder. And look, there'll be people who'll sit here and say, if we were playing against better opposition, them quiet periods, he possibly would have gotten out. He didn't. He's gone on and got 100. And when you learn how to get hundreds, that's the worth your weight in gold. If you get over the line, 3 figures, you raise your bat, that feeling itself. So the next time you're in that position, even if it's against India, and you're 75, and you're coming up against Bumrah and Shami, and they're putting you under pressure, you know how to get there. You know how to get across the line. And that, for me, is what Zach and what Ollie's done today. So, as well as, we just take it for granted now that Ben Duckett is going to score runs, because he was another one that sort of set the tone right up in that first session.
Yeah, I think that Ben Duckett and actually Ollie Pope, who's still there at stumps, 169 not out, I think they took the pressure off a little bit. They took the pressure off Zach Crawley a little bit.
Absolutely,
yeah. Crawley was looking comfortable. It's not like he was stuck, but he was going a little slower, and certainly as he approached 100, he slowed it even more. But Duckett and Pope went at a strike rate of 100 throughout their innings.
I think the beauty of that partnership is that Ben Duckett allowed Zach Crawley to get into the game. It allowed him to maybe just soak up the pressure and work himself into an innings. And Ben Duckett's ability to keep the scoreboard ticking along at a good rate allowed him to get into the match and allowed him to get past that 50, and then he sort of just got into his own. And I totally agree with you. When you're under a great deal of pressure, you come in against an opposition that maybe you think doesn't challenge you as much, but 100 is 100. And you know what, the selectors and whoever makes the decisions from an England perspective of whom plays in the 11, look at that and say, how do we justify him not playing the next test match, even though he's got 100? And he's just said, right, I've done what I have to do. You have to make the decision whether I play the next one or not.
Yeah, absolutely. I did ask the question about whether a batter's ever been dropped. Yes, we know a batter has been dropped after scoring 100. Sean Marsh was the last one, according to Gary Morgan. A few years back, he was dropped after scoring 189. But if you are asked the question as a selector, who is the best 11 to take on the opposition, and you decide to your best 11 includes Zach Crawley and Ollie Pope, and both score hundreds, and Ollie Pope may go on past 200 tomorrow, the very next test match after that, you cannot turn around and say that they are not the best people to be in those positions.
No, you can't. And what, again, I said this very early in the day, and I don't want to highlight it, and it probably will make a headline. But if you believe that Jacob Bethel, like Ben Stokes said, if you believe that Jacob Bethel is your best 1 to 11, you drag him back from the IPL. You drag him back from the IPL and he plays in this game. And, his numbers aren't flattering. He's a smashing player and he's going to be a superstar for the future. But if you think as though he is going to be in your 1 to 11 against India, he comes in, and I mean this with all respect to Zimbabwe, you come and fill your boots here. You come and get your 100 here. You come and get your career best 100 leading into the series against India. If Ben Stokes is saying the day before the test match against Zimbabwe that if you put 2 and 2 together, he says this, if you put 2 and 2 together and the way Beth played in New Zealand, he's more or less indicating that he's going to be back in contention, if not in the game. That's what I picked up on it. Then you drag him back from the IPL. So whether they want to make it, they're very good at making big decisions, and I have full confidence in Brendan and Ben and Rob and Luke that they do make the big calls, and they are good at making the big calls, and they can be ruthless. So they might be able to leave out either Zach Crawley or Ollie Pope for that first test against India. But if you knew the day before and Ben says what he said, I'm sorry, you have to bring the young man back from IPL and you make him play in this game because, I'm not sure what centrally contract he's got. Whatever he's getting paid in the IPL, is nothing compared to what he can earn if he does have a great series against India. And the team, dynamics would work. So I'm sure I'll get into trouble for saying that, but I would have dragged him back from the IPL if I thought he's going to be in one of the first names on the team sheet against India come, was it mid-June?
What positives will Zimbabwe take from today, Ed?
Firstly, they're creating a little bit of history to come here and play a test match against England. I think that's a proud moment for all of them. When you look at the cricketing side of things, there's not a lot in terms of how they went with the ball. So from a positive perspective, not many. I'll just be honest there. I think what they can sort of maybe look back at in the change room right now is that they held their heads high. Even though the ball was flying all over the place, they kept trying. They stayed out there. Heads didn't really drop. The fielding in patches was pretty good. There were some balls that could have beaten the field on either side of them at cover or mid-wicket. They threw their bodies around. And so they braved it out. I think that's a big positive on a home patch where their batters were ruthless. And an England side that was ruthless to get a lot of runs. I think they walked off the field and said, you know what, we probably weren't at our best, but we stuck it out.
Let's look ahead to tomorrow then. 498 for 3, and England have got Ben Stokes, Jamie Smith, and if needed, Gus Atkinson. I don't imagine we'll see Gus Atkinson bat. How many runs do you think, when you consider how quickly Ben Stokes and Jamie Smith and Harry Brooks still there and Ollie Pope is no slouch either, how many runs do you think England will seek to get tomorrow before they declare?
I don't think it'll be about runs, because I think the way the game situation, you're looking at it, that's why I was talking about declaration tonight, because what a declaration tonight would have done was made sure England batted twice, which then would give England a chance for the depth of batters, the ones that you've just mentioned, to get a good bat. Because if England bat twice, I can see Joe Root coming in having another hit. I can see whatever happens with Harry Brook. I can definitely see Ben Stokes having another hit, and Jamie Smith. Jamie Smith's played cricket this summer. He's been playing for Surrey, no problem at all. Gus is a bowler, so I'm not really bothered about Gus having a bat. I think Ben Stokes will want some time in the middle. So that's why I was talking about potentially declaring tonight in the situation the game is. So if there's an early wicket tomorrow, I think England will bat on and bat longer because Ben Stokes needs to get a couple of hours in him inside the heat of the battle. One thing with the nets. So that's what I see. If there is a couple of early wickets and Ben does go early, I can see them walking off and just getting on with the game. If Ollie Pope and Harry Brook bat for an hour tomorrow, then Ben might have to think, right, we'll have to pull them in. Then have a bowl with a view that we might have to bat for 2 hours, 2.5 hours, give our bowlers a rest, and then I need a bat. This is where Ben Stokes needs to be selfish in this situation. He needs some time in the middle. He ain't played any cricket since he walked off in Hamilton. He needs a bat. So for me, it's about now, about tomorrow. It's about the length of time that the captain spends in the middle.
Yeah, fair points there. I just wonder with Saturday, and the forecast for Saturday does not look good. There's about an 80% chance of rain, so there'll be a bit of time taken out of the test match in that regard. It's a 4-day test match, so obviously as much as you want to have time out in the middle, you also do want to win. So the dynamics that follow that, I know you can't control what's going to happen on Saturday in terms of the weather, but you do have control of what you have right now. And yes, you want to get some batting form. You've got 500 on the board, close to 500 on day number 1. I would actually, like you rightfully say, bat for an hour tomorrow and then get the bowlers in.
The Saturday bit, it'll be taken out of the equation, because in England, if it does rain, then England will just go, we'll just make you follow one, and I'm out of the game when it comes to batting. So I think in an ideal world, I'd like the captain to spend a couple of hours in the middle, if he can, because yes, he's superhuman. He's Ben Stokes, and we all think he looks like $1 million. But when you're in the middle, no matter whether you're bowling or you're batting, there's a lot of tempo, a lot of left and right foot got to go in front of each other, and head's got to fall over. As much as you want in the middle, in the nets, the middle is a different kettle of fish. So that's what I'd be looking for if I was having a conversation with Ben in the morning. If I was Brendan McCullum, it's about you spending some time in the middle, because you're the only one in this group who hasn't really done so since, in 2025.
It's now unrealistic for us to put forward a world where Zimbabwe win this test match. Is it unrealistic to even consider a draw?
No, it's not. If cricket, it's a funny game. You're not sure who can come out there and sort of stick it out. But at the same time, you've got to be realistic in the sense that what do Zimbabwe try and achieve against this England bowling attack? Will the confidence been taken out of their sails after a day in the field like today, where their bowlers were put to the sword? But at the same time, they look at the pitch and think to themselves, well, it's actually a pretty good batting surface. So a couple of us get in here, we can show some incredible fights. And I think that's the important part. All those players, all those batters need to come out there and say, you know what, we're going to fight. We've come to England. We've been given the opportunity to play in England after a very long time. Our bowlers weren't as good as they were. Now, as batters, we need to put our hands up and sort of look at these conditions and sort of stun the England bowlers and try and stay in the game for as long as possible. I think it's not unrealistic for them to push the game forward and try and get to a draw. But you've got to think that England hold the trump cards at this particular stage.
Okay, brilliant stuff. Ed, thanks for your contribution today. You have fit in seamlessly inside the talkSPORT cricket commentary team. Maybe we'll be heading out for a bite to eat a little bit later. We shall see. Steve Harmison, congratulations with news from back home. We're all very, very happy for you. And we will all be back tomorrow as well. Hopefully you will too. Joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We'll be broadcasting every test of the summer to overseas listeners and viewers here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. But for now, thanks very much for listening or following us here on the channel and listening to Following On.